you know,
Shouts out
to Jeffy.
Shouts out to.
Do we have a USB-C charger anywhere?
Yeah.
Well, oh, you're gonna take it off the camera?
Yeah, the camera's at 100%.
It wasn't just 40 mil on the film; it was 35 mil on marketing.
And they still got no tickets.
I don't know. It's so obvious to me. Too late for an Oscar nom.
Hassan, did you see Elon is named several times in the files because he kept begging to go to the island? Yes. And also that he was like a dweeb at these parties too. Like that's what I heard something. I heard something about Elon. Dude, that is so bold of Elon to be like, Trump is not releasing the Epstein files because he's a pedophile and he's in them.
Yeah.
Only to be all over the fucking Epstein files like himself.
You mean in the same way though that like sex abusers on this platform are celebrating you being banned? And it's like, you know, I would just come talk if I were you, somebody who's really connected.
Oh, you mean Rape Tone?
I mean, there's so many of them that it's like a lot of people who I'm just so surprised
Yeah.
keep going, considering.
It's really funny. I can't wait to go and look at all the cope of like the people who were like, yeah, he got banned, only to watch fucking on YouTube, on platforms that they're on, reach 140K at the fucking at the protest with the, you know, upcoming candidate for the LA race, the mayoral candidate for the LA race. Do you have any parties planned? I've been working to the edge of sanity this year, and so once my kids head home after Christmas, this is to Jeffrey Epstein vacation from Elon Musk. I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for. We'll be in BVI, St. Bart's area over the holidays. Is there a good time to visit? I will send heli for you.
It's also the way they talk like the biggest fucking losers too. That's just on top of all the horrific sex crimes, just the way that they speak.
Oh, crap. I forgot I was... I started. Whoops.
I don't understand, like...
Again, doesn't matter. No one's here. Oh. Hassan got banned. Shocker. I couldn't help it.
So untouchable that you are basically a part of the mutually assured pedophilia destruction.
LOL, I'm here. Nice.
That, like,
welcome.
No one will
I forgot I was here.
Like, that's gotta be the only reason, right?
I started the stream,
like, the only reason why they were,
and then started looking for videos to add to the list, and in the span of like 2 minutes, I forgot that I had started streaming. But hey, welcome.
No, but like, you do take. I assume you're gonna take a reputation.
How you doing, man? I don't think you've been on here in a while, have you?
You're gonna take a.
I think very much so. They look at the fact that Trump has been elected twice. No one gives a shit. So I think they're like, nah, it's chill. We can lob shots even when we're all in these fucking jails.
I think that what the next PSYOP, I mean, I already called this in my 2026 predictions, but like...
You have a busy... Oh, man, I know the feeling. Freaking...
normalize pedophilia.
My,
now that like...
My spring semester started.
Yeah, now
I got 18 credit hours.
More than that.
And I was sick for like 4 days last week.
We just know that...
It's freaking terrible.
All of these, like, elite billionaires...
Like, when you're already busy, and then you have, like... like a sickness on top of it,
they were all directly connected to Jeffrey Epstein.
Just makes it nearly impossible to accomplish anything.
I suspect that like the next step here is to try to make
like I don't even want to make food.
Feel so repulsed by it.
That sucks. Sickness always comes at the worst time. Yeah, and not to mention, where I live, we had like weather that had actually closed the buildings, so everything was like virtual. So I just got to hang out at home, but I enjoyed absolutely none of it. I think one of the days I slept for like a total of like 13 to 14 hours.
I'm actually so sad about that.
Like I would wake up,
We're going the wrong way.
I'd take a couple Tylenol,
Oh.
lay back down. Wake up, take like an Advil, cold and flu, lay back down. Could have been a good experience if you got out of bed. If you could get out of bed. So I was out of bed. I had to get out of bed to attend the classes virtually, and I still had like assignments that were due that week.
I didn't watch homework.
Got the vid. Oh, I don't know. I didn't get tested. I don't. I don't think it was COVID. It just kind of felt. It felt like a really bad cold, honestly. So it was like the burning sinuses. Like I didn't have any typical COVID symptoms. Like I didn't lose like smell. I didn't lose taste. I didn't have difficulty breathing. It was just typical cold stuff, I think. Quit distracting me. I'm trying to get video set up. Trying to see where we want to go with this. Oh, this is perfect. This talks. Ooh, yeah, this talks all about what's in my title. All about it. Too much going on in the world. Yeah. In one freaking week, like. I wish I had time to actually stream every day so I could, you know, like have an opportunity to go over like what happened. But like, I'm working all week and I get like a couple of videos, a few pieces of information here and there, like some main points. But then it's like I try to compile everything at the end of the week. Okay, almost there.
Wait, Ouija murder charges dismissed?
That's no.
The penalty is off the table.
Okay, I can watch that later. Oh crap, where'd my chat go? Oh, there it is. Okay. How long has this intro been going? I don't even see the timer. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's only 8 minutes. Okay. I thought it was longer than that. Got distracted. Ugh. I just spent 3.5K on new computer hardware. Currently hiding under the couch for my wife. Nice. You have accomplished a dumb move and a smart move all in one. You're like one intrusive thought away from buying her a vacuum cleaner as an attempt at an apology. Okay. There we go. Get that. Given only like no more than like 4 or 5 people ever hop on my stream at any point in time, I'm really not too worried about getting banned. And like even if I do, I only stream once a week anyway. But there is a very concerning trend among social media this week, specifically TikTok and Twitch. A dumb one, because I ain't sending China a map of my house. Yeah, so let's go. So, believe it or not, we, as TikTok users, I was more of a lurker, actually had access to more information on TikTok when it was owned by China. Go ahead, get on TikTok and try to search for Epstein. TikTok has been crazy. Yeah. Epstein, what else? The ICE, like nothing. And you heard what Twitch did, right? Like I will like dance around specifics because ultimately I don't want to get hit with a ban, but if it happens, it happens. Yeah. Anything anti-dump friends, only two, yeah. You can thank Larry Ellison. You can thank Miriam Adelson, um, Benjamin Netanyahu. As we see his, God, I hate his smug face. Man, all these sociopathic old white dudes, like, why can they not have like goddamn strokes earlier in life and save everybody, like the world, like so much unnecessary trauma? So infuriating. Okay. Alright, almost there. We gotta get boop for reference. Article explaining how the amendments have been violated in the last week. Interesting. You know what's crazy? I am going to steal this quote from Hassan Piker because I did hear him say it today, and it is very fitting. In that while the rest of the country is dodging ICE raids and trying to keep 5-year-olds from being detained and imprisoned, and protesters trying to keep from being shot for having a cell phone, New York is getting shoveled out by their mayor and looking like they are actually enjoying having him around.
So we talked about
Oop.
TikTok the other day.
Didn't want to start that just yet. My son asked if Bitch McConnell was Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, I mean, he was one of the first Trump defenders. I don't know if you remember this, but during his first impeachment, I don't remember if it was when he was threatening Ukraine or something, or I don't remember what the other one was, where he was like, "Oh, if the president has done something illegal, it can be resolved in the court system." And clearly that was a lie. Clearly. He was one of the first official Trump nut garglers. I'm just trying to not get maced for sitting on the sidewalk. Arizona, HS. Oh my gosh. I'm in Texas, and I'm going to be honest, like, I legitimately have not seen any ICE vehicles or agents in the area where I live. Not a single one this whole time. But I do have a diverse family, and every single member of my family they're U.S. citizens, but half of them are immigrants, right? From various different regions. And with me being in the military, one of my children was born overseas and has a consulate birth certificate. And my wife is what you would consider a brown person, right? She is an immigrant, U.S. citizen. And even though I have not seen them, like, I never know if they are going to one day get a wild hair up their ass and think, "Oh, we've got this brown kid that was born overseas at this school. See ya." You know what I mean? Because that is something they have already done. And it is like, it's weird. Like, I'm actually kind of glad to live in this area of Texas. I never thought I'd say that as a socially progressive person. I never thought that I would say that, but this area has been left alone. Although, actually, no, I take that back. I think there was a Nextdoor alert that I got earlier. Let me check that. We'll see what it says. I don't think I took it too seriously. It says one neighbor's on here. Ice in Garland, beware. That's where I'm at. I saw photos they were on, whatever this road is, going door to door, but they didn't post any evidence. So who knows? I'm not going to go out there and find out. Okay, I'm gonna start the video. Let me know if the audio's all working. Like if you can hear me. Make sure that like nothing's too overpowering
and
from
how
anything
TikTok
else.
is just, I mean, it's over.
Can you hear
It's
me over
over.
the
It's
video?
done with TikTok. I mean, they were such a big
Or is the
and
video too
popular
loud?
app, but literally in one fell swoop, they just ruined all of it. So the day after the sale was finalized, of course, it was a Chinese company, but then there was a forced sale to the MAGA Zionist billionaire Larry Ellison. And as soon as that was finalized, like literally day one, they started rolling out the aggressive ass censorship. If you criticize ICE, your video got cooked and wasn't even spread through the algorithm at all. If you criticize Trump, same thing. You criticize Israel, same thing. You got channels that have millions of followers that had literally 0 views or like single-digit views on videos. And then they came out and tried to clean it up, and they said, oh, no, we had a problem with one of our data centers, and that's why there's like a glitch happening right now, but it's all good. Don't worry about it. But then you go to your DMs, right? And you try. This happened too. We had Crystal tried it. This happened too. Type Epstein in and try to send it to somebody. It won't let you send the word Epstein. It won't let you send
Testing,
other
testing.
words you could send. Epstein, you can't send.
Testing.
This has nothing
Okay,
to do
awesome.
with some data center. Yeah,
I tested it
there was
myself,
A fire at some
since
data
you didn't
center, and
reply.
so I can't send only the word
I
Epstein
sound
through
phenomenal.
DMs, and ICE videos aren't spread through the algorithm.
FYI.
Fuck off. Like, how stupid do you think we are?
Don't need your
It's insulting to
validation
our
anyway.
intelligence. So anyway, overnight they nuked this whole industry. So now people are all downloading this app called Upscrolled. It's sort of like a TikTok type app, but it's run by somebody who is
It's like the
not a Zionist MAGA freak.
the blue
And so
sky
this
to
guy-
the
I think he had 60 family
Twitter?
members die in Gaza, and
Ooh.
so he's not going to be censoring anti-genocide videos.
what's that
Well,
called?
Netanyahu decided to further
Upscroll?
terrify the world here and torture the world
Oh, well,
here
check that out.
with this very fucking
Like right meow.
cryptic address that he gives. Listen to what he says here.
And of course, it's most prevalent in the social media. This is the new battlefield. And this is where we must counter with our own weapons. We're late in the game.
Oh,
We
I
will
remember
win
this.
this battle too, as we won on the battlefield, because we are
He
developing
actually said this in the
means
White
to
House
fight
a few
this.
months ago.
Not with cavalry against F-35s, with F-40s against F-35s. This is the next thing.
So he's talking about
Upscrolled.
winning the battle
1
on the
million
battlefield of social
downloads.
media against anti-Semitism. Now, of course, when he says we need to fight anti-Semitism, what he means is we want to ban any and all criticism
I
of
did
Israel.
uninstall
If you criticize Israel, you're anti-Semitic.
TikTok.
If you
I'm
correctly
not-
say that they're doing
not
a
gonna use
genocide,
it anymore.
you're anti-Semitic. If you correctly call out their war crimes,
I do
you're
stream on
anti-Semitic.
YouTube as
If you talk
well,
about the
and if I can, like,
instances of
get people to
waving
watch
white
that
flags who were
instead,
shot,
I have
you're
no issue
anti-Semitic.
with,
You talk about the sniping kids
like,
in the
permanently
face,
switching
you're
to that as
anti-Semitic.
well.
You talk about bombing hospitals and schools, you're anti-Semitic. You bring up facts about what actually happened, you're anti-Semitic. And so he's saying this, again, at the same time, Larry Ellison, MAGA Zionist billionaire, buys TikTok, immediately destroys it, mass censors it, right? He's saying, oh, we're going to do this with the rest of social media. He's good to his fucking word. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that. I'm sure they are looking at... I don't think they're going to do just like an outside campaign where the ADL tries to beg the fucking social media companies like, we need you to ban this, this, and this. No, I think it's literally infiltrate. It's literally, we'll have a Zionist billionaire buy the different social media outlets and just try to ban any and all criticism of Israel. We saw it on YouTube. They were like deleting videos that had evidence of the genocide. Remember that? There was an article that explained how they deleted a whole bunch of videos that just, it was endless documentation of the evidence of genocide. I think they're actually committed to doing that to try to save their ass from any accountability ever. They're trying to destroy any and all evidence of the genocide that they just committed, live streamed in 4K, that all of us saw and that I documented here on this channel. These are terrifying, terrifying times. And in the past, I would have said, like, he's overreaching. There's no way you could, like, sort of snuff all this stuff out. Now, I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. I just watched the president of my country illegally fucking abduct a sovereign leader in Venezuela and steal their oil and put it in a personal bank account in Qatar. Did I think that shit would have been possible? No. Did I think my president would be repeatedly be threatening to steal fucking Greenland? No. Did I think my president would have murdered over 100 people on fucking fishing boats in the Caribbean? No. All the things I thought, hey, maybe this won't happen, right? Maybe ICE Gestapo thugs won't murder innocent Americans on video multiple times and with no consequences whatsoever. All the shit that we thought, oh, there's some guardrails, there's some rules, there's some... No, that's wrong. There are zero guardrails, there are zero rules, there are zero protections. We are the only protection that we have. Our rights are only as secure as we force them to be. You understand what I'm saying? And so now, you have Benjamin Netanyahu going, oh, we're going to win this battle too. We're going to wage a battle against anti-Semitism online and on social media. And so what does that mean? I'm sure it means exactly what you all think it means. Stricter standards that extend the definition of anti-Semitism to include criticism of Israel, special positions put in place of censors at these different social media companies to make sure that nothing is said that criticizes Israel, that, you know, you get in trouble, you get censored, you get deplatformed, you get banned, or what have you, if you levy those sorts of criticisms. Infiltration, where, like we had with Larry Ellison, destroying TikTok, you have these Zionist MAGA billionaires take over and destroy everything. And so, by the way, you could also see now how billionaires are literally a threat to democracy and your freedoms, right? You get that now? That
Master Liberty.
When it was a Chinese company,
I see you.
your rights were so much better protected.
I made you a VIP,
than
dude.
when it went to a Zionist
I can do that now.
billionaire. You see that, right?
I just learned that yesterday.
The Chinese censorship was when you were allowed to say.
I don't know if you got
anything on
anything
TikTok.
special
Whereas now,
out of it, but
under a Zionist
I added some more.
Don't criticize Trump. Don't criticize Israel. If you do,
I added some
we'll
more
ban you, or your
icons
video
for
won't go
subscribers,
fucking
and I
anywhere.
think I gifted you a sub
So
a while ago,
when
a few months ago.
Individuals have that.
So
much
you
power,
might
it
have,
undermines everybody's rights.
like
Because
a
they can
1 month
buy
subscriber
whatever preference they want. They can
icon
censor people,
available.
They can
I'm not
snuff
sure.
people out. They can push their narrative.
Check it out.
They can put down other narratives.
Fiddle
they can
around
hide
with
the
the
truth.
chat
They
and
can
see
do
if it's in there.
And so nobody should have that much money. Nobody should have that much power. Nobody should have that much control. In fact, the big social media companies should be public utilities, where they're protected by the Bill of Rights. That's how they should function. Because outside of that, you're leaving it up. Look at what happened with Twitter. Elon Musk gets in there, fucking fucks everything up immediately. Starts banning people. Oh, you said a thing I don't like. You said a thing I don't like. Comedy's back, but here I'm going to boost Nazis, but I'm going to ban lefties. Like, it's a fucking mess. It's a fucking mess. And then now, we see Benjamin Netanyahu.
I know I've said this
they
before,
successfully got fucking TikTok off the battlefield.
and I will say it
and
every
why
day.
was TikTok even banned initially? It was banned under Biden.
We have
and it
got
was because of the pro-Palestine
to
stuff
get rid
that was over there.
of these goddamn
And
billionaires.
guess what? Then it was banned. Then it was put in the hands of a MAGA Zionist billionaire. And now, also, by the way, you know what was one of the accounts that was destroyed by under this new TikTok? The Democratic Party account. What did you learn? What did you learn? Yeah, you guys thought under Biden, oh yeah, we also want to censor the fucking pro-Palestine stuff. How'd that go?
Is anyone still there? Did I get banned already?
You cannot trust these people.
No
with
way.
power.
No, I'm
You
still
cannot.
streaming.
You cannot. No
Nope,
MAGA
I see it.
Zionist billionaire should have any semblance of power, never mind the power to control the public square on our social media. And now here's Benjamin Netanyahu promising this war on all the other social media outlets. So, you know, I'm sure they're going to come for YouTube at some point even more aggressively than they already have. And it's a tough one, because what do you do when you're in a situation like us, like the creators are? Just like I feel bad for the TikTok people. They all went to Upscroll. That's great. You know, what's going to be the haven when they come for YouTube? I don't know. But, of course, the devastating thing is you got to go where the audience is, and the audience is on YouTube. So what do you do when they crack down on YouTube? You can open a new thing, but the audience is not there yet. So they got us by the balls. And what we need to do is just defend these things with all of our might. Not allow this infiltration, not allow this bullshit redefinition of anti-Semitism, not allow this creeping censorship and authoritarianism. And this is why we always argued the left-wing position is always anti-censorship. We are anti-censorship. We are pro-free speech. Because who do they fucking come to censor first? The truth tellers, always. They come to censor the people who tell the truth and question power, question authority, question the billionaires, question the Zionists, question the MAGA freaks.
Didn't want to do that.
To be a lefty is to be an outsider. To be a lefty is to be against the establishment and the system. Okay? They will always censor us first. And that's exactly what Netanyahu did. That's exactly what he wants. And he knows the only way he could have any chance whatsoever to win out in the long run is to fully control the narrative and just shut up all of his critics.
Empire,
and if that
government,
means he's got to censor 90% of the world, he doesn't give
administration,
a fuck. He will try to do exactly that.
In history,
so we got to stand up and fight back because this shit
that
is
has
unacceptable.
Hey, y'all,
ever
do me a favor and
experienced
like and subscribe. It helps out big time in
a
the algorithm.
successful,
Click the bell as well for
like
notifications
economically
when
and
videos
culturally,
drop, and watch that
long-term,
video on screen right now. I know you want to.
Rule
What's up,
under
y'all? Everybody is having a great day
conservative
today.
ideals.
We got a lot of stuff going on, man.
or
We got a
what
lot
we
of
would
stuff
consider
going on.
conservative
So,
ideals,
we
right?
have this horrible, horrible story
You know,
about how an
authoritarianism,
independent journalist by the name of Georgia Fort was just taken into custody,
like religious
in Minneapolis,
extremism,
and her crime was having filmed the church protest of the pastor,
you know, like a
who doubles as an ICE agent, an ICE supervisor.
government
in fact.
oversight, whatever,
So,
whatever you
an
want to call
independent
it.
journalist doing their job, following a protest, covering
Nationalism.
on it, didn't do anything negative whatsoever, just taken into custody by the feds. We also have, as I'm sure you've all seen, Don Lemon, former CNN anchor Don Lemon, was also arrested late last night for the crime of covering that protest as well. Again, for those of you that don't know the backstory on that, you had this group of protesters who were protesting ICE in Minneapolis, and they wound up going into a church to protest, and the reason they went into that church is because the pastor was also an ICE supervisor.
We'll get a comedian in
So
here
this
too,
is
why
the
not?
protesters basically
We'll try to laugh a little
embodying
at some point
the
tonight.
message of Jesus, and it's the pastor who joined the Gestapo. And so you have people expressing their First Amendment rights,
this here.
doing their due diligence as citizens, and you have some journalists covering it. And now Don Lemon was arrested as a direct result of that. Now, I should also add, and this is super, super, super important, this case was put in front of 2 magistrate judges. And they both said, I'm not going to allow you to arrest Don Lemon over this. This is not a crime. This is just him doing his job. This is him being a journalist. So 2 judges looked at it, and they said, no.
I'm testing
there's
the
no way.
chat.
I'm not going to allow you
Ignore.
to arrest Don Lemon over this.
Did it go through? Oh, it did.
Also,
Ha!
we learned that there were
That's
multiple
my mod
Department of
account.
Justice prosecutors in Minnesota and in Los Angeles.
I can have it on my
refused
laptop,
to have
and it
involvement
counts as
in
another
this
viewer, I
case.
think.
Because they took one look at it and they also said,
It's
this
my
is
third
like
screen.
waging a war on the Constitution and on free speech and on the First Amendment. What are you talking about? How could, like, what do
Okay.
you mean we're going to arrest Don Lemon for
About ready to start this
covering a
freaking
church
game.
protest? Like, what do you mean? So, multiple judges struck it down. Multiple DOJ prosecutors said, I want
second.
nothing to do with that whatsoever.
Where's the-
And still, you have Pam Bondi,
Power-ups and
the Attorney General,
rewards.
ordered
Oh,
Don
okay,
Lemon
not even close,
to be
got it.
arrested. And by the way, when they arrested him, he was covering, what is it this week? The Oscars or the Grammys? One of those two. He was like there, and they arrested him there.
There
So
is...
just absolutely unconscionable stuff, man. Just
Can I
totally
pin
and
this?
utterly crazy.
I should be able to
And
pin this.
I'm telling you, man, we were told for years that the right wing are the free speech
How do I pin
warriors,
this?
and they care about this issue
I'm trying to
more
pin
than
something
anybody
at the
else.
top of the chat, and I don't know how.
My ass cheeks. My ass cheeks. Not even close. Is Matt Taibbi writing a 4,000-word essay defending Don Lemon right now and his constitutional rights? Is Ben Shapiro releasing an hour-long video where he
Free
says this is an
speech for
outrage?
me,
Is Dave Rubin going to lead
but
the
not
charge
for
to get him
thee.
out? No, this is fucking pathetic and disgusting. They were literally
Gun
I
rights
need you
for
to
me.
understand. They were literally all liars on the right. Everybody on the right
but not for thee.
who made it seem like their number one thing was free speech was a fucking liar.
Apparently,
None of them give a shit
I
about
didn't
the
know
Constitution.
this.
Now they
I didn't
love
know this,
fascism,
but
they love authoritarianism. They love taking away
VA
people's rights,
nurses
as long as they're liberals or leftists. That's the
are
fact of the
not
matter.
supposed
Now,
to
by the way, we
have
also have
guns
this. This is a big deal.
at
But
protests,
Twitch decided
but
to ban Hassan
But-
Piker for a week because Hassan Piker said something, and I can't stress this enough, that is factually
serial
true.
killers are allowed
He
to
said
have
something that is accurate, and he's getting banned for it.
AR-15s.
So,
in
according
elementary
to
schools.
Popstanox, the Twitter account, Twitch has banned streamer Hassan Piker for his comments on ICE tracking Alex Preddy. Quote,
Oh man,
is what Hassan said.
I'm so gonna get
Two
banned.
senior national security
Please don't
officials tell
report me.
There are more than a dozen secret watch
Make 'em
lists
find it
that
themselves.
Homeland Security is using to track protesters.
I'm sure they got an
anti-ICE
AI that like
protesters
scours
and
for it.
pro-Palestinian protesters. Okay.
Well,
Hassan continues. This
We'll
is
see what
another
happens.
Big suck my dick to all the fucking Israel dick riders out there. You fucking rabid ultra-Zionist pigs. You run around going, why are you tying this back to Palestine? Because this is precisely the same shit, you Israel first monsters. So what he's saying there is, everybody who was getting mad at him for connecting the anti-ICE protests to Israel. Everybody
Time
who
to
was getting
game.
mad at him for connecting ICE to the IDF.
And then
Because of some new Ken Klippenstein reporting, they have been proven
see
factually
if I
wrong,
get banned
and Hassan was
after I
proven
end this
factually
stream.
right. There is a link on these issues. And in fact, the Department of Homeland Security is using lists of pro-Palestinian protesters that they have in their databases, illegally by the way. They're using those lists to also go after the ICE protesters because it's
Doubt you'll give it. Yeah, I'm not popular enough. Like,
it's the same people
I think
out there.
someone would have to report
So,
me.
He's pissed at this.
You know what I mean?
He's calling out
'Cause, like,
all the fucking Zionist hacks.
Obviously, like the
He said about
Twitch,
them, I'll read it one more time. Quote,
like
this is another big suck my dick to all the fucking
decision
Israel dick
makers,
riders out there. You fucking rabid
know
ultra-Zionist
that
pigs.
Hassan Piker
So
is
Twitch
one of
looks at
their
that,
top
and they say,
consistent
whoa,
streamers.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
He gets
We
them
accept
traffic,
the ADL definition of
right?
anti-Semitism, which
So they're
means
aware of
you're
everything
allowed
he
to
says
use
and does.
Zionist if you mean it in a positive sense. But if you say
But I
Zionist
also
and you
think
mean
that,
it in a negative sense, you're gonna get banned. You're gonna get banned.
like,
In
if
fact,
this is
we consider
reported
that
for
anti-Semitic.
hate speech,
If you're
which is what they
anti-Zionist,
consider it,
you are anti-Semitic.
I
Which,
have
frankly,
a feeling
is a
that they would
disgusting
review
war
it
on
and
the
I would
actual
get a ban.
concept
Like,
of
just
anti-Semitism.
if they're willing to
It's
ban
cheap
one of their
as
top
anti-Semitism.
streamers
Because it is the correct position to be anti-Zionist.
because of an
and it is the
accurate statement,
incorrect position to be
or I shouldn't even say an
anti-Jewish.
accurate statement,
Okay? Do you understand that?
a
Do you
legitimate
understand that point?
opinion, right?
Zionism, by its very nature, is a fucking ethno-state. Why is it everybody understands this and sees that ethno-states are bad when it comes to any other ethno-state? Anybody looks at apartheid South Africa, they see it as a white ethno-state, and they go, that's bad, that's unacceptable, I'm against that. We're supposed to make one fucking exception for ethno-states, and everybody needs to shut the fuck up and accept it? So sorry, you need to put your preference for secular democracy aside. You need to put your preference for equal rights aside when it comes to this one specific state. And in this one specific state, you have to be okay.
Liberty, did you hear me
Zionism.
when
You have to be
I told
okay
you that
with Jewish supremacy. You have
I
to be
made you a
okay
VIP?
with all non-Jews living in Israel being second-class citizens
Or did you have it
third-class
muted at
citizens
that
and
po-
not
at that
having
time?
the same rights. Well, fuck that. Fuck that. No. It is the correct position to be anti-Zionist. It is the correct position to be pro-Jewish. Okay? It's that simple. And what they're doing here is they're cheapening anti-Semitism, and they're trying to ban him.
No,
on
but I
some
noticed.
goddamn
Thanks. Yep.
bullshit.
I
That's what this is.
I just realized that I could do that last night.
Because he used Zionism as
It was like,
pejorative. But it
I was
is.
at the
Zionist
point
just
where I
is
didn't have
pejorative.
anything to
It's a
do.
fact. Fucking get over it.
Like I was too
We just
tired
watched
to start
the
anything
Zionist
new,
state
whether it was gaming or
commit a
watching a
fucking
show.
genocide in 4K
But
in the name of
I
that
still had a
ideology.
little bit of
And now you're not allowed to say that as a
energy
negative
left, so I
Shut
was
the
just
fuck
fiddling
up.
around on
So anyway, free Hassan.
my
Actually,
creator
text Hassan
dashboard
and
and
say
saw
he
that.
needs to
I was
leave
like,
Twitch. Like, fuck Twitch for putting
you were like
doing this.
you were the
They
first one I
reversed
thought
the
of,
ban
to be
right
honest
now.
with you. Even
They already
before
put you through 24 hours of fucking unimaginable
I had
some bullshit.
I have other personal friends
Now you
on
gotta
here that
look
follow
over
me.
your
I
shoulder
like,
and make sure
she's
you're
like, hey
not
guys,
free-speeching too hard and
follow
telling
me. I
them
need
too hard
followers,
and
and then they
telling them
follow
to
me and
be
never
Fuck
watch me.
that.
But they're
You
like,
should leave
personal
them,
friends.
go on YouTube.
But
YouTube
you were
policies
actually
are
the first one
generally
I
better
thought
when it
of,
comes
just
to free
because
speech anyway.
you're
And look, Twitch will
consistently in
regret
here
it.
day in and day out.
They will regret it because, you know,
I don't know
any
what you
given day,
get,
you could be the number one streamer. Hassan could be the number one streamer on
besides
Twitch.
being able to like.
So, horrible
I think
stuff
you
there.
have
Free
less
Hassan, fuck Dan
restrictions
Clancy, the
on
CEO. Everybody
chat,
reach out to tweet at,
and I think you're
at
actually
Twitch
able to
and
like
at
slow
Twitch
it down or
support,
something. I don't know.
and put as much pressure as
You
you
can
can on them because this is fucking unconscionable.
Fiddle around with it, see what
And by
happens.
the way, I also forgot to mention this point. This is
Shit.
a doozy. I have to point this out. Fucking Asmongold, another Twitch streamer. This motherfucker's been like threatening Ilhan Omar, calling for fucking pogroms on Twitter all
Oh, yeah.
on
That
Twitch
douche
all the
nozzle.
time.
Like
the
he
shit
said
says,
after
he
Renee
casually
Good
says
was killed,
genocidal shit about Palestinians.
he said
So he
something
can say
like,
the most unhinged,
or no, he was talking about
pro-violent shit
protesters. He said that
and that's totally fine.
like he has actually said that
Totally
the ICE
unacceptable.
agents
No problem whatsoever.
should
But
like start
Hassan
running over
uses
protesters. Like,
Zionist in the negative
how
connotation that it should be used.
how is
and
it
he gets banned for a
acceptable?
week. No, the double standard is fucking ridiculous. You can go as far right.
How is it
and
not a
extermination
violation
and
of the terms of
elimination
service
as
to
you want, and
promote
that's fine. But Hassan tells the truth
state-sponsored
and he gets banned
violence
for that. Nah, fuck these people, man.
by an
Fuck
agency
these
of the
people.
federal government?
Okay, let's continue.
But
So Trump has a new grift, and he decided he's going to sue
you
the
can't
IRS
like.
for $10 billion
I don't agree with it either way.
over the
but
publication of his tax return.
It just doesn't
Now stop
feel.
and think about this. Donald Trump suing the IRS.
It doesn't feel
he's
equal
suing his
if
own government.
if
He's
you're
suing
going to
his
allow
own
one way and
IRS,
not the other. But
okay.
I guess the cat's out of the bag. Like they're not even trying to hide it anymore. You know.
If the IRS settled
Like, ah, you know what?
a fraction of this, it would be some grade A corruption, like the finest, purest distilled.
Trump's going
variety,
after oil.
truly a masterclass. So in other words,
And we are Israel dick riders. Like, well, why even hide it anymore? You know what I mean? Like, who's going to do anything about it? The Department of Justice?
So we decided to
The
settle
civil
it.
rights
It's
attorney
okay.
within
We
the
got a huge
Department of
discount.
Justice?
We're only paying him $100 million.
Which, oh,
This like
I don't know if
honestly,
you saw what she's
that is what's
doing,
likely to happen.
but
looking at this.
I
Maybe
think
it's
the
$10
civil
million,
rights
maybe it's
attorney,
$50 million,
the
maybe
lead
it's
civil
$100
rights attorney in the
but you
Department of
ask for the
Justice,
$10 billion,
I
and they come and go, "Oh, no, no, no,
believe,
we'll sell with you. Here's $100 million."
is the
Like,
one that is
To say this is a crime
prosecuting
family is disrespectful to crime
Don
families.
Lemon. I
That's
believe.
how much of a crime family.
If not,
Trump's
she is
It's
going after
absolutely
someone else.
unconscionable.
I can't. Damn it! I wish I could remember.
Alright.
I'll have to check that out later.
Let's keep it going here because, like I said, I got a lot of stuff, bro. I got a lot of stuff. So, President Trump took some time out of his busy schedule to now smear the murder
Alright,
of
so,
Alex Preddy.
Liberty,
With
you're still with me?
Agitator
I got a
and
question to
perhaps
ask you.
insurrectionist Alex Preddy stock has
If you're
gone
still
way
with me.
down with the just released video of him screaming and spitting in the face of
Okay,
a very calm,
here's my
very
question.
under control ICE officer, and then
I have
crazily
had
kicking in
recently
a new and very expensive government vehicle
a personal
so
friend
hard
reach
and
out to
tight.
me
In fact,
and
the taillight
say
broke
that,
off into
like,
pieces. It was quite a display of abuse and anger
that
for all to
my-
see. Crazed and out of control.
my
The ICE
political
officer was
statements
calm
and
cool.
conversations
Not
with
an easy
them,
thing to be under those circumstances.
like
Make
they've,
America great again.
my friends have
So,
actually gotten sick of like
course,
talking
needless
to
say,
me
what he's
because
finding out
they
is
feel
the
that I've
part
gotten
where,
like pushy and
the
extreme
ICE
with the statements
agents
I'm making.
calmly and very under control
You know, in that
walked up to Alex
this is an
Preddy
authoritarian
afterwards
government.
and jumped him
Uh,
and beat his ass to the
This
point
is
where
a
they fucking
fascist
broke his rib.
administration.
He's leaving that part out
Stuff like
somehow.
that.
He's forgetting that part. The part
You
where
know,
they
given that
jumped
these are
Alex
like my
Preddy
close
because
friends,
Alex
I'm more
Preddy cursed at them,
animated,
told
more
them to get the fuck
comfortable,
out of
you know,
Minneapolis,
talking
and
with
then kicked
them
the
like on a
taillight.
personal level.
And apparently,
Uh,
the reaction to kicking a fucking
You know, like
Tahoe or
talking to a
Suburban
brother. Like
is
I've
gonna put you
known
in the
these dudes
hospital
for
and
over
break your
20
fucking
years,
rib.
right?
Okay, so he leaves that part
And
out, and he also left
based
out
on
the
what
part
you have
where
seen,
the ICE Gestapo thugs then,
in your opinion,
tracked him down and violently murdered
would you
him.
feel
You're
that that's an
forgetting that part,
extreme
too.
statement
But guys, I need you to
to
understand
claim
something. This is what the fascist
that this
regime
current
does.
administration
I swear to God, they will murder you,
is
and then they will do
is
a 24-hour
a
smear
fascist
campaign
regime
about how you jaywalked once in
and
2008.
has like authoritarian
This is what they'll do. They will pull
goals?
literally anything and everything.
That's my question.
If they come for me, after they get me, they'll say this.
Like, I want an
motherfucker
outside
had, like, 7
opinion.
parking tickets in 2018. And in fact,
You're not
some of
afraid
them
to
were
like
past due.
tell me like
And then he had to it went to debt collections and shit. He had to pay. They will find
I don't want to say afraid, but like you don't care. Like yeah,
yeah,
yeah. Like you'll say you're being an idiot or not. You know what I mean?
Alex Preddy was a fucking badass and a fucking hero. And you know why he was out there, fucking screaming at ICE Gestapo thugs and telling them to get the hell out of Minneapolis? You know why he was out there? He was kicking the back of the Tahoes and the Suburbans. You know why he was out there? A week after he fucking got his rib broken, and he's still out there being an observer and protecting his fellow citizens. He's out there because he's a fucking man. He's showing these absolute pussies on the right what it looks like to be a real man, to stand up for your neighbor, to care for them, okay, to actually have a sense of community, not be a selfish little.
While you're
with a
while you're
tiny
mulling
dick
that answer over,
who
you got to admit
is fucking unlovable.
that
This guy humiliates
this
them and embarrasses them.
anti-ICE
He was a
movement
bigger man. Fucking Tim Pool
is
sitting in his,
woke as
comfy-ass
fuck.
studio, screaming about how
And
I'm not licking the boot. I'm
the-
the boot. I'm the boot, mommy.
the
I'm
Nazis
the boot.
within our
Is that
government
guy more of a man, or is fucking Alex
are
Preddy
probably
out there,
the most
fucking
diverse
standing up
white
to the
nationalist
murderous,
group I have
psychopathic
ever
authoritarian state? Or is he more of
seen
a man?
in my life.
I think we all know the answer to
Not
that
extreme, but definitely a
question.
stretch.
So
Only
absolutely
since the last
disgusting
fascist government.
for a fat,
Okay,
pedophile, war criminal
okay.
president.
Now
So not only
this
did
is
Trump
this is the
decide to
point I'm
go
trying to
after
make.
Alex Preddy, he also
This is I'm
decided
glad you said
to
it that
go
way.
after Barack Obama. Ready for this?
Did
So this
far
gets-
far
this gets
worse.
wild.
So while the past is
So
similar,
Trump
it
goes to
isn't
follow
there
it on
yet.
Live Social.
But
Breaking. Director of
they've
National
got
Intelligence tells
they've got
Trump
detainment
released
camps
hundreds of bombshell
where
Russiagate
people are
documents
are
proving that
dying
Barack
because they're being
Obama
deprived
personally
medication.
ordered CIA
They're being
agents to
starved.
manufacture
They're
false
being
intelligence on
strangled,
Trump. It was
right?
actively working with the
I don't know if
enemy
you've heard
to
that story,
undermine
but
and
there's
erode Americans'
people that have been
confidence in our
strangled in these
democracy
detention
in
centers.
President Trump's landslide 2016
Like,
victory. This was a coup
They are
attempt by
crowding
Barack Hussein
these
Obama
detainment centers
and
with
his cronies.
thousands and thousands of
Jesse Watters
immigrants.
said, quote, "Whatever happens to these guys
Like,
is not
what
revenge,
do
it's
you
accountability,
think
and it's time for
is
people
the
to pay
next
price." And then he says in all
natural progression
Arrest
of what
Obama
we
now.
are seeing, right?
Arrest Obama now.
So,
do you see what we're dealing with here?
like,
Do you see,
I am
don't
not
think people get
saying,
it.
and not at
He's
any point
actually
did I
senile.
say,
Like, he has actually lost his mind.
this government
He is not mentally sound right now.
is a genocidal
he's blurring the
government and
lines
has killed
between
millions of people.
fiction and reality,
Although, I mean, the
and
U.S. has killed millions
he's
of
now
people. But anyway,
calling for
this
things like the
current
arrest of Barack
administration.
Obama, and my
But
guess is actually ordering the arrest of Barack Obama. And
Nazi
you have
Germany
Libyan
didn't
scrambling
kill
behind the
6
scenes to
million
try to find a
Jews
way
in the
to
first
please
year
him.
of their
In fact, I wouldn't be
of being in
surprised if
power.
that's
You know what I
why
mean?
Don Lemon was
Okay,
arrested, even after
there
multiple
is a
judges said, "There's no
difference
case here. There's no
between
case here. You
the
can't arrest him."
internment
And
camps
then Pam Bondi orders the arrest. My guess is
and these
Trump was
detainment
turning the
camps
screws on
that we
Pam
have
Bondi,
now.
saying, "You better fucking arrest him. You better fucking arrest him."
Right?
And so, this is
And
terrifying here. And if
we
I was Barack Obama,
also
I would
learned
think of maybe taking a
how
vacation out of the
fucked up
country
it
for a little
was. Well, I thought we
bit. Because
learned.
this is, I would not
And
be
we
surprised
actually gave them
if
reparations.
he does this. I would not be surprised.
And
because
we're
I don't
like,
think
you know
he's
what?
cognitively there. And there is
We fucked up,
nobody
our bad.
Pumping the brakes
Right?
behind the scenes. They are all
And that
little
wasn't
wacky
supposed to
business,
ever happen
and
again,
they're willing
you
to do
know?
whatever he says. It is a classic
But
example of nobody will
there
say
is
ever
no
has no
denying that
nobody will.
even
They're all just
with the
following
revisionist
along
history
in a
that the U.S.
servile
likes to
fashion.
do,
And any objective analysis will tell you right away. This motherfucker
that
is probably in the
those
throes of Alzheimer's
internment
right the fuck
camps,
now.
while
Right
bad,
now.
were
Like, all that
nowhere
shit he's saying is
near
crazy. And it's all,
the
by the way,
level
part a plot
of
to try to
the
steal 2026 and
the Nazi
2028
death
as well,
camps.
as you know. All right, let's do
And
some more.
as far
some
as what
updates
I've
on the
read,
ground with the ICE Gestapo folks.
from like
So
history
here's
books
something that
in
was
varying
posted
regions
by
of the
a White House
country,
reporter for the AP and CNN
I
and
don't
the
believe
Washington
that
Post
those
and
internment
Politico.
camps
There was a car seat
were
in the
the
back
conditions were
of
as
a car
bad
with one of those
as
baby
the
blankets you get at
immigrant
the
detainment
hospital with a
centers
direct
that
quote
we
from
have
somebody on the
right
ground in
now.
Minneapolis. There
from
were
all the
broken
reports that
glass
we've heard.
shards all over it.
Did you see the one video where there was the attorney?
And there was just this tiny
He was
peanut of a
walking
baby.
like outside one of the camps, and like you could hear
So,
like
ICE
women and children
Gestapo
just like
criminals
crying,
broke out the
coming
back
through
window
the
of the car
coming through one of
and
the
shattered
vents.
glass on top of a 1-month-old baby's head.
Oh, there we go. That's cool.
And they arrested the adult
So,
and left the baby
like,
sitting in a
this
car. A 1-month-old
administration
baby sitting in a
is
freezing car.
speed running
That's what they did.
that Nazi Germany shit.
I don't think you understand.
They are not
Mass
there yet,
trials and locking up
but
all
you
these people
cannot
is
convince
the
me
moderate position.
that they're not trying to get there.
You don't even want me to say what the extreme position is.
Yes, but you still are going to have to
So I'll be
reconcile that
banned,
it didn't
just like
go
Hassan
that
was
way
on
last
Twitch.
time, so
You
precedent
don't
would
want me to say what
suggest
the extreme position
the
is. You don't want me to
same
tell you
unless
what
you
people
want
are
to say
actually
that it is.
thinking in this moment.
Okay,
You do not want me to tell you. You do not want me to tell you.
every
But the moderate
iteration
position is mass
of
trials and locking all
these
criminals up.
governments are different.
So that is just I mean, I have no
Fascist
words for that,
Italy
but
was
I got
different
one
than
for you.
fascist Germany.
Healthcare workers
Right.
confirm that ICE is abandoning
Uh,
half-naked detainees
Communist
in the
China
woods of Minnesota.
Different than communist
Quote,
Cuba.
individuals
Okay,
have shown up in emergency
You know,
rooms who require
uh,
amputations. Some
the
with cracked
Democratic
skulls.
Socialist or
If you are
Social
taking your
Democratic
dog for a
government
walk in a
of
park,
the
please keep an eye out. Make sure there are no individuals in there
of like
who may
Norway,
succumb to
Finland, and
hypothermia.
Sweden, they vary, right?
Specifically, this
So,
is happening around the Whipple
that is
Federal
like
building
a-
located in Fort Snelling, Minnesota.
That is
So,
like,
you
of
have
course,
ICE
yes.
Gestapo thugs
Like, there's
arresting
nothing to
people,
reconcile.
assaulting
They
them,
are going to
torturing
have
them, and then dumping them out in the
varying
woods in
degrees of
sub-zero
differences,
temperatures.
but
You have feels
the
like
goal
temperatures that
is
can
the
be
same.
-20,
it's a
probably
nationalist
-40
movement
the other week as they
where
hit,
it targets
and you're
a
dumping
weak
half-naked people out
minority
there in the
group,
wilderness
demographic
for them
group,
to fucking die. For them to die.
and has no qualms.
Does this sound like you're
about,
following some sort of highfalutin legal process?
it has, like,
Does this sound like professional
no
law enforcement
issue
officials? I love it when
with
Democrats pretend also.
eliminating the lives
This is
of
not
this
fucking law
demographic
enforcement.
group
When
whatsoever.
we say abolish ICE, we're saying it for a fucking reason.
Like, you hear these ICE
We're saying
agents,
abolish ICE because they
they
are
shoot
functionally
a
the Gestapo.
woman,
That's what they are.
a mother, in a
If you haven't
Honda,
woken up to that yet, I don't
and
know
walk
when we
away
wake up to it.
calling her
We
a
have so
fucking
many horror
bitch.
stories now that we can't even keep up.
You have videos of
Here's
ICE
another one for you.
agents
Quote,
telling the
this is a
protesters,
preschool. There are
like,
kids
didn't you
here.
learn your
Video
lesson from what
shows
we did
ICE
last
agents
week?
deploying tear gas outside
You know?
a Minneapolis preschool. So,
So
they're
yes,
also
there
tear
are
gassing
going to be
outside
varying
preschools.
degrees of
That's
differences. That
How about this one?
they are not.
ICE arrests a 58-year-old
Their
man
alignment
working
is
at
not on
McDonald's
top of each each other,
Minneapolis.
but they are
His teen
parallel,
son
and they
takes
are
his
heading in the
dad's
same
life-saving
goddamn
heart
direction.
medication to the detention facility, And, the
and
ICE
I think
agents
that
laugh
this
at him.
administration is trying to get there so fast
There are wide
because
reports of ICE not allowing these people to take
there
their
are
medicine.
more
There are
things that they
widespread
have because the
reports of
pushback
ICE
I
has
think is
stopped
more
paying
than they
its bills to
bargained
healthcare
for.
providers, and indeed has stopped providing
And there
healthcare
have
at
been
all
lower
to anybody
courts
locked up in their
that have
concentration
stalled
camps.
them.
And that's what they are,
Right?
concentration camps. People have fucking rights. They
So
have rights. This is
they
supposed to be a
are. I
civilized
think they're
country.
like pushing as hard as they
We're
are
not acting like it.
because I don't
acting
think
like a
they
fucking
have
banana
as
republic.
much time
We're acting like
to
fucking 700
consolidate as
BC
much power
at this
as
point.
they need
I mean, this is preposterous.
to
This is
continue
like
through
a
with their
gangster
plan
country
to
run by-
never
run
relinquish
by
power.
vying warlords at this point.
That's
What
my-
is this?
That's
What,
my
did you just
perception of
laugh
what's
at
going
somebody
on.
Because he brought his dad's medicine? Jesus fucking Christ, bro. All right. So here's another post I wanted to share with you from Christy Kimball on Substack. If you don't live in Minneapolis, I need you to know a few things about this occupation. The helicopters don't stop. There are so many abductions from cars that we have a towing moratorium, and there are constantly cars parked haphazardly in the street. These are often running or have their hazards on,
Like-
and they often have glass from broken windows by the wheels.
I-
Even if you're stationary in
I'm
one
telling you,
car,
like,
you will likely see ICE multiple times a day.
this country will
Songs,
never
honking, or whistles on sports
get back
TVs
to
in bars
any
get people to stand up
semblance of
automatically.
normalcy,
Most
like
restaurants,
pre-Donald
even
Trump
those that
normalcy,
aren't owned by immigrants, have
even though you
locked
can
their
argue
doors.
it really wasn't
There was a
normal. There was a lot of
military-style
things we
checkpoint
didn't
by the execution
necessarily
site
pay
of Alice
attention
Ferry
to,
last night, and people had to prove they lived there
but
with ID or mail to get
that
into
will
their
never
neighborhood.
happen
Whatever you
unless
see on the news
every
or Instagram,
single
it's
member
worse.
of this administration
So people
that
have
violated
told me,
people's
somebody posted
constitutional
online,
rights
that they literally
and
see
every
ICE
single
more than the
member of
local
ICE
PD.
that
They're
violated
everywhere.
people's
Grocery
constitutional
store,
rights
gas station, walking down the street, driving the wrong
are
way down the
prosecuted
street, speeding, waving at you, mocking you,
and imprisoned.
They're literally an occupying army.
That is the only
They are
way.
giving this entire city
Like
PTSD.
that is like the. I
Alright,
think
more.
that is the
Chris Hayes on his
foundational
show said the
requirement.
following,
Like,
quote, Donald Trump's
how
masked
much
agents
longer
are still terrorizing
do
Americans.
these
I just got back
elites
from Minneapolis, where I encountered a city in
and
kind of
their
standstill, as if
dumbass
laid siege to during a war.
propaganda,
I cannot overstate the degree to which
brain-addled
ICE has completely altered the
cronies,
texture of daily life there. Folks are leaving
how
their businesses
long
closed
are
in
they
entire strips
going to keep
where the
getting
doors
away
are
with
closed
this
and locked
illegal
because
shit
they don't want ICE coming in,
until
avoid being
the rest of the
harassed or
country
raided.
is like,
Patients
okay,
are foregoing
so
medical care, lest they be violently
the
detained
Constitution
on
really
the way to
doesn't
the
mean
doctor's
anything.
office, even
Like
if they
laws
have
have
urgent
absolutely
medical
no
issues.
meaning whatsoever,
I
up and
talked to
down
a
the
doctor
board.
who described women
You
giving
know?
birth at home for fear of being nabbed by ICE if they went to the hospital. This is what's happening now in this country. This is what's happening now in this country. Remember the other day when Trump pretended like, oh yeah, we're gonna ease up a little bit in Minnesota, and then I posted, based off news we were getting from the ground, that indeed is not true. That if anything, it was a PR stunt to remove the bovine boy Greg Bavino and put in Tom Homan and act
Dude,
like,
what is
oh,
with
yeah,
all
yeah,
these
we're gonna use
frickin'-
self-touch. It was
all
just a
these, like-
PR head fake, and if
these,
anything,
like,
they were
fat dudes and
increasing
short dudes that are,
operations
like-
in the region, and that's exactly what happened. All right, how about
Like,
this
are
one?
they just like hating?
This is a legal document.
Are they
that's
just
been
like
posted
so
online.
disappointed in their
Attached
own
this
lives
order is
that
an
they just
appendix that
hate
identifies
life in general? They have to
96
take it out on
court
everyone
orders
else.
That ICE has violated.
Like
in
that
74
freaking Greg
cases.
Bavina dude, like
ICE
he,
has likely violated
he's
more
like
court orders
5'2",
in
and he's
January
got the
2026
teeth
than
of an
some federal
Uruk-hai
agencies
from
have in their
Lord of the
entire
Rings.
Existence.
Like, dude,
Entire existence.
like not
I
only,
believe
like,
the judge that
I
wrote
would
this
never even
was a
criticize
George W. Bush
the
appointed
way
judge.
anyone looks on the
A right-wing
outside.
judge is looking at this going, you
If
have got to be kidding me.
There
You have got
was
to be kidding me.
compassion,
In fact, a direct quote from him is,
you know,
ICE is
honesty,
not a law unto itself.
you know,
So
like
you-
a
in other
good
words,
person
you
on the
don't just get to do
inside.
the fuck you want.
But if you
You
are
do the fuck you want. You have to follow the
disgusting
law too, motherfucker.
on the
That's what this
inside,
guy's saying.
then I will
my
be
goodness.
sure
Look,
to try to
listen,
pick
I'll
at
say it
every
myself.
single insecurity you might
Where are
have.
the consequences? That's my question.
We
This
both
is
know that
why
if you
I
do that
can
and
speak
target
to the
them
top
after
of
the,
my lungs.
I don't give a fuck.
You need
I
the police in the
do
region to
not
be
give a
ordered.
fuck. It will not cause a civil
Arrest
war.
the ICE Gestapo
No.
thugs when they commit crimes.
Because
The National Guard should be there to
Look at
defend
what
the
they are doing now.
protesters explicitly.
this is exactly
And
what
the
they are doing.
ICE,
Like,
the-
they are,
excuse me, the
right
police,
now, this
both the local
administration
police
is
and the state police
illegitimately
should be ordered
arresting and
to
charging
arrest any
people.
ICE Gestapo thug committing a crime.
They are
There should be
charging
police
journalists
at every single attempt
for
at
filming
ICE
protests.
kidnapping. There
Right?
should be police there,
They are
and should be
shooting
saying,
protesters
"Where's the warrant for the
that
arrest of
are
this person?" They don't
legally
give you an administrative
carrying
warrant,
a
they give you
firearm
judicial warrant.
after
And they don't
taking
give you
his
the judicial
firearm.
warrant because they don't fucking have
Right?
one. You protect those people, and you arrest
So,
the ICE agent if they keep trying to
if
do it.
we, as a
I mean,
country,
that's what it's got to be, bro.
allow
There's no way
this
around it.
behavior
So really, there is a
to just
failure here
if
among
to
local
just
police
oh
departments,
no
state
no
police
no
departments,
worries, you can do
the
it.
fucking mayor, the governor, Tim
All
Walz,
that's
who's
going
being
to
a total pussy
happen
in this moment.
is they are going
It's
to
actually unacceptable.
correct
And now you have
mistakes the
judges,
next time
like,
around,
At this point, I
and
think
they are
the
going to do
judges
better at it.
Want
Like
the
this
local police and the state police and the National
this
Guard to
tumor
enforce the law. That's what
has to be cut out. It has to
And I
be.
know Trump's gonna say, "Oh, now you're
Like,
doing
I
insurrection,
do
so now
not
we're gonna
give
invoke the
a
Insurrection
fuck.
Act." He's gonna fucking do it anyway, even if you never do the right thing.
And this is
he's going
something
to
that
do
really angers
anyway.
me is
Grow
the
up.
I think I mentioned
Realize
this
what's
last
happening.
time
You have to
is
defend
the
yourself. Oh my God.
the idea where there's something
Now, in the midst
that
of
has
all
to
that,
happen, that I feel
midst of
has
all
to
that,
happen, that
ready?
I would argue most people in this country
In
feel has to
2025,
happen.
when Gallup
And
asked
the
if
response
immigration was
is,
generally a good
no,
thing or
that
a bad
won't
thing for the
work,
country,
so
a record 79%
nothing.
of
Like,
US adults call it a good thing now.
something has to
A
be
record
done,
low
and
of
to me, that
17%
is the
see it as
bare
a bad
minimum.
thing. So in other words, everybody was okay with
I
being tough on
do
immigration
not give
until
a
people
fuck.
actually saw what tough on immigration looked like.
Like,
And then
these,
it fucking flipped completely.
once
Now you have a
these
record low
freaking
that says immigration is
LARPers
bad,
and
a
military
record high that says
cosplayers
immigration is good. 71%
that
of people in this
these
country say immigration is a
wife-beating
good thing,
former cops
17% say it's a bad thing.
and
These are numbers which used to be like
basic training
50%
failures,
say it's a good thing, and
Gravy
40%,
Seals,
42% say it's a bad thing,
insecure
right? And now
douche nozzles
record numbers
are put behind bars for violating
an artificial intelligence developer, Anthropic,
what are supposed to
are at
be
odds over potentially eliminating
guaranteed
safeguards that might
rights.
allow the government to use its technology to target weapons.
If they are allowed to
autonomously
get
and
away with
conduct
that,
U.S. domestic surveillance, according to 3 sources.
then
so let me explain to you what's happening here. What's happening here?
they're going to keep
What's
getting
happening
away
here
with it.
is You have one of these, AI.
Like, you can't just
companies
you
are
can't just
finally
not
realizing
go
that
after
Trump's not gonna be
criminals,
around forever,
especially the elites.
and
Oh,
in
don't
fact,
even get
he's
started
probably
with
not
like
gonna
the
be with us that
freaking
much longer.
the Epstein dude,
What's
the
world
Epstein
gonna look like
buddies,
after that?
the Epstein
Do we
crowd.
want legal liability?
Every single
Do
one of
we
them needs
wanna
to have
open
their
ourselves up to
assets
being
seized.
investigated, to being dismantled, to being
Like,
arrested.
I want to
So
take their
they are
private
the ones
jets.
stopping
Like,
people.
I want part of their
The
punishment.
AI company is the one
I want them
pushing
to be in
the brakes and telling
shackles,
people, hey, the government basically
handcuffed
wants
to
us
a chair,
implement the Patriot Act on steroids.
and I want them
The
to
government
watch
basically wants us to make it
as
so that we have
every single one
mass
of their
illegal US
homes.
domestic surveillance.
No, actually,
They wanna
no.
use our
I
technology
want them to watch homeless people
mass domestic
move into their
surveillance.
mansions. That's what I want.
They want to use our technology.
I want them to
for
watch
like AI weaponry.
as their private
And
jets.
So they're saying, look, if we're
are
not gonna
pissed
go through
on.
the proper legal process here, if there's not going to be, if it's not going to be,
That's
like,
what I want.
if there's going to be no safeguards,
And then set on fire.
They're blowing the whistle and saying, we don't even really want to do this shit then. That's
These-
how bad it is right now. That you get more
These
morality
pedophile billionaires
from
have to be
the
held
fucking
accountable, and
AI
these
companies, which
Proud
are
Boy
made to be
insurrectionist
dystopian by their very
ICE
nature.
agents
They are the ones who are fucking
need to be
crazy.
prosecuted as well.
All right, well, really?
It has to.
This unaccountable?
It
No
absolutely
safeguards
has to.
whatsoever? So that is fucking wild, bro.
There
That's
has to be a
fucking
punishment
wild
for this.
that these companies,
Otherwise,
which
our
obviously only
laws
care
do
about
not
money,
matter.
that even they are going, you want us to do what? Wait, you're
If
saying
if
no safeguards?
if they want to start
is
a
absolutely
civil
crazy.
war, if
it'll be
right
interesting
wingers
see what
want to
happens with that
start a
moving
civil
forward, too.
war, because they are
So,
being
let's
held
talk a little bit about this,
to the
too.
same
Trump
constitutional
signs an executive
standard
order
as
declaring,
everybody
you're gonna love
else,
this, a national emergency over Cuba,
then so be it.
and will impose
So
additional tariffs
be it.
on
I am
countries
here
supplying Cuba
in the
with
heart
oil. So
of
that's a shot
Red
at Mexico,
America.
by the way, is what that is. So
And
when Trump
if
did
that
regime
were to
change in
happen,
Venezuela, and now
I would get my
they're
family
doing
out of
a
here as
total oil
quickly as I
embargo when it
could,
comes to Venezuela, and
but
they're
I
stealing
would
the
not
money
shy
from the
away
oil. Well,
from
Venezuela
stating
gave a lot
that
of oil
these
to Cuba. They had a
traitors,
relationship where Cuba would
these
get a lot of oil from
insurrectionists,
Venezuela.
like
So now, without getting Venezuelan oil, Cuba's got a massive
what do you
shortfall of
call
oil
it?
that they
The
need. So Mexico had to like step it up and send more oil, and it
the
looks
people
like,
that like intentionally
Cuba's
betray
really
the company,
struggling, and
not
there's
just
this
traitors. There's
expectation
another
of a
word for
collapse,
it,
and the US
a
has
legal term I
decided
can't
to
think.
turn the screws and also do the same kind of oil embargo
That's
on
what they
Cuba
are.
that they did
Every
on
single one of
Venezuela.
them.
And so, what Trump is doing here, make no mistake about it.
Like, they've been hiding
this
it.
is-
Like,
this
they've
is
been
war.
hiding it for
This
so
counts as
long.
flat-out war being declared on Cuba, because what they're saying is we're going to block all the oil from
Like,
coming into
they
your
said
country,
they were for
and
gun
we wanna
rights,
make it so the people in your country
but then
fucking starve,
it
and they
finally
can't do
came out
this.
that they're only
And
for
then
gun
it's like
rights
either starve to death or
if
try to do
you
regime change,
vote
okay,
for
and put a
if you
US
vote
puppet
right wing.
in your country. So
It's not even conservative. They're
this
not
is a
conservative because
war
they're not trying to
that Trump
conserve
just
anything.
declared on Cuba.
That's like
And he has the
horseshit
nerve
right
to
now.
say that I'm gonna sign anything
They
in order to declare
they
a
claimed
national
they were all about
emergency
free
over Cuba.
speech,
There's
that
no
their
national
free
emergency.
speech was
There's
being
no protest
violated
whatsoever in
because
any way, shape, or
a
form.
private company
But this is the
wasn't
trick.
letting them
This
post
is the
Nazi
trick that
shit,
authoritarians use.
right?
With this one weird trick,
But then
you can seize power forever and do whatever the fuck
they
you
turn
want.
around
Just declare an emergency.
and start.
Oh, it's an emergency.
Uh,
the normal rules don't apply. The normal process.
It gets
doesn't
purchased
apply.
by
We
a
don't have
right-wing
to go through
billionaire
Congress in order to declare
who
war now. We don't have to
immediately
go through
does
for
the
any
exact
reason whatsoever.
opposite and
We
starts
declared a
restricting
national emergency, so I have emergency
left-wing
powers, So I can
influencers.
do whatever I want.
So
And this is
they're
the
not
trick
for
he's
free
been using,
speech.
that fascist trick he's been
They are
using
for
to basically
their
try to
speech.
circumvent accountability on a variety of issues,
And
do
they're
whatever the
against
fuck he
speech that
wants.
they don't like. Speech that
And so
hurts
here
their
we are.
little
So now, also further threatening our relationship
baby
with
right-wing
Mexico, another one of our close
feelings.
allies. I mean, this is
It's
beyond egregious.
it
It's
cramps
beyond
their
egregious.
little
And his warmongering is
evangelical
completely and
hearts.
utterly out of control.
You know,
Dick Cheney is blushing. George W. Bush
bunch
is
of pussies,
blushing
man.
over this extent of warmongering.
And like
Now,
the
to
fact
that
that they
point,
have so
Rubio
long
was testifying in front of a
tried
committee a
to
second ago.
project this
And,
tough
we have this
persona
post here from
because
Robert
they're
Reed.
so
He says,
proud of their guns.
Rubio is
Like
acting like an imperial
a
viceroy,
person that was
dictating Venezuela's
genuinely
oil
confident
revenues monthly.
in themselves,
U.S. is seizing oil money
and
at
like
gunpoint and siphoning off the top.
like had
This will not go
actual
well.
like
The people will end up
masculine
hating
energy,
America
would
and
not
resist
feel
at
the
every
need
turn. Chaos is
to
coming.
project
So that's exactly what
this like
Marco Rubio is doing. And
absurd
he's fucking
show
open about
of
it, that he's
strength.
basically the imperial viceroy.
Like,
of
you know what I mean?
Venezuela, and he's stealing their oil money. He admitted in this hearing, yeah, we took hundreds of millions of dollars from the oil sale and we
No,
put it
fuck
in a
'em.
private account in Qatar. That's what we did. He admitted that.
Because
he said it out loud, bro.
you say like
As if that's not
it'll
the most
cause a
important thing
civil
anybody's ever
war
heard ever.
in the future.
So it's in a fucking private account.
Look
where
how
only
fucking
Trump
close
can
we are
control it.
now.
Are you mental? The fucking
Yeah.
money from the sale
Like
of
we are
Venezuelan
already
oil?
almost there. Like you've
God,
got
we can't get to these Nuremberg trials fast enough, bro.
you have
Holy
got
shit, this is so
freaking
crazy.
VA nurses that bike for fun,
To say that the world we live in now is Orwellian is
trying
a
to
fucking
help
understatement, okay? Ready for this?
prevent
Rand Paul says
women from
in
being
this, committee hearing where he's grilling
assaulted by
He
agents
says,
and being killed for it.
if a country bombed our air defense missiles,
And you know what?
captured and removed our president,
I do
and
not
blockaded
give
our
a
country,
shit if he
would that be
broke
considered
an ICE agent's an ICE vehicle's
So you see the
taillight the
point he's
week
trying to
before.
make
I
is that,
don't.
like,
That is
you
not a
guys did this to
justification for
Venezuela, and
murder.
you have the nerve to tell us you didn't declare war on Venezuela? It's
Not
an
by
active war?
any stretch.
You have the nerve to do this.
What that
and he
shows
goes,
to me
"Yes,
is that actually it went
That's like when
from
Vladimir Putin
manslaughter
invaded Ukraine, and he goes, "No,
to
no, no, no,
what
no,
was it,
war.
murder one
It's
maybe,
just a
where
special
they
military
actually like go after the person.
Motherfucker, it's a war. If it walks like a duck,
You know?
it walks like a duck, it's a war. I guess it just quacks like a duck. No, not talks. But anyway, you get the point. It's a
No,
war.
like
It's a fucking war.
fuck
So,
these
Rand
guys,
Paul asked
man.
Rubio that, and Rubio said,
ICE has to be
"We just
abolished.
don't believe this operation comes
These
anywhere
every
close to
single
the
one of these
constitutional
billionaires has to be
definition."
prosecuted and have their assets seized.
Paul says,
That
"Of
includes
course it would be an
Elon
active war."
Musk,
And again,
Larry
this is the imperial
and David
hypocrisy,
Ellison.
where
Uh,
we get to do whatever we want to you,
Jeff
and we
Bezos
can
is
lie about it,
kinda
so it's not a war.
keeping his
But
mouth shut.
God
He's
forbid,
still absurd.
China decided,
And I don't like
"We're gonna
Amazon,
embargo
but
the entire US,
he's
and
not
we're
doing
gonna
anything like
bomb
outwardly
Washington, D.C.,
outrageous
talk
except for
about it,
like
in fact, and we're gonna kidnap the
making
president.
sure people
But don't worry,
lose
it was a
jobs. But
limited operation, so it's not a war. We were already laughing.
who else? Sam
We would
Altman,
all- oh, fucking finger up the red button, we're about to nuke this
Peter
motherfucker.
Thiel.
That's how we would be reacting. But we do it to them. and it's like
every single
the hubris
person
of these men is fucking,
that has flown on an
they might
Epstein
actually be the
flight
most arrogant and
needs
hubristic
to
men
be
of all
investigated to the
time.
fullest
Of all
extent.
fucking time.
Like they need to
Alright,
have
more.
every aspect of their lives
Rubio says in this
like
committee hearing
flossed.
that U.S. forces are amassing in the region in Iran to potentially, quote, preemptively prevent Iran from attacking U.S. forces already in the region.
Because like
Again, Orwell. Think of Orwell.
prosecutions,
The parties demand you reject the evidence
convictions,
of your eyes and ears. Their most essential command.
prison
That's what this is.
sentences,
Oh, no.
those
We're
are
not
supposed to
on
be
offense.
a
Rubio says
deterrent
US forces are
against
amassing in the
similar
region by
actions in the
Iran to
it's
preemptively
twofold,
prevent Iran
a
from
punishment
attacking US
for the
forces
crime
that are already in the
and a
region.
deterrent
You can just
against
not be there.
uh,
So, as Michael Tracy says,
a deterrent
Christian
against
especially
similar
after Trump
crimes
just
in the
announced
future.
he's sending a massive armada
And
threatened, quote,
if
far
we
worse attack
do not
than
hold them
just last
accountable
June.
for those
So I told
crimes,
you guys this, I'm gonna say it again right here.
then
Donald Trump will
there will
attack
be
Iran
no
again.
future
He's
deterrence.
going to attack Iran again.
None.
The reason he didn't do it before
Like, I know that
is
you
because
know
we
this.
didn't have that armada in the region anymore because he had sent them to Venezuela for our illegal war
And
over there. Well, he just sent them back attack.
I bet your gut
Iran,
instinct is
and
like,
he's gonna attack Iran
ew,
again.
too much federal
And
power.
One of the reasons for doing this
But
is also to distract from the Gestapo running
you
wild
know
and
that
murdering Americans
that
and his plummeting poll numbers here at home. And this is the way Trump thinks, by the way.
27 of
And
these
there's a billion
states
posts of him saying this
are
about
not
Obama.
going to
Obama's gonna
prosecute
attack Iran. Yes,
the
that's what
the
Obama's
J6ers,
gonna do.
the
Trump
Proud
actually thinks,
Boys,
like, oh, this will help.
or these ICE agents. Like, you know
It's
that.
not, 'cause there was no,
And I know the
massive
instinct
propaganda
is like,
onslaught.
ooh,
Nobody's
that's
scared of Iran
scary.
attacking us. So people are gonna go, why the fuck are you attacking Iran?
But there's
Venezuela,
literally
attacking
no
Iran?
other way to
Everybody
hold these
now
people
knows, Don,
accountable,
everybody knows.
except federally.
You're the warmonger. You're the problem. Everybody knows you're the aggressor.
And these social
You're
media
the baddie.
apps,
There's no plausible
there has to
deniability
be
anymore. It's naked. It's
federal
out there in the open.
legislation,
You're
not
a
state,
colonialist. You have
because
blood soaked all
the
over
social
not just
media
your hands,
apps
all over
extend
your
across the whole
gelatinous
country,
body.
right?
So it's just
Your
incredible.
favorite,
It's just
your
incredible.
most
So they're
your
gonna
most
attack Iran
loved
again. It's gonna
commerce
happen.
clause,
It's
right?
gonna happen. All right, ready?
There needs to be
more.
legislation reining
In a
in
bombshell revelation,
these social
EU
media
sources have now
applications.
disclosed that Europe
And
successfully
I don't
used
mean in the
US
form
debt
of
securities
restrictions,
to pressure Trump on Greenland.
but
A
I
Danish
would
pension
definitely
fund
mean
had
in the
began
form of
dumping debt
transparency,
securities,
you know?
and the EU was ready to do the same
Like,
on a
here's
massive
the
scale
algorithm,
to
here's how it
crumble
works,
the
here's
US
how
economy.
what it's going to show you, right?
Damn.
But as of right now, they have
So,
no
in other words,
obligation to show that
you
to
heard it
anybody.
was all getting to a fever pitch.
Like, here's
Trump was
where
like,
here's your data,
"We need
here's
to
what we're
have
doing with your
Greenland,
data,
have to
here's
have
how we
Greenland,
collect
it's
it,
super
here's where
important,
we're
national
sending it to.
security, I really
None
have
of that
to
exists
have
right now.
Greenland, there's no
None
way
of
around
it.
He kept saying it. And Europe was getting more and more antsy, and they were getting, hey, dog, chill the fuck out.
But there is
Chill
no
the fuck out. You saw them, they were all saying that. It
there's
was all
no
clear that
reason
they were like, oh my God, it's
for
about to
a
happen. Like,
single
NATO's gonna be totally broken up. The US is
autistic,
gonna be totally
cringy
isolated.
billionaire
We're gonna have to cut off fucking trade with them.
that
It's about
has to
be
pay
the
women to
whole
have his
global
children
order shattered. Not even like
has
a
control
tapering off of it, which is what's happening right now, but like ruptured. Right?
over
So Mark Carney gave a speech, he was
one,
like, "Hey,
probably
dog, it's
the,
over.
at the
US
time of the
overcooked.
purchase,
They're
number
basically
one
pirates. They're total
distribution
psychopaths.
of
It's a rogue
information
state.
in the
They don't
United
give a fuck
States.
about the law. They'll turn their backs on any of us at any given moment.
It
So, like, we gotta move
especially
on. It
made
is
it
what is.
worse
Everybody deal with it. That's where we
after
are because of the
he
shit Trump was saying. Why did Trump back
backed
off at the
Trump.
last minute?
Like, that
Why
should have
did
been like right there. Like, no, okay, you want to back this political candidate? You are not allowed to own this this media company. Not even social, just media company,
Because of this. Because
right?
Europe in particular, but the world more generally.
Like, there's
was
such a
like, oh,
conflict of interest. It's
we'll
disgusting.
just fucking absolutely
And, like, I'm not
liberate dollar
against-
in one fell swoop.
I'm not
We'll
against
all dump
media
US
owners
treasuries.
having
And, like,
biases.
you'll have a fucking dollar
Like,
collapse.
You can
And the
have
US
a
economy will
bias
just be cooked as far as the eye can see.
and still be
apparently, that
capable
made
of
him back
presenting
off.
the
But
truth.
that's interesting because I also
Like,
believe
accurate
that
information
it
to
looks
the
like
best
he's
of
almost
your
trying to
ability.
engineer the dollar collapse. And he could be doing that so that
But it's clear
he
that's
and
not
his
what's
fellow
happening. Oh, phone
billionaire
call.
Epstein class members can buy up everything
BRB.
on the cheap and make you a slave peasant to them. And the other theory is take the dollar and sort of replace it with crypto, which he's heavily invested in, which he's already made $1 gazillion off of, and he'll make $1 gazillion more. So I'm a little conflicted on what exactly is going on here, because part of me thinks he's engineering the dollar collapse. He even said it was literally, quote, great the other day that the dollar went down. So I don't know exactly what's going on here, but there is now reporting that the threat to basically pull the rug out underneath from the dollar, like all in one fell swoop, made him go, all right, you got it. So we'll see. But if that point of leverage works, then this whole thing, I mean, Trump has been out over his skis this entire time because he acts like we're the indispensable nation and we're omnipotent and nobody can disagree with us. But he's admitting here, actually, you could easily get us to stop doing whatever the fuck we're doing just by playing hardball and actually fucking pulling the rug out from underneath the dollar. So, I don't know. Like I said, he's either a Manchurian candidate or he's so stupid that he functionally acts as a Manchurian
And on an
candidate
international
without
level, like,
being a
I
Manchurian
legitimately
candidate.
don't
Those
want
are the
this to
options.
happen
Those are the options at this point.
because this would
All right,
harm
more.
myself and
Bill
so many
Maher
people, other people
was
economically.
on, I guess came back for
But these
his
other
show
countries,
this past week, and
they need to,
he
like,
thought that he
they
nailed
need to
this so
sanction the
hard that
United
this is a
States.
portion that he
Economically
tweeted,
sanctioned, trade
okay?
sanctions.
Bill Maher says,
They have to be
quote,
like, you know what?
if Trump
You're a
somehow gets
douche.
Venezuela, Cuba, and
Like,
Iran
you
all to
go
fall,
ahead,
he
be
should
the
get
number
Nobel
one
Peace
military
Prize.
superpower, but see how effective your defense
By the way,
contractors are
left-winger.
when
By
the
the way,
rest of the world stops
Democrat,
buying,
right? Like this
stops
guy's
funding
been on
them.
TV since like the fucking 1980s, and he's supposed to be
See
the
how effective your
representative of the
economic
West
system
flank.
is
And here he is going,
when
I would love it if we had regime
China
change in
stops
Venezuela,
importing,
Cuba, and Iran all at once.
uh,
By the way, that won't lead
manufactured
to immense death and
products.
destruction.
no?
That won't lead to global chaos. That won't lead to a massive refugee crisis. That won't lead to countless blowback problems. No, not at all. It'll go swimmingly.
The only
they
language
show
this
casually
administration
and-
understands
and nonchalantly
is
they don't give
force
a
and
fuck
threats.
about these
That's
other
it.
countries and their stability and their well-being. And it's just like he's got the propaganda baked in his mind. Venezuela bad, Cuba bad, Iran bad.
That's
So
the only
now
time
if-
he ever
if
retreats
Trump overthrows all of them,
with his
that'd be
dumb
worthy of
shit.
The Nobel Peace Prize.
is when another country is like,
But,
you know what?
I had this Kyle rule of like,
Go for it,
you
buddy.
should never get a Nobel Peace Prize if you've ordered
He'll
a
like,
strike. Expand that
he'll like
rule.
create a problem,
Expand that rule to like
negotiate it
if
back
you've ever
to
made any
a
foreign
sense of
policy decision
normalcy,
that leads to the overthrow of a
and
country,
then
you should
talk
get a
about how
Nobel.
successful the art of the deal was.
Because like this is destabilization by definition.
It's stupid.
And none of these guys see the downsides because he's high on American supremacy.
I gotta say, like,
Functionally, he is
I
an
thought,
American exceptionalist, which is an
like,
American
I knew
supremacist.
that there were portions of
That's
this
what he
country
is.
that were
He thinks
poorly
they have a right to
educated.
do whatever the fuck they want to do.
You know, I knew that,
International
especially
law
like
doesn't
inner
apply to us.
cities,
He thinks it's
and you know, like
international law shouldn't apply to us.
the poor, like
I mean, this is
rural
fucking
areas,
brainworms.
like.
This is brainworms.
But I had no
This guy is
idea.
not
I mean, we have like a basic
The spirit
education
of what he
system.
said,
Like,
without a doubt.
I
This is
honestly
who this
thought
guy
that
is.
like
So
high
you
schools
love
were
the Vietnam
decent
War. Oh, not
at,
China,
you know,
would
teaching
love
critical
war
thinking
over those
skills.
Venezuela, Cuba,
You know,
and Iran, all
enough,
So just, you know,
enough
fucking
to,
war boner all day
you know,
long.
enough
They're
critical
all these
thinking
fucking
skills to where
dick fucking
if you see a video
creatures. I was trying to
of a protester getting murdered,
geriatric creatures
that your
who
first
apparently can't get a little pee-pee hard unless
response
there's, you know, 7 new
isn't
wars going
to
on.
claim,
People are so
no, that's not
disgusting.
what happened.
They're so
You know,
disgusting. From his
what?
comfy air-conditioned studio in LA. Yeah, more war. Take out Venezuela and Cuba and Iran. Yeah, do that. Like, Jesus Christ. God, I hate him so much. God, I hate him so much. So, by the way, this is the landscape of the media,
Like,
right? You
it's
have
been,
Fox News,
you know,
One
most
American
this
News,
past year
Newsmax,
from
you have CBS now.
my
These are just flat out right-wing outlets. They're just
perspective
flat out
has
right-wing
been filled
outlets.
with like
Then you
hate,
have, like,
anger,
CNN, ABC,
frustration, but
NBC,
like
and, like, the
I'm
right-wing
like
news. And
I'm
those are
actually
the
worried.
false equivalents of both sides
You know?
outlets. There's like no option on the menu. That's just left wing. You have MSNBC,
I don't-
which is liberal, but there's no actual
Yeah,
option. that's
I'm worried.
left-wing.
Like,
so
in,
the whole media apparatus
you know,
is
I'm
biased
living
to the
here.
right, where the
Like,
so-called liberal
what
Bill
happens to
Maher
this
is out
country
there going,
happens to me and to my
"Wouldn't Trump
family.
be awesome if he overthrew Venezuela, Cuba, and Iran?" Oh my God.
So anyway,
um,
back to the
Trump actually
question I
said
asked
laugh
you.
out loud when it came to the issue of
The reason I
prices.
asked is because
He said,
obviously
quote, "People are in their homes.
I
We're gonna
do
keep
not
them
believe
wealthy.
that my
We're gonna
statements
keep
were
those prices
extreme.
up.
I
We're
think
not gonna
that
destroy the value
when
of
my
their
friend
homes
was
so that
telling
somebody
me
who didn't work
they were
very hard
extreme,
can buy a home.
I have a feeling that
Like,
the
literally
sense of
admitting, "I want the prices
sense
to
of
be
the
up. I
extreme
want the
came
prices
from
to be high." He
my
cares more about
persistence
the
and
value
pushiness as opposed to the message itself.
dying boomer
You know,
than he cares
combination.
about millennial
But
or Gen
I didn't
Z
feel that way.
ever being able to buy a home. Basically signaling to
But
them,
you know,
fuck you, fuck them kids. Like,
I
part
am
of the American
definitely
dream is being able to purchase a home.
reconsidering.
And so, and
I don't necessarily
I care more
agree,
about
but
the 82-year-old retired
I'm worried
play
too. But
golfer
he's
every day.
temporary and he's done
He
some
has
good
still
stuff.
has
He's
$1
finally
million
got drug prices down, for
I care more
example.
about that guy.
I
than
don't
care
give a
about you.
fuck
So
about
he
drug
doesn't even
prices.
view housing crisis
That
as
is
a housing
like
crisis. He doesn't even view
that is
the price of homes
one of
being
the
outrageous.
least of
He
our
doesn't even view
problems.
that as a
Like,
problem. In fact, he
what
says,
good?
"Let's make it worse.
What good are
Let's
lower
make it
drug
worse. Let's make it
prices
harder to buy a home."
if
So,
millions of people are
Jared
kicked
Holmes
off of their health care insurance and can't
JD
afford the
Vance
goddamn
blamed
drugs
high
anyway?
home prices
You know?
on undocumented immigrants,
I'm obese, need the
implying
fat
that
shot,
ICE
now
raids
it's
might
affordable.
make housing
Dude,
more
like I am
affordable.
genuinely
Trump just said
happy
straight
for
up,
you, but
they aren't going to do anything.
I have to point out, you probably know this better than I do. I do have a relative that is an ER doctor, and she explained this to me, and that the Ozempic stuff is given for diabetes diagnoses, and the number one cause of diabetes is obesity.
They're all frauds. Every single
So
one of them.
the health insurance was giving the shots for diabetes,
All right, Megyn Kelly,
but
disgusting,
as they
putrid,
became less
vile little
obese,
hateful demon,
their diabetes also
she went
rescinded.
on her show and she
Right?
sent a message to the Trump administration.
So when
that
when
if
they would get
decide to go
tested
after-
and
if they decide
their
to only
diabetes
go
was
after
gone because they lost,
criminal, illegal
you know, enough
aliens,
weight
she's
to
against that. Quote,
become
"I'm
somewhat
sorry,
healthy
but that's
again,
not what we voted
the
for.
health insurance
We
would
voted
deny
for
it
them
and
to
say they didn't need it
all
because they were no
get
longer
out.
diabetic.
All.
Like,
So tens of millions of immigrants.
how
he
goddamn
wants to
stupid
kick
is
out.
that?
Let's remember, guys.
So now I'll be able to
95%
afford
of
it.
the people that ICE are rounding up
Like,
have no criminal record already. 95% of them. And Megyn
yeah,
Kelly
that's
was
like
asked,
another
hey,
another thing I have a
that
problem
was
with, like the
99.9%
the health
of the
insurance industry.
And In fact, immigrants commit crimes
That
at a
shit
lower
has to
rate
go.
than native-born
It
men.
has to.
I don't
It
care.
is a
Let's
middleman
just
for the
get all
sake
the
of being
immigrants
a
out. Are
middleman.
you brown?
That's it.
Do you
Like,
speak
they do
Spanish?
nothing. They are
How about you
nothing
get out skis?
but
That's it.
a
That's what
an,
fucking Megyn
an
Kelly is saying.
extra barrier between you and your
People like
doctor.
this, bro,
That's
hey,
it.
look,
That's all they're
get
there
mad
for.
when
They're
you
like,
call them racist.
they
They get
legitimately,
mad when you call them white supremacists. They get mad when you say
healthcare
you're trying to create a
insurance
white
companies
ethnicity.
were legitimately
And
created
certainly in my experience, I don't know about you guys,
for the
but
purpose of taking
literally,
people's
like,
money
all of the best people I know are immigrants.
and
They are the hardest working,
giving
they're the
some of
most
it to doctors and
family-oriented,
keeping
they're the
most of it for
reliable,
themselves.
They're the most honest, they're the most trustworthy, they're always
And,
there for you.
like,
These
what
are
kind
just
of an
flat out
industry-
good people.
what kind of
They're
an
just flat good
industry
people. And what's happening is
profits
the
off of
worst of
denying
America is
people
waging
health
war
care?
on the best of
Like, how
America.
fucked
That's
up
what's
is that?
happening. The worst are
Health
waging
insurance
war on
saying
the
we have no
best.
health care, it's sick
And
care.
Megyn Kelly
Yeah,
goes, I
yeah.
love that. I'll be on the side
Like,
of the worst.
you don't
I am the
have-
worst. I am the worst. Fucking wealthy ass
And when I
rich
say
and
you, I mean the
gay
general you, but obviously
comfortably
you
spew
specifically,
their
since you're
violent
saying
evil
this,
opinions. But
since you're
some
putting that
fucking
out there,
landscaper
like,
busts his ass 24/7.
like,
That guy's the
people
problem.
are no longer
Cuts the
seeking,
lawn is the fucking
you know,
somebody who does
preventative health care.
incredibly difficult work
You know,
of
like
elder
their,
care.
you know, yearly or
The problem
6-month
with their
checkups,
care,
you know?
like, shut the fuck
Like,
up.
they're no longer doing that. So when they do have an issue, it's compounded
Ready
exponentially.
for this?
And the problem's worse when
Because
it could have been
smart parties
prevented
being real and telling
had it been
America,
affordable
hey, you guys are cooked,
to
you guys are
go
done, and no one
every
likes
year
you
for the
anymore.
past 10 years.
Trump is trying to fight back against them again. And so, listen to this. The Trump administration has
So there
held
are-
covert meetings
there are
with
several
fringe
policies
separatists from the oil-rich
that a
Canadian
candidate
province
could have
Alberta
that is
as a
pretty
rift
much
deepens between
guaranteed to have
Washington
my
and
support.
Ottawa.
One is abolishing
So there's
ICE.
this group pushing Alberta
And
independence.
at the
this
bare
right-wing
minimum,
group
I
pushing
want
Alberta
prosecuting
independence.
ICE, but, you know,
Now
let's
got
start with
Scott
abolishing
Bessent,
them,
for
right?
example, feeding into this, going, oh, people in Alberta are saying they want to secede from Canada. Maybe they want to join the U.S., and that's exactly what's happening. And
Healthcare
so,
for all.
guys,
You
understand
know?
what's happening here. This is
No,
literally
no
the
more
United
like,
States now using
I don't care.
the
Tank the
playbook
healthcare
Russia
industry.
used
You know United
to
Healthcare?
invade Ukraine.
United
Now,
Healthcare,
Russia was like,
the
oh,
healthcare insurance
John
company,
Paul, they're ethnic
the
Russian,
that
and
profits
they
off
actually
of denying
want to be
healthcare.
and they're all sorts of oppressed,
Their
and we're gonna go in there
healthcare
and save
insurance
them,
company
and we're gonna
alone
denazify Ukraine.
employs
All that
about
propaganda,
10%
propaganda we're using
of
for
all
Alberta.
medical
It's all
health
because-
professionals
because Mark Carney
in the
pissed
United
off
States.
by telling the truth.
Like,
So
you know how
now,
much better
even
our
Canada's
healthcare
not safe,
service would
even
be
Canada's not safe.
if
Guys, I need the
United Healthcare was just completely
There's no
disbanded,
stopping this
and
unless
those
you force it
healthcare
to
workers
stop.
got to
Which means
distribute
you have
across
to
the rest of the
embargo
country
US, you have
to
cut off your trade deals with the US,
actual
you have
medical
to
facilities.
dump your US treasuries.
You know?
There's no way to make it stop but to force it to stop.
Like how much more
they are not
efficient the
gonna be
process would
negotiated
be.
with, they're not going to be reasoned with. They are completely
You wouldn't be
irrational.
waiting
They're
in
irrational
emergency
actors,
rooms, you know?
And they act like bull-headed freaks. Okay? And Trump might literally be
But yeah,
senile, like
so
he actually has
abolishing ICE,
Alzheimer's.
healthcare
So,
for all,
do with that what you will, but don't abuse it. The last thing you can do is abuse it.
ending the
All right, this is terrifying. So Democracy Docket posted this.
PACs
By
and
the way, I
super
also recommend
PACs,
you guys follow Democracy
like a
Docket
constitutional amendment
because they do a
to
really great job at showing the threats to democracy
seriously
from the right. And Democracy Docket says,
neuter
"Breaking
our
Republican
campaign
lawmakers unveil
finance."
the Make Elections Great a new bill that would impose
Congressional
the most
stock
extreme
trading
federal
has to
voting
end.
restrictions in history. The
But
new
if we
measure
abolish ICE
would
completely,
go
how
far
do we deal
beyond
with the
the
truly
SAFE
bad
Act by
illegals?
imposing strict
That's what
voter
DHS
ID
was already there
which
for.
is voter disenfranchisement,
ICE
by
was
the way.
originally
Mandating
instituted
voter roll
to
purges,
follow up
which is one of the tricks
with
they use to steal elections.
paperwork
Banning
discrepancies.
mail voting completely
People
and
who
more.
were late
So they're
filing
going for
their
it. They are
immigration
fucking going
paperwork.
for it.
That was what ICE was for.
And we need to push back.
That's what it was implemented
We need
for.
to not allow this to happen.
Not
in any way, shape, or
this.
form, because I'm telling you, man, they know
And
they're cooked for the midterms and for the
the
next election.
implementation of
They're doing
ICE came after
everything they
9/11,
can to not allow them to be
when
free and fair.
the
So
Bush
as Bill
administration
Silver says,
convinced us it was in our
the
best
president is getting his
interest
2020 election ideas
to
from a
give up
Somali
some of our
pirate affiliate known
privacy
as the
rights
Harris.
for the
So there's
Patriot
an
Act.
ABC News article where they talk about
know?
this, how Trump's like posting insane things on Truth
So
Social,
trust
like
me, if
reposting other
you got
feeds
Border
on Truth
Patrol
Social, and he's
and you
actually
got
believing the stuff that he's reading. One of
DHS
the things
agents,
says, "Late Wednesday
getting
night,
rid
the
of
president
ICE,
reposted to his social media platform a
all
claim
you'd
that
be doing
Italian military
is
satellites
getting rid
have
of
been
these
used to hack
white
into US
nationalist
voting
Proud
machines to
Boys
flip
out
votes
of our
from
federal
Trump to
system.
Biden. So
And
now
they
the
would no
Italians
longer
are
be
doing
able to
not
kill
just Hugo Chavez, who was
and
there,
murder
by the way, but
protesters,
one of the theories that they had was Hugo
kidnap
Chavez
kidnap children, starve and murder detainees, there is nothing bad that will come out of abolishing ICE.
By a woman who went by several aliases, including the Heiress, and was known at the Pentagon for her claimed ties to Somali pirates. She passed her material off to a National Security Council official at a supermarket parking lot.
And not
in
to mention,
Burlington.
you
So these are the
say,
people-
how do we
Trump
deal
is
with the
using
truly
this as
bad
proof
illegals?
that the election was
You
stolen.
have to remember
And now he's cooking
that
up a whole bunch of bullshit,
the,
led by Tulsi Gabbard, trying to pretend like 2020 was stolen,
the violent
to further
criminal
crack
rates
down, send
and
the
the
military
non-violent
to try to
criminal
rig
rates
2026, seize the voting
of
machines, all that
immigrants,
stuff is now on the table.
legal and illegal,
the
both,
myth-making around 2020
combined,
is how they
is
justify and rationalize doing
less
this at all.
than
Okay?
the crime
Ready for
rates
this?
of
So,
natural-born
the Republican company
American
that
citizens.
bought Dominion Voting not that long ago. We talked
They
about it on the show,
legitimately
that
commit
the Dominion
crimes
voting machine
at a
company was
lower
bought
rate
by a MAGA outfit.
because
That's like red alert
they
right there,
don't want
okay?
to be caught. They
So
don't
that
want to be
company
kicked out.
That bought
You
the
know?
Dominion voting machine. The Dominion voting company, excuse me.
I have many
is
friends who are
based in
illegals. They're
Missouri,
great people, but we definitely need to
which
get
is
rid of the
where
bad
the
illegals. So,
warrant for the Fulton
again,
raid came from. The
this
raid
is
of
what you
Fulton
are saying
towards the
is
balance
not
that just happened.
untrue, okay?
So Trump
And I don't want to.
buys the voting company.
I don't want to
Okay.
uh,
Claims tampering in an
say that
affidavit,
that's not true.
files it federally,
You know, if there is an
and that
immigrant
forces a judge to
that is
approve a
committing
warrant,
violent crimes,
and then Trump
you
can
know,
pardon
like
the federal
sexual
perjury
assaults,
charge
murders,
if it ever surfaces.
they do need
So
to be
this was
deported
all
100%.
part of a
But
detailed plan
you have to
to
remember
get in there,
that,
say the
again,
2020 election was stolen,
the
and steal
crime
the next
rates
one.
of immigrants,
So we
legals
have
and illegals,
Adam Cochran
is
says this has
significantly lower
clearly been in the works for
than
months.
U.S. citizens.
They bought out Dominion to support their
You
own
are
story.
safer
This is the kind of conspiracy
on a
MAGA
bus
dream
full
up
of
all day long,
illegal
but somehow
immigrants
they
from
can't see the
Mexico
corruption when it's in front of
than
their
you
faces.
are
So yes,
on a
the whole
bus
Fulton raid, I
full
was
of
wondering
blonde
this
white
thing, how was this
dudes
fucking approved? How was the raid of Fulton
from a
approved?
frat house.
Now you know how. Because some MAGA
Okay?
hack bought Dominion,
Keep that in
made
mind.
up some bullshit about how were problems with it,
And
that forced a judge to issue the warrant. And
another
they
thing
went
that you
in
have to
and seized
realize
all the
is that the
ballots
overwhelming
from
majority
Fulton County. By the
of
way, that's the place,
deportations that
Georgia,
ICE has
where
been
Trump said,
credited
"I
with,
need 11,000
that they
votes,
credit
I need
themselves with,
11,000 votes."
is
So
because
now,
they go
my guess
through
is
the
they're
state
gonna come out and say,
and
"Oh,
local
we looked through
prison
all the
systems.
ballots. It turns out there were more
They
than 11,000
people who have
ballots
already been
actually
tried,
from
because
Trump
remember,
to Biden."
even if
They're
you're
gonna
an
make up some
illegal
bullshit.
immigrant
Guys, we are
or a
in
tourist,
a position that
you are
we've never
still
fucking
supposed
been in.
to
I need you
have
understand that.
constitutional
I need you to
rights
understand that.
just for
Everybody
being
needs to
on
ready for
American
what's coming.
soil,
He will destroy
whether
this
you're
country.
illegal or not.
He's going to try to hang on to power.
They were
He's going
convicted
to
of a
try
crime.
to end our democracy
They
completely.
were sent to prison
And like the wheels
to
are
serve
already in
their
motion.
their
People cannot be
sentence,
flat-footed about this.
and after
It's
which they would
incredible
probably
what
get
we're going
deported,
through
right?
now. It is incredible
After they
what's
serve their
happening.
sentence.
And don't shove your fucking head in the sand.
But what ICE is doing, they're finding the
Alright,
people
so
that have
we
already
have
been
some new Pew
convicted,
research numbers that came out.
taking them out of the
Americans
prison
expressed the
system,
least amount of confidence in Trump
and
to
sending them
act
back.
ethically in
And
office.
I don't know
Only
if you saw the
21% of
story.
Americans are extremely
There was
very
a
confident that Trump acts,
I don't. I
ethically.
think he was. I don't remember what
60%
country he was
have
from.
little or no confidence in
Central or
him
South
acting
American country.
ethically. In an unusual moment,
Was
President
about to
Trump
face
was
trial
fact-checked
for
by
like
a
millions
woman
of dollars
in
in
the
fraud,
crowd at his
like
Iowa
theft,
speech the
fraud,
other
stuff
day.
like that.
And you know how
He was
Trump
about to go
goes
on
through
trial
his,
for this.
goes through his standard lines whenever he does
He
public speeches, like,
volunteered to
"I
get
got $18
deported,
trillion coming
and
into
now
this
he will
country. I
never
stopped
face
paying
trial
wars."
for
He'll
stealing
do
millions
all
of
these
dollars
things,
from
right?
Americans.
So Trump claimed gas is
You
down
know,
to 195 and 185.
this is
and
what's.
then a woman
This
in
is
the
just
audience
what we
at a
know
MAGA
of.
rally shouts out,
This is
"No,
what we
it's
find out
263."
from an
It was
administration
269 at the station right outside
and
the venue,
a
and the
government,
state
a
average
federal
was
agency
257.
that is doing everything they can
He lies.
to hide what
And
they're
in the
doing.
past, his people would sit there,
Right.
"Oh, yeah, I agree." Now, they're all feeling the pain enough, and things are so off the rails. At his own rally, he goes, "Gas is 195, 185," and in the audience they go,
Shit, how long
"No,
have I been
it's
talking?
263."
I don't normally talk that much.
Interesting development, man. It's way too little, way too late, but it's something that's noteworthy
Oh shit, been
nonetheless.
talking. I completely missed like
So this is
the
kinda
middle
crazy.
40
Remember,
minutes of this video.
during the heart of the genocide in Gaza, you had people would scream at you if you cited the Gaza Health Ministry death numbers. They would scream at you. They'd go, "How dare you? That's Hamas propaganda. The number's not that high." Well, here we are, and Haaretz is reporting that the IDF just
Ooh,
came out
Haaretz, huh?
and accepted the Gaza Health Ministry estimate of over 70,000 killed in Gaza.
That they found.
So all that time, whining, yelling, screaming, bitching, that's not
They
right,
can't
that's too
mark
high,
someone
that's
as dead
They're citing Hamas propaganda.
if they haven't found them in the
Now
rubble
they go,
yet. Remember
"Oh, yeah,
that.
we totally agree with that. But here's the thing. Why are they agreeing with that? They know why they're agreeing with that. They're agreeing with that because they know the actual number is way fucking higher than 70,000. Way higher. The Gaza Health Ministry only went based off of actual data. actual, we can prove we have the body right here. We're going to put it in our fucking records, okay? There are
I already said it.
hundreds of thousands of people in mass graves, buried under the rubble and never recovered.
Bulldozed over
The actual number is
at their
hundreds of
quote-unquote
thousands of people
food
were
distribution
burned.
sites.
And so that is why the IDF is now going, yeah, the Gaza Health Ministry, 70,000. They're doing it because the real number is way fucking higher. And so don't fall for the trick
And
again.
our government,
Do not
even
fall
under the
for trick
Biden
again.
administration, was
Fell for it.
perfectly okay
When you
with
cite
it.
the Gaza Health Ministry number early into the genocide, and they go, no,
Fucking
don't use
disgusting,
that as
man.
propaganda. Now they're only going to cite that one, and you need to respond, no, that's not right. It's hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. The fucking special place in hell for these disgusting motherfuckers. Special place in hell. The Board of Peace that we talked about the other day, which is Trump's attempt to replace the United Nations with
I just realized this.
global emperor.
I don't
Board of
think he
Peace
named
plans to
it
build a prison camp in
as
Rafah.
the Board of Peace,
They're
as in
calling it a
the
city
like a
for
CEO,
25,000
the
Palestinians,
board of a
where the
company.
prisoners will be monitored 24/7
I
in
think
every aspect of their lives
he was
because
sitting there
the life is
thinking, and like, you know what?
So,
I am
told you
bored
what's
of
happening
peace.
here. I told you
B-O-R-E-D.
this is the final solution, and they're trying to
Hey,
build the fourth
Board
Reich
of
in
Peace.
Gaza.
Fucking
I think
genius.
They want a futuristic AI billionaire city.
That is my
run by
headcanon,
crypto the tech bros
and you will
that,
never be able to
run
convince
wild,
me otherwise.
Right? And originally it was just kick out all the Palestinians. Now they're saying we'll leave a concentration camp for some Palestinians in there. So this is where we're at, bro. This is where we're at. This is how through the looking glass we are at this moment. And like I said, this is Fourth Reich shit is what we're looking at. I don't know how many of you guys saw this, but Sam Bankman-Fried, the disgraced crypto guy who was caught committing
Jared
countless
Kushner
crimes,
needs to
he
have
now
every
decided
single dollar that was
is
given
gonna
to
come out as
him
a
by
Republican.
Saudi
So he
Arabia
tweeted why he
seized,
became a Republican in 2022. He's
and
got an article on it.
ship him with
And
nothing
there's a community note
but
that
sandals,
says, documents obtained by the prosecution in
tattered
2024
cargo
court
shorts,
cases
and a
describe
wife
plan
beater
to go on
t-shirt,
Tucker
and
Carlson
ship him
come out
off
as a
to
Republican
Saudi
and
Arabia
make a
since he
ploy
likes it so
to
much.
sway public opinion following the collapse of FTX. So, yeah, what he's doing here is he's angling for a pardon from Trump. And Sam, let me explain something to you.
Every
bro. You can save your breath
single
about
person
becoming a Republican. All
in the
you have to do
administration,
is, if you still have a bunch of
billionaires,
money sitting in an account
business
somewhere,
owners,
if they didn't seize it all,
Kevin O'Leary,
just go take $1 million
Elon
of
Musk,
that, have somebody go
that
to Mar-a-Lago and give Trump $1 million
willingly
to pardon you, and Trump 100%
bent the
will pardon you.
knee to this
He's already
administration
pardoned
needs to have
countless
every
people who
single
committed horrific fraud.
penny of their wealth
And
seized
some of them have gone out and
and
committed
given
fraud
back to the
again
people
after Trump, and then got caught again, and he pardoned
that-
her twice. There was a fraudster who got caught
that
twice,
they
pardoned her twice. That's
intentionally
what Trump did.
caused
So, save your breath.
economic,
You do the whole tap dance.
financial
Just don't
harm
pay
to.
him, and you'll be free. I don't know if
because
you know
of
this,
it.
The rules don't apply anymore. There is no law. Law is fake. Law is fake. Now the fascists do whatever they want, and if you pay him, you'll be set free. That's how corrupt.
Think of it as a
that's what we are in this country.
think of it as a
So,
civil
that's
lawsuit
absolutely gross and makes me wanna take a
where
shower.
they're being
I
found
don't know if you
guilty
guys saw
of
this, but there's a slowed-down video of Marco Rubio
causing
was
emotional
went
damage
viral
to
with him
the
clearly popping
United
pills
States
during
people
that committee hearing, and he's trying to be sneaky
for
about it.
having
He's
to
definitely caught. And
watch
this is the guy who was caught. Remember
as
we
our
covered on the
country
show,
devolves into
about
a
3
civil
weeks ago, 4
war
weeks ago, where Marco Rubio
over the period
was
of a
caught
year,
clearly high on
like
cocaine,
faster
it
than
seemed
we
like,
ever could have imagined.
when he was giving a press conference. And now you see him popping pills. What is he also take? Is he Xanax? He's trying to do speedball, a little bit of cocaine, a little bit of Xanax, Percocet. What are you on, dog? Still living that Miami lifestyle, I see.
It's probably just Adderall.
I know
Probably
you're
just
high
snorting
on
the
carpet
Addies.
now, but man, you are still living that
Snorting the
Miami
Addies in the
lifestyle. It's
bathroom.
like when you got caught in that phone party in Miami in the 1990s. Remember that? That
Filtered-
video floating around social media? You were one of those gay clubs with a giant
cold
screen,
filtered
phone,
from
phone,
RFK's
phone,
blue-brained butthole.
The second those cameras got out of there, you know what I'm talking about, don't you? You do know what I'm talking about. Everybody's seen that picture, right? They're all closet cases. All these people are closet. All these gay haters.
Oh.
All these warmongers. They're fucking closet cases. They're self-haters.
Oh crap! I didn't know I was doing
So
this now.
It's all fucking pent up. Mike Pence. You think Mike Pence doesn't dream of
Mike-
big, hard, throbbing cock? That man yearns for cock. Probably more than anybody in the country. Are you kidding me? That's what
Which
these people
one
are.
do I
So,
pick?
Anyway, I
is
digress.
there a
This
difference?
motherfucker's still living that Miami
Shit.
lifestyle. I can see it. You
Shit.
can see it in his eyes.
You know, that's- they're all the same,
did
probably.
You guys see that this is
Ugh, whatever.
horrible here, but there's some reporting that
Mm.
this insane anti-trans bill in Kansas empowering bounty hunters to look for us, even in private businesses. This is tweeted by Queen
Something
Chimrazilla.
to remember.
So they say
Oh, wait.
Kansas advancing
Oh, I
anti-trans
didn't
bill
see.
allowing bounty
I saw there was
hunters to
some
private
stuff
business
filtered.
bathrooms.
I just now caught it.
Bill
My
which is
bad.
racing through the Kansas
How do you type
legislature
punch for child
stands
rape on
a significant
illegal
chance of
that we
passing
don't
the
need
Senate.
ICE to find
Guys,
him?
this is what it's really about.
Because
This is like the whole
DHS
trans
and
panic.
Border Patrol
It
can
always
find
was
him.
gonna end
The
with,
FBI
not just
can
this,
arrest
but
him,
like, we're
right?
just gonna make it
We
illegal to be
have
trans.
law
Like,
enforcement
we're gonna consider it criminal
agencies
fraud if you try to take your
to do
license
that
criminal fraud.
already.
We're gonna lock you up.
You
We're gonna
don't
allow you to-
need
We're gonna crack down on the doctors who provide trans care.
you don't
Make it
need
so
ICE
you scare them away
to do
from
it.
providing trans care
You
in
don't.
the same way that they scare away abortion providers from providing
And like, what's
abortion.
ICE going to do?
This
Like,
is what it is, and this was always
like,
going to be the end result of
shoot
MAGA
'em?
fascism.
like
What they
execute
do,
him in
they
the middle of the
scapegoat.
street?
Immigrants are the problem.
And like,
trans people are the problem.
you're so focused
and they throw
on
everything they got
you're so
in that
focused
direction
on
without a blame
people
them.
being victimized
Meanwhile, the actual problem,
by
the billionaires,
illegal
the warmongers,
immigrants.
and the fascists, they're running
But
wild. They're fucking ruining everything.
how many
Okay? And they're not stopping. They're not stopping.
how many
We
Americans,
also have this
white
fucking
Americans, get away with sexual assault every single year?
piece here, but the New York Times says Hillary
Like,
Clinton
how
and
many
Tucker Carlson,
times
in separate speeches at a
do
real estate conference in
women
Riyadh on
in
Wednesday,
like
both praised Saudi Arabia.
like
Hillary called the oil-rich
colleges,
very strong model for
parties,
other
whatever,
parts of the world.
get drugged?
You believe this?
You know what I mean?
So Saudi Arabia is throwing around so much money
Like,
that the
you don't
sellout
need
Hillary
to
Clinton
look
and the sellout Tucker
to
Carlson were together at the same fucking
illegal
conference.
immigrants and
Same conference.
undocumented
Tucker Carlson,
immigrants
at the event in Riyadh, said, quote,
to see that it's
"I'm,
much
for
more
whatever it's
prevalent
worth, a pretty fervent Christian, and I feel
uh,
completely comfortable here in the seat
by
of Islam." And just
United
saying
States
that-
citizens.
And just saying that is a threat somehow
Uh,
to some people who are propagandists.
Some
and liars.
states don't get rid of the bad illegals. They
And just
probably
saying
no,
that
no, they
is a
don't.
threat
That's the thing. They
somehow, that's what he's saying. To some people who are
like,
propagandists and liars.
this is
So
the
media
propaganda.
community note was put
A
underneath.
sanctuary city
Christianity is banned
does
in
not
Saudi
protect
Arabia, a
criminals.
country with no religious
This
freedom.
is the
It is
right-wing
illegal to
propaganda
open a Christian
that
church
has
or preach Christianity.
used
So,
cleverly
let me explain
framed
to you guys,
messaging to
all of
convince
these
people of this.
motherfuckers
And
are
like,
for sale. All of these
everyone is
motherfuckers are for
susceptible
sale.
to this,
They're
so
all
it's
for
not,
sale. The second these
you know, I'm
people
not
show
like
you who they are,
coming out and
fucking believe
accusing
them,
you
never
and,
take their
and
word
like saying
seriously
you're an
on
idiot,
anything.
but
They may as well be walking
you
around
have
with
to
suits that
understand
have, like NASCAR, the fucking
that the
patches on them,
message
so you
framing
walk them
used
off, okay?
is
Only
intended
trust people who not
to
only
get
talk
you
the talk,
zeroed
but also
in
walk the walk, okay?
on
They do
those
have a funding model
specific
that's similar to
terms.
this show.
Okay?
I've never talked to an
A
advertiser,
sanctuary
I've never done
city,
an ad read,
they
I've
do
never
not
taken money from a
protect
billionaire
criminals.
or a PAC or a government or
They
anything
don't
like that,
even
and I never
protect
fucking will talk to
undocumented
the
immigrants.
advertisers, okay?
All
That's the
they
way the show
do
works. We have the
as
default
sanctuary
ads,
city
where there's a big
is
firewall
they
between
do
me
not
and the
assist
company that's involved.
the federal
Then we
government
have you guys support the
with
show on
their
Facebook. You guys support
their
Mr.
investigations
on Substack. You guys
and
did
their
on
their
YouTube. Do
arrests.
not trust
That's it.
anybody.
That is
Because
it.
they
That's
actually-
all it
the
is.
proof is in the pudding and how they actually act. Are
Like,
they actually ethical or not?
You will not.
Say
You
whatever you want,
go
but at
to
the end of the day,
any
if you take
sanctuary
fucking
city,
Saudi
you
money-
will
So,
not
in other
see
words,
a
hey,
local
Tucker,
police
I don't wanna
department
hear shit from you about
protecting
Israel. I
a
don't wanna
criminal
hear shit.
from being
All these
arrested
people sell out to Israel.
by
You sell out to Saudi
a
Arabia,
federal
bitch.
agency.
They did a
You
genocide
will
in
not.
Yemen.
Doesn't happen.
They're just as fucking
But
bad in their own way.
people are led to
So
believe that
admitting
that's
this
what's
shit,
happened
you
by
get
the message
fucking-
framing
you're
that
on
they
your
use.
moral preening high horse
Right?
and say, you believe these people? No, I can't believe it, but I also can't believe you, motherfucker, because you
So,
also sold out. Okay? Nobody should take these people seriously. Nobody.
I don't
They're
know
all
if I've mentioned this
con men,
before,
they're all frauds,
and like you can
they're all
believe me,
liars,
not believe
they're
me,
all
but
demons. Fucking Hillary
the
Clinton and Tucker Carlson and anybody else who went to this Saudi
like
festival
I
where they
can
sucked off
go and like
the crown prince
research, but I'm
MBS.
trying to play games.
And
So
act
as
like,
it is
oh,
right now,
yeah,
I take my
Trump
word for it or
liberalized
not.
and
But
becoming more progressive. Shut the fuck up.
um,
Shut up. Do not piss on us
I
and tell us
am
it's raining, motherfucker.
on my
Jesus
last
Christ,
semester
man. Oh, I hate him so much.
uh,
Damn it.
of a political science degree
All right, but we also have this.
that is
I don't know if
focusing
you guys saw this, but
with
a federal judge has ruled that Luigi Mangione
propaganda,
will not face the death penalty.
political
I repeat,
behavior,
he will not
and
face
policy
the death
analysis.
penalty. That
Uh,
is interesting.
and
little
I'm
surprising,
currently
but it
assisting
also
with
makes me
a
feel
qualitative
like there might
survey
be a chance he gets
regarding
off, because
youth
there's some reason to
politicization.
believe that
Okay,
the prosecutors fucked up the
those
case
those are
for
my
Sunday,
qualifications
and
to
they're not
speak
gonna
on
be
these
able to get a
topics.
prosecution, 'cause some of the evidence is gonna be thrown
You know,
out, 'cause they didn't handle
so,
the evidence properly. They didn't
again,
do
like-
everything the right way, and that comes back to kicking
like,
you in
I'm-
the ass in a court of law.
I
So
I
we
am
shall see.
frustrated that I have
The death
seen,
penalty is now
like I
off the
see,
table for Luigi
you know,
Mangione.
based on what you
All right.
said, that
We also have
you have
President
been
Thomas
misled,
Massey,
you know,
taking a
and
big,
that frustrates
fat,
me beyond belief,
juicy
because
ass L,
if there's
okay?
any
This
kind
is
of
the L
pushback
all
from
Ls.
people like me,
Massey signed a brief to the Supreme
not
Court
to
in
you
support of
personally,
Trump's
but towards that
executive order
information,
on birthright citizenship.
it's
So in other words,
it's
Thomas Massey
the
is agreeing with
reflex
Donald
is to
Trump
treat it as
that
like
he should be
a
able to
bad
ban
a
birthright
bad faith
citizenship, which is
attempt
in the
at
Constitution.
allowing allowing illegal criminals, illegal immigrant criminals to just run rampant across the country. Like, that is absolutely not true, but the message framing convinces so many people of that. And, like, it's impossible. It's like, you know, like, was it like Chuck E. Cheese's, or they have the Hedgehog game, Pop It Up? Imagine, like,
think borders
people
are
in my
oppressive? 'Cause
position,
it restricts freedom of
they're
movement, one
hit
of the
with
most
all these
important
right-wing
freedoms
propaganda
under libertarian ideology.
talking
Okay.
points. Like,
What is with this?
I don't have the
All these
capability of hitting
so-called
every goddamn
libertarian
hedgehog.
or
You know, it feels like
libertarian,
every
except
hedgehog
when it gets a little
is
too
like
inconvenient
popping
because they
up
don't like brown
constantly.
people,
Like,
right? Then all of a sudden, it's, I'm not so
I can't.
libertarian. I like to restrict motion. I like to restrict movement.
And they know
I like
that.
to restrict freedom.
they flood the zone
It's just, it's like a fucking
with
It's
misinformation,
like a
and
obvious glaring fucking hole.
the misinformation
in their ideology,
and the
they don't give a
disingenuous
fuck.
message
Like, they're even
framing
trying to reconcile it.
is
It's
what
like, yeah, no, on that
has
way, I'm
led
not
you
libertarian. In all these other ways, I'm
to,
libertarian. So, like, you know,
to believe
anti-child labor laws,
that
we don't want 'cause it, you know, infringes on
sanctuary
freedom,
cities are
but,
protecting
you know,
criminals.
borders, totally fine with that, and kick out all the brown people. Why not? Like,
And
get the
no,
fuck outta here, bro. It's in the Constitution.
they have
Honestly,
not
at this
committed
point, this
crimes
is
far worse than
the
ICE
most
has.
American thing of all time.
Rice,
I remember the first time I
ICE
heard that there were some countries that
is
don't have
actively
citizenship. I was perplexed by it. I was like,
violating
what do you mean?
constitutionally
So you can get
protected
born in a
rights.
country and you still don't
Free
count
speech,
as being a citizen
protest,
of that country, then
Second
motherfucker, you're a
Amendment.
citizen, right?
Like,
you were born in a
if an
country like
illegal
that.
immigrant,
To me, that's like the
you know,
ultimate
murders
arbiter
someone
of
for a
force.
robbery,
From that-
yeah, they
literally
denied them
from
their
that
life,
country. You were
right?
born in
That is a
country,
crime.
and you don't
It
count.
deserves to be,
So, I was shocked
you
that
know,
any country
arrested,
didn't have
investigated,
birthright
arrested,
citizenship.
prosecuted,
But this
imprisoned,
is, like,
all that
fundamentally
stuff.
American idea, and it's in the
But
Constitution.
they
It's
were not
waging war
out
on that
with the
American idea
intention
and trying to fucking
of-
snuggle up to the Trump
of
criminals
suppressing
after
the
what, you're on their-
population,
you're on their
right?
bad side a little too long,
You know what I
so
mean?
now you're trying to, oh, I'm sorry, Daddy, I'm sorry.
Committing a murder
Get a little closer. Like, fuck
in the
you.
form of a
Fucking
robbery
shit, man.
is terrible. It deserves
It's
the
just
toughest
embarrassing.
punishments
It's just
possible.
embarrassing at this point.
But committing a murder
And then,
for
we
the
also get
purpose
this.
of
I'm sure you guys
suppressing
saw this, but
an
according
entire
to Senator
population's
Susan Collins of Maine,
constitutional
after speaking to Kristi Noem
rights,
several times, ICE agents
to
are
me,
pulling out of Maine because of her.
on a societal
Ladies and
level,
gentlemen, this is
that
a
is
psyop.
so much
This is a
worse
lie.
than
This was
an
pre-planned,
individual murder.
And it was
You
an
know,
effort to try to help the campaign of Susan Collins. So now Susan Collins.
that's
in
my
Maine,
perception.
Graham
Take
Platter when the time
take
comes,
from
is
that
gonna
what
say,
you will.
I'm the one who personally got ICE agents out of Maine because I spoke to Kristi Noem and talked some.
Oh, shit.
to her. No, this was all staged.
You're not even there.
And it was staged because MAGA knows and the Republicans.
Oh yeah, you are. Okay.
They're gonna lose Maine.
I thought you disappeared.
And so as a last-ditch effort to try to
Okay.
save face and help the Republicans.
I don't know
now they're
what
trying to patronize a hero.
Twitch's
Hold
terms
on,
of
I-
service
you
are
saved Maine from the same
for
fate as Minnesota,
rape.
but it's not gonna work. People are gonna fucking see right through it. And
Let
instead
me
you have to
before
resort to
before I
this
allow
at this point, but you do 'cause they got nothing
comments
else. They got nothing.
with the
Everybody
word
hates-
raped in it,
everybody
I have
hates
to
all
double
MAGA
check the
now.
terms of service, right?
All right, and then finally,
But you haven't
this is
had
kinda
a
crazy,
family member
but the
impacted
head of the
by
US
one of the
Cyber
bad
Defense
illegals.
Agency uploaded sensitive documents into public
You can-
ChatGPT.
Again, this is cherry
So now
picking,
there's a
right?
Department of Homeland Security investigation because the head of
There are plenty
Cyber
of people,
Defense
and
is
like you got to get out of
uploading
this
classified
illegal
stuff
thing.
into
Illegal, like
public ChatGPT, which of course
this is
makes
another
it
thing. Like
incredibly
they're
vulnerable.
undocumented for whatever
And so,
reason. Like
Oxenox said
they
on Twitter,
overstayed.
the
They
head
didn't
of
renew
US
their
cybersecurity is uploading classified documents to ChatGPT.
green card.
Cook doesn't
Again,
even
a
begin
paperwork
to describe
violation,
the US
right?
now. That's exactly right.
Are there
That's
some
exactly right.
that cross
And I
the
think
border
like, the war that was committed
without
that's
even
been
attempting
waged
documentation?
on,
Abso-freaking-lutely,
on
right?
science in this country.
But
that absolutely kills
the
us.
ratio
brain
is
drain
so
absolutely kills
minute.
us.
And
the fact that immigrants now are like,
do
we're- the
these
best of the whites are
incidents
not coming to the
happen?
US.
Yes.
Like, why would I do that?
But
Do I want to end up in
what
Seacon?
you have
Do I
to
wanna be
consider
tortured and forced
is
to suck some El
the
Salvadorian
rate
dick?
of these happening
Like,
per
no.
capita,
They don't wanna
right?
get- like people don't want to go through the hell
Obviously,
it's required.
if
might get
you
come to this country.
are personally impacted
So,
by
we're
a
not the
sexual
destination
assault,
anymore. We're just not.
you are
So,
naturally
war on
going
science,
to be
war on
more.
medical research, absolutely cooks this country.
You are going to be more
trade war was
like,
gonna lead to the death of the dollar in this country.
what's the word?
Everybody hates us,
Not
nobody
animated,
likes
but
us. And now you have the head of
you are going to
cybersecurity
have a
uploading
greater
classified
propensity
documents to ChatGPT.
to stand up against that
Like,
specific type of crime,
yeah,
right? Because I could do
mean,
the same
this
thing in
guy,
return,
probably
like,
many others, have infiltrated our
but
government,
you
our
haven't had a
company,
family member
our ties.
impacted by
And,
a
At this point, it's
sexual
like, shit,
assault,
we did it to ourselves.
right?
We did it to ourselves.
Like a sexual
With
harassment.
how stupid
Yeah.
this country is and how short-sighted this country is.
Like you
and
haven't
the
had
damage
a family member
we
impacted
did it to
by
ourselves.
spousal abuse.
And you know,
Like
people can cry and
it is
whine and
a
bitch and moan as much as
it
they
is a
want, but until
dis
we become a serious country again and start acting
on an
intelligently,
individual,
shit
on a
like this is
micro
gonna happen.
level.
So the
That is
downfall
a
is very abrupt, and it
legitimate
will only speed up. I don't foresee us being able to
you know,
course correct
concern for the
because
people
we're
that are
so
affected by
aggressively
this,
going
right?
in the wrong direction here, but there you have it, guys. There are your updates.
And it has to be addressed. But the main point that I'm trying to make is it does not happen at the scale that is being presented by the right-wing political party in this country.
For signing an op-ed. I've arrested Don Lemon for committing an act of journalism.
In the social media propagandists that back it. It just does not.
Or for the type
like
of
there are
they're doing.
decades of studies, even when immigration was worse, when illegal immigration was worse.
Hello and welcome
There's
to the Board Podcast.
documentation going back decades that show that it is not as prevalent as the current administration wants. It's like,
it is
if,
Michael Steele, the chairman. How
think
you
of
doing,
it this way.
What's up, player?
This issue. Give me a second. Let me pause this.
Girl.
Start a new video. I'm completely missed the whole previous video. But anyway, think of it this way. This is what's called, I believe it's called recency bias. No, it's not recency bias. It's something else. Give me a second. It's right on the tip of my tongue. Oh, it's frequency. Yes, frequency bias. Okay. Not recency, frequency. Frequency bias. For example, here's an example of this. If, say for example, you are thinking like, you know what, I need to get a new car and I really like red cars. Your brain, because you are thinking about purchasing a red car, it is on your mind. Your brain is naturally inclined, subconsciously, naturally inclined, to pick up on instances where those exist, right? That's just it happens to everybody. Like I'm old enough to, I don't know how old you are, but I'm old enough to remember playing a game called Slugbug, you know, with my siblings when we would go on like road trips. Like if I wasn't with them in the car, I don't remember really seeing these Volkswagen Beetles from the 70s. But if they were in the car with me, it felt like they were all over the place. Like, this is an example of recency bias, and this is what they're doing. This is what the misinformation does to people who are influenced by it. They make you keep thinking about it. Like, Fox News keeps talking about it. Newsmax keeps talking about it. Right-wing pundits, right-wing influencers on YouTube and TikTok are talking about it. So you're hearing it constantly. And because you're hearing it constantly, you naturally perceive it to be more prevalent than it legitimately is. And, let's see. Let me get back to the... It's hard to explain to the victims of the bad illegals they need to overlook the criminal status. No, you don't. So here's the thing. You don't overlook it. You don't have to overlook anything. Especially when the criminal has been deported before, later, and is protected by leftist prosecutors. Okay. So, I agree with the first half that you should not overlook the criminal status. It needs to be addressed, right? This criminal needs to be, the crime needs to be investigated. They need to be tried, prosecuted, imprisoned, deported. All of that. This I completely agree with. Now, something I'll also agree with is that our immigration system was severely flawed. And for decades, everybody knew it was flawed. Every single person in government, whether at the federal or legislative level, in the or the executive or legislative level, they knew it had problems. There weren't enough immigration judges. Paperwork processing was slow, right? There wasn't accurate accounting for people coming across the border. There wasn't like a reliable form of accountability. Like, everybody knew this, but every single election, the politicians used it as a talking point. And the most recent example of this is when, at the end of the Biden administration, he tried to save himself by passing immigration reform, right? And Donald Trump, the candidate, told the Republicans in Congress, do not approve this bill, because he wanted it to be a focus of his campaign. And now we see why. We now see because of what he's done to ICE, what he's done with ICE. Like ICE is technically like the seventh most like highly funded military in the world. Just a single federal agency, right? So that I would concur, that we had a broken immigration system. But the answer is not to turn ICE agents, like, ICE was a problem, but it was a part of the problem before. Now it is like the problem, right? Again, they could have expanded the immigration courts to speed up processing. They could have had better accountability, right? They could have had better technology at the borders for, surveillance and whatnot. They could have done all these things. They chose not to do any of it, okay? And now the biggest problem I have with what you said before is protected by leftist prosecutors, okay? Again, message framing. You have to remember that no matter what a person is arrested for and charged for in the United States, they are still supposed to have the same constitutional rights as every other person on American soil, whether they had crossed the border illegally or they've been living here, they were born here 80 years ago, right? It does not, that is the purpose of you may not like it. It may not seem fair. Come on, dude. Don't actually me. Like, you know what the intention is. I'm not feeling that right now. You know that the constitutional rights are supposed to be for people on American soil. No, I'm not saying they... No, oh my god. So, the prosecutor is appointed by... or usually elected, I think. Elected. And they are an operative of the state. His sister watched him die. Dude, I get it. I get that there are thousands of anecdotal incidents of this happen. I get it. Like, I understand that. But you defend him not being deported. No, I never said that. I have said again. Let me repeat this again. I'm going to say it again. An undocumented or illegal immigrant that is convicted of a crime should be imprisoned and or deported. That is my stance, okay? I just want to make it clear. So I don't want you to be tempted to say I'm defending him not being deported. I'm not. Whatever this anecdotal situation is. It could be real, could be hypothetical, but it doesn't matter. My stance is the same. In order for a prosecutor, this is generally speaking, I'm not in the legal profession, but I have a little bit of legal education based on my degree. Not much, but probably more than the average person. In order for a prosecutor to, try a person in court, they have to be able to convict that person. They have to convince a jury beyond a reasonable doubt, like there's no question that this person convicted this crime. So, what you have is you have prosecutors, and this applies to every single person that is being investigated, every single person that is looked at for criminal activity. They have to make a decision as basically elected. The district attorneys are typically elected officials, right? As a representative of their district, legal representative of their district. Do they do they prosecute a crime that they know with 100% certainty happened, right? And again, there is a difference between knowing that a crime happened and being capable of proving that a crime happened, right? There is a difference. Like, we know that Donald Trump is a pedophile, right? We know that. But as it stands right now, we don't have like freaking video evidence showing him doing that. So again, there is a difference. So a prosecutor, they are not going to waste state funding to prosecute a criminal, alleged criminal, that that they are only 70% certain committed the crime, right? Because the time they spend prosecuting a criminal that they're only 70% sure did it, the time that they spent doing that on a wasted prosecution that is acquitted and now can't be tried for it again, right? They could have spent prosecuting a criminal that they could legitimately put away, you know? Like, you have to take that into consideration. And this applies across the board, not just undocumented immigrants. It would be amazing to see you explain that to his dad. Dude. Why would I explain that to his dad? His dad is grieving. I'm not even going to broach that topic. Like, why the fuck would I do that? That's rude. I'm not... Like, I have a little more common sense than that. Whatever the situation you're talking about. I would never do that. Like, I would never go to a parent that's grieving and be like, oh, suck it up, gotta deal with it. Like, no. That's... What the fuck, man? Defending the prosecutors. Oh, here we go. And leftists who don't prosecute and deport. That's down to you and your defense of them. So, I am not 100% sure about this, how this applies to like every single state district attorney or city district attorney. But my understanding is that the campaigns for district attorneys are nonpartisan, generally speaking. I think. I'll have to double check. I think they're nonpartisan, typically. So, that doesn't work. And a prosecutor's decision not to prosecute has nothing to do with being left or right leaning. It is policy specific, right? And if you actually think that a prosecutor, if they are presented with evidence from investigators, detectives, with evidence that they believe without a shadow of a doubt that this person committed this violent crime, murder, rape, whatever it happened to be, if you think that any prosecutor, whether it's a leftist or a rightist, would not prosecute that, you're out of your goddamn mind. Again, message framing. The types of crimes that prosecutors choose not to prosecute are like minor drug offenses, you know? Like a couple ounces of marijuana, right? Like, that's it. And I can actually attest to this personally because I live in the Dallas area, and 3 years ago, I was canvassing to get signatures to decriminalize marijuana possession. You know, up to a certain amount, right? Obviously, if they had like a couple kilos, that's still intent to distribute. But minor possession, like, we actually in Dallas, like, we got that put on the ballot and it passed, believe it or not. But ultimately, it was up to the prosecutor to determine whether to prosecute that crime or not. Those are the types of crimes, minor misdemeanor offenses, non-violent crimes, victimless crimes, that prosecutors choose not to waste their time on. Not murders, not rapes. Again, this is misinformation. Like, I get it. I get that, like, you know, based on the experience you're telling me about, you know, I get that you're seeing it from, you know, your specific set of lenses, and you're putting yourself in this other person's shoes. Like, I totally freaking get it. I understand. And, you know, you are justified in your anger. But you are letting that incident, you know, blind you to the situation on a countrywide level. Like, again, I have to mention this again because I want to make sure that you understand this, that I am not comparing the statistics at a nationwide level to whatever this family is going through, right? They experienced it. Like, me personally, guess what? Me personally, I've never been in a car accident, right? 40-something years old, never been, right? So, but at the same time, I would never tell someone who had been in a car accident, like, oh, suck it up. Like, car accidents aren't that common, right? I'm not going to tell the individual that, right? But if statistics show that car accidents are decreasing, it doesn't matter whether I'm in an accident or not. It doesn't. Like, what's happened to me, what's happened to other people personally is, you know, especially when it comes to violent crime, is a tragedy. And the prosecutor's decision to whether to prosecute or not is going to come down on the amount of evidence they have and whether they believe they can obtain a conviction, right? And they still might even try to, even if they don't have enough to get them on the big stuff, they might still try to get them on the little stuff, you know? Was it what's the gangster's name from Chicago that they, you know, that like basically responsible for all those murders, but they imprisoned him on tax evasion? What's his name? Was it Jimmy Hoffa? Is that who it was? I don't remember. I think. Al Capone. Ah, gotcha. Okay. I knew it was one of those Italian dudes. Bruh. What? Was Al Capone not Italian? Am I wrong? Am I stereotyping? Am I being racist right now? Where prosecutors campaigning on not prosecute. Yeah, that's the thing. They're not campaigning on not prosecuting violence. This is what I was trying to get across. Is when, you know, when somebody is coming out of a personal situation that is, you know, traumatic to them, or like secondhand traumatic, like somebody close to them experienced, like they are legitimately vulnerable in those moments during the grieving process. They are vulnerable. Like, they're angry. Part of the grieving process is anger, right? Whether it's justified or not. And in those moments, like, it's natural for us to want to have a target to release that anger on. And because of that, we are susceptible, natural, like everybody, even myself included. Like, as aware as I am, as much as I learn about, like, propaganda tactics and message framing and stuff like that, like, I'm still susceptible to it. Like, it's just human brains. Like, that's just, it happens. So you need to understand, Twitcher, if you're still there, that this moment of anger and frustration that you are feeling from this event that is personal to you has left you vulnerable to the bad faith tactics of the right wing in our American politics. Like, that is legitimately what's happening. I'm not denying that, you know, what happened to you or your friend. I'm not downplaying it. I'm not excusing it, right? I'm not saying it shouldn't be punished. But this is the fact of what's going on here. People who are angry, people who are frustrated, people who have a degraded sense of hope, they are the ones that, not to mention like people who are unaware of specific, propaganda tactics, they are more susceptible to these bad faith tactics for the sole purpose of making you angry. Like, that's legitimately it. Make you angry, cause division, cause attacks, create this divide where you're like, leftists, you're talking about leftists all the time. Like, that was put in there by something that you heard, Like, you're angry at what happened, and you wanted to blame something, someone, anything. And you were presented with a target, being leftists. Letting people get away with crimes. Sanctuary... Convincing you that sanctuary cities protected violent criminals. Undocumented, illegal, whatever you want to call it. Criminals. Which they don't. But you were convinced of that. Because... you hear the word sanctuary, that's what it sounds like. It's a sanctuary, a safe place. You feel protected. That's just, your brain is subconsciously making those connections. So half of the work is done for them. But that's legitimately not what a sanctuary city is. They don't form a police blockade in front of a house with an undocumented immigrant that's convicted of crime. That's if the FBI is coming to arrest someone. Like, it does not happen. It never happened. Goddamn fucking Fox News, like, just a few years, like, they've created so much, like, ingrained divisiveness, hatred, targeted animosity that it is going to take decades to undo the harm that they caused in the past, like, 10 years. So frustrating. That's why you have no credibility, you can't even admit that's wrong. Dude, hold on. You actually said that's why you have no credibility, you can't even admit that's wrong. Dude, I repeated multiple times that I am on your side. That illegal, undocumented immigrants that commit crimes, their imprisonment and deportation is justified in my book. And I don't know how many more times I have to say it, but, like, I will keep saying it until you stop accusing me of saying something that I'm not saying. Like, I will repeat it as much as Fox News tells you that sanctuary cities stops federal agents from arresting violent immigrants. I seriously will. Because that's like, I don't know what else to do to counter what they've done to so many people in this country. That's all I got. Back to the video.
We're grinding. Here's where we stand at 10:30 a.m. All right, when we're taping this. We have a new Fed chair who has ties to the Greenland debacle.
All right, Liberty,
suing the government
your turn.
For $10 billion, his own government.
I was rude to you earlier because I had a very specific issue to address. But I apologize for being rude to you earlier when you were just making a comment. But I still believe your comment was unnecessary and ill-timed, but I was unnecessarily rude, and for that I apologize. So, say what you got to say. And I will respect your statement in a way that I did not do earlier.
Look, the Fed chair,
again, I apologize.
A lot of this has been in play for a while.
I was focused on the freaking
extra stuff.
Like the brainwashing that propaganda does to people. Like, dude, like that makes me angry than any misinterpretation of the Constitution that I could ever put out.
The fact of the matter is,
and like, I'm not intentionally misinterpreting the Constitution, you know? Like, you know that I don't do that.
that she was his muse and she was in his ear and could. That shit don't
But again,
mean nothing. Because Donald Trump
I really do apologize. That was
thing unto himself.
I spoke to you really good. You're my first VIP, man.
And this
You're my first VIP, dude.
We're gonna magically control the dragon.
I respect you, bro.
You know? I mean, hell,
bruh.
even in Game of Thrones, there were moments
even if I
when
do
that
get frustrated
dragon
with you
looked
times.
At, looked at it, was sitting on his back. Okay, bitch, you screw up one more time.
Yeah.
So the reality is, we now, I mean, it's more than ever recognize they're trying to steal the elections for this November. They're trying to and have in many ways put in place an authoritarian state with Donald Trump as sitting on the toilet, and you've got around him the Lindsey Graham
I don't want to picture that.
and others who are willing to shill because they think they're somehow going to be protected. And so that's our Friday.
I almost don't want to watch
that has
this
been
one.
our everyday since
I hate
2016. And
I hate
think
listening
that
to
in
those
many
freaking
respects,
focus groups.
particularly in
Mimi!
certain parts of MAGAverse,
Hi.
I've heard you speak on this.
Welcome home. I was ranting when you got
light
home.
bulbs may be coming on, but they still are dim.
That's
I'm sorry,
a
how was
good
work?
thesis statement as we go through all of these things, because I think we might as well start with Don Lemon in Minnesota, because I mean, we weren't fooled, but we had to go through this BS here in the midweek where Tom Homan comes into Minneapolis. They got a new boss in charge. They're going to tone things down. Donald Trump's been a little spooked, and they don't like seeing the dead white people in the streets, and they might change their policies a little bit. That was nothing. Like, Donald Trump just lives news cycle to news cycle. The dragon, sitting
God damn
on the
it.
throne to
I lost
metaphors, like sitting
I lost my
on his
VIP.
golden toilet.
Oh well.
He doesn't.
Well, not oh well. No, I'm actually
just trying to
disappointed.
like, he's a survivor, right? And if
Oh.
he wants more power, and it's
Did
like,
you have me
that thing
muted?
Didn't work. People are mad at me. We're going to do this other thing tomorrow.
Dude, I seriously laid
and,
out like
that's
a
what's happening
3-minute
right now. So let's
apology
just
for
start with
being
Lemon. For
rude to
people
you
who haven't been
earlier, and I
following
swear to
this
God,
story.
if you didn't hear it,
He's
I don't
independent
know
now.
if
He's on
I
YouTube.
can
I've been over on a
repeat
show
it
a
as
few times.
sincerely as I did before.
He
You
was
son of a
arrested, in relation to this incident where there were a group of anti-ICE
No, I'm trying to fix this bug.
protesters.
Okay, gotcha.
They disrupted a service at City's Church in St. Paul. Allegedly, I guess one of the pastors there was also an acting field director for ICE.
Yep.
And so
But
was the reason
before
for
you,
disrupting the church and protesting.
so
I'm not
graciously
a huge fan
point
of
out
protesting
how I
churches.
was
I'll just say this
incorrect
up
in
at the
my
front. But Don
constitutional
Lemon was a
rights
journalist
statement,
covering this.
which I'm
Like,
sure
he was an
you'll
independent journalist following the protesters
dump
into
some
the
sort of
church.
technicalities
He
in
was
my face.
videotaping. He did then go and interview this pastor.
I have to
and,
know.
like, ask him questions. Ask him some
Why
tough questions.
did you say
But,
bruh
like, I don't know. I had some asshole on the
when
internet messaging me today. He's like, "Well, what if
I
what would
said
you say if
that
the Proud Boys had
Al
stormed the
Capone
church, or
was
stormed
one of those
the
Italian
mosque?" And I'd
guys?
say, well, that if they were
Was he
breaking
not
the law,
Italian?
they should be
Like,
held
you
to
gotta tell
account.
me.
But if Fox News sent a
Because you didn't know
journalist
Al
to
Capone.
cover it,
Oh
I
no,
wouldn't
okay,
say-
I do know
wouldn't
Al
want the
Capone, but I
Democrats
was
to go
thinking of
and
Jimmy
arrest
Hoffa.
Peter
I know Al
Doocy
Capone. I've heard of Al
for being
Capone.
there and
I knew he.
documenting the fact that it
I knew
happened.
that the
So anyway,
criminal
just
I was
one more
thinking
thing for
of
context here before we get,
was the
get your take
head
on it.
of a well-known
Multiple
head
judges
of
have
a
already
well-known
smacked this
mafia.
down. They
Like,
tried
I
to
knew
bring
that.
Minneapolis to the
But in the
judge who
moment,
got rid of it
the name Al
with
Capone
prejudice,
did not
dismissed it.
materialize.
Our colleagues at MS Now are reporting that
The neurons had
multiple
not
career
been
DOJ
connected.
prosecutors in Minnesota and Los
I'm
Angeles
sure
refused to be involved
if I
in
had stepped
this.
away from my rant
Pam Bondi, when it was
and typed into
announced,
Google
said that this
most
indictment was,
famous
quote, "at my
mafia
direction."
bosses,
So that's
he
where we
would
are right
be
now. The Attorney General is demanding
number 1,
that
2, or
independent
3.
journalists get arrested
Alright.
over the
I know
objections
this.
of prosecutors. and
Come on, guy.
judges.
And that has been the will of Donald Trump. And Pam Bondi is the worst kind of hack there is in the job. She is useless in that role, except to the extent that she services Donald Trump.
Oh,
And
gross.
You can take that however you want. And the reality of it is a firebrand, and he is a damn good journalist. And he was in a position to document the excesses across the board. I mean, whatever you want to say. Like you said, I'm not a fan and do not advocate going into a church service and protesting. Wait till the service is over, grab the pastor, have a conversation. All right, but they wanted the bling, and they wanted the firecracker moment. They got it. And here's what happens when you play with stupid fire. It will not only burn you, but it will burn everyone else in the vicinity. And so making an example of Don Lemon is what this game is. Instilling fear in the American press corps is what this is. To getting folks like you and me to suddenly, but more importantly, the corporate entities that we work for to go soft, to, oh, well, I don't know if we should, we've got to be careful. We don't need Trump mad at us. It's just two words that sum up what I feel about this administration and particularly this president in this moment.
Fucking
and
bitches.
I think a lot more Americans are coming to those feelings. And I think actions like this further those feelings in a way
fucking
that
pussies.
I think, look, I looked at the 2026 elections in 2025, and in late 2024.
It is a technicality. Rights are tiered in the American
Democrats are in a
system.
position then
So,
to pick up 35
to
to
clarify,
40 seats in the House. And I thought the
if
Senate
an undocumented
was
immigrant
marginally in play.
is
By the
arrested
time I got
in the
to
United
end of
States,
2025, it was
do
at
they
least
or do they
40
not
seats
have
in
the right
House,
to remain
and
silent?
The Senate is in play. As we turn the corner into this
Do they
cycle,
or do
my
they
friend,
not have the right
if I'm a Republican
to
on the
an
ballot,
attorney, legal counsel? Do they or do they not
2026
have the
will
right
look
to a
like
trial
kitty
by
party
jury?
compared to what's going to happen potentially? If voters take the attitudes that are beginning to form and
Which
stew
part
within
of
them
those?
about how this administration
Which one
is
of those
behaving,
questions
it
is
not
incorrect?
addressing their core concerns about the economy. It is not addressing their core
Which
concerns
one of
about
these
jobs,
assumptions
because
that
a
I
lot of folks
am
have
making
lost
is
their
incorrect?
jobs, particularly if you were a federal employee and are still unemployed and you were the only person who was bringing money into that household. These are the realities that are happening across the country at kitchen tables every day. And this administration is more sucked up on building a damn monstrosity
Not sure about
of a
trial by jury,
friggin'
but the
ballroom,
accused covers
or
all
having
people.
the president
If
go
you
to
are
some
a Japanese
some
tourist
bitch-ass premiere,
here to visit New York City
right?
for a couple weeks,
On a black carpet, whatever
and
the
you
hell
are
that
caught
shit
shoplifting,
is, right? Instead of governing the country,
and you are arrested,
Republicans stopped governing a long time ago.
do you or do you not
And
have
they've
the right
allowed
to remain
someone,
silent?
at the helm, sitting behind
Do
a
you or
resolute
do you
desk who
not
has
have the right
zero interest in
to
it,
legal
except for
representation?
how much he can grift from
You
the
know,
system,
this is
enrich his kids, and his
this
own
is what
personal
I'm
coffers.
this these are the this is when I say that they have the Constitution. Obviously, like you can't be a tourist and just come in here and purchase a gun, like right. So you really don't have like Second Amendment rights necessarily. So if that's the technicality, sure, I get it. But I'm referring to the process of criminal activity. What are your rights when being accused by the government of committing a crime? Okay, that was what I meant. That was what I was referring to. See, you did it. You did the actually. I told you to stop doing the actuallys.
That's what supposedly radicalized Elon Musk and
that was an
actually
actually
to get on board.
You knew what I meant.
You
You had to have known what I meant based on the topic of the conversation.
Like, are any of them going to stand up for Don Lemon today? I'm not holding my breath because I drive down past the Smoothie King Center here in New Orleans.
You didn't specify and you're generalizing.
Several times people on the marquee there with.
And you were overthinking. You were
tour.
actually.
You can't cancel me. I'm
Stop
speaking the truth on all these fucking contrarians who are out there saying that.
I will point that out every time.
Woke left and Joe Biden was trying to cancel us, and I want to. And it's important that we get Donald Trump in there to protect.
This guy say more stuff that got blocked and I missed it.
And I want to call
no.
people pussies and do like.
No, he dipped.
Like, this is a lost society that there were a ton of influential, rich men who were saying that they couldn't say what they wanted, and so they had to get on board with Donald Trump.
I don't.
Here we have
like
today,
I'll take advice from anyone about like how to reach
the Department of Justice. Directed by Donald Trump,
how to reach people who have been, victimized by these propaganda tactics.
His First Amendment right as a journalist.
I don't know what else to do
like
except to repeat what I'm saying. No, like I can't count how many times that Twitcher
and they arrested him for his speech.
Like
this is state
made a blatant statement of
going
something I
after
said that I
Don
had never
Lemon.
said, and I had to repeat, like, no, I didn't say that.
What was the crime?
Here
He
is
went
what I
into
said.
the
Like,
church with a video
I
camera
don't know
or
how to
his
combat that.
phone
Like,
and
why?
just documented what was happening. Where was
Why
the crime?
is the
They're gonna say
right-wing
it's the
divisive
Pace Act, whatever it was,
propaganda
like there's some,
so
you know,
easily
protection of-
implanted
of church in these, you know,
was
just
religious
because
freedoms.
like they're experiencing a traumatic event?
Don Lemon did
But
not disrupt the service.
Right, exactly.
I have like I can repeat myself 10 times more than the disinformation, and it just hits a brick freaking wall. Like
thinking, oh, okay, they got Don Lemon. They
I don't know.
coming for you, motherfucker. They coming for you next. Trust me,
Like-
because when you take out the
like there
pinnacle, example
there
of
has
free
to be
speech in
like
this
some
country, which
sort
is
of
our
like
press. Folks,
a
they're the
freaking
only industry, the only
deprogramming
business, the only career, the only job
in this
that
country.
is written into the damn
Like I'm not talking like
Constitution.
Chinese
Not
camps
coal
where you're forced to like,
right? Not
you know, you're
electricians,
basically imprisoned and forced to
waitresses and waiters.
learn the learn the Maoist
CEOs.
tenets. Like that's not what I'm talking about.
CEOs, Elon Musk,
But there
Data
has
center
to be an
management.
education
right?
program
None of that.
that
The press.
deprograms people
And-
from
and so this
all
idea
of this
that,
bullshit
you're gonna
propaganda
sit
from
by
the
and
last
just
10,
watch this happen?
12 years.
It's crazy.
I can't think of anything
because
else.
you are next. You are the menu. It's not being on it. You are it. And that's the reality of this moment. And I think you're exactly right about raising up those two pieces, because why the first and 10th go together? Because the first speaks to the very thing that Don Lemon represents in this moment. And the 10th represents the very thing that the states have always represented since the founding. And that is the independence to act and perform and to do whatever they want to do. If you don't
Whatever
like
their people want them to do. By the way,
their people want
Those
them
are
to
us.
do.
Yeah.
If the people of Minnesota want their city or their state to be a sanctuary city or a sanctuary state, that's their business. Texas done some fucked up shit. Ain't nobody running into Texas telling them, I'm sorry, you can't do that. We're shutting you down. We're going to send in the army.
Yeah, did Joe Biden send in the troops when they passed that Bounty Act? You
Fucking
to let
should've.
people sue
Looking
women
back on
if
it,
they were
fucking
having an
should've.
abortion? Did Joe Biden, did Joe Biden send in the troops to Florida when they said teachers?
I had the
you know,
gift of
couldn't-
foresight
had to hide the
and knew
picture
that
of them
what
and
we're
their gay
experiencing. I was
spouse. Like, no, they don't send
Yeah,
in the fucking troops.
fucking should've.
Can we just stop with the both sidism? Oh, and to your first point about the Elon Musk and the Bezos and all these bro culture bastards, right?
I am out of fucks to give at this current moment. I am out of patience. I am out of tolerance.
You're a fucking billionaire.
Like,
Ain't nobody coming after your ass.
I will always
Stop it. If you
treat
aligned yourself
fellow
with Donald
Americans,
Trump, you did it for two reasons.
whether I like them or not,
You liked
in
the
the
shit he
exact
was doing
same
and you
way,
believed in it, or
as
two,
long as they are
you
upstanding,
felt or realized you could make some
respectful,
money off of it.
law-abiding
Likely both of those things are
citizens.
true. So don't come and
But
act all of a sudden like, oh, geez.
once
you
they
know,
start acting
you know,
in
I
a way that
watched
they
Joe
know
Biden and weaponize
is
the Department of
dividing
Justice, and it just made me realize,
the people
please.
and
Stop it.
destroying
You're a grown-ass
the
man. If you're a
legitimacy
billionaire, so presumably you
of
had the
our legal
brains to
system,
build a
then
business.
you can
hadn't had the
fuck
brains
off. I
to
have
figure
no
out that you were getting punked by Donald Trump.
I have no
you wanted
compassion
to be
for
punked because you saw
for
the
you.
money in it. You got seating behind him at the inauguration, and that's the shit that lit you up. And now you're gonna sit back and what? Enjoy the benefits of it? Of course you are. They're not gonna come out here and defend Don Lemon. They're not going to sit there and say to Donald Trump, "Hey, Mr. Trump, you've gone too far." Just like we've seen him do with others on other personalities on TV, what we've seen him do with black women in the press. Where were their voices then?
And the other thing, just my final thought on the First Amendment part of it is, like they arrested Rumesa Osterk for signing an op-ed. They've arrested Don Lemon for committing an act of journalism. Like. This is as clear as day. Like this is government tyranny going after people for either their opinions or for the type of journalism they're doing, and like that is a straight assault on freedom of speech. And if you were a free speech warrior who was upset because the Biden administration was like working with YouTube to flag stories that did misinformation, I kind of didn't love that either, but that was like middle management making some requests of tech companies that the tech companies could have said no to. Don Lemon didn't get to say no to the guys that showed up with the guns today and say, sorry, I no thank you, I'm going to keep doing my job. They jailed them. They handcuffed him, I assume, and jailed him. Took him in.
There's another
so we'll learn more.
See again, message framing. Another perfect example right there.
Back to these
talking
states.
about how like
and I want to talk a little
First
bit more
Amendment
about
rights were being
Here's where we are right now.
violated
Based on reports from people on
when
the ground,
an
folks
administration
I've been following,
requested
in Minneapolis, and people
that
appreciate
nude
them.
photos
Doesn't seem
of
like the number of agents in
their
the streets has dissipated.
someone they
You know,
care about
Minneapolis
be
Star
taken
Tribune was
down
saying they saw
as
same
per
cars go out from the Whipple
the
building as
terms and
always do.
conditions of that platform.
And
somehow
we still don't know.
that was infringing on everyone else's free speech.
I talked to Tim Walz on Tuesday,
and now they're
and I asked him, who killed
arresting
your
journalists.
Who killed Alex Preddy? Do you know?
Fucking awesome.
And he said, I don't know. And
Fucking awesome.
the government knows because the feds know because they first sent the people, the perps, to another city and state. They told us that. Greg Bavino told us that. And then subsequently yesterday, they told us now that they've put them on administrative leave. I don't want them on administrative leave. I want them back in Minnesota testifying about what they did. And to me, it is crazy that the feds can go into a state, they can kill a citizen of Minneapolis, and then they can hide from the local officials, like who perpetrated
like
it.
this-
They can hide evidence
okay.
from them. They can cover it up.
And
it is totally insane.
Liberty Twitcher
that
earlier
continues to happen as
made a
we're
comment about
speaking,
like
taping this.
these illegal immigrants getting away with crimes in this anecdotal, although personal event. What about the freaking ICE agents that can shoot a dude 4 times, killing him, and then 6 more times after he's dead, and all they do is get ushered to another part of the state?
I mean, but at the
Like,
end
what
of
the
the day,
fuck?
you know, they probably got full on the lobster and they had to go anyway.
Like, these guys just reminded me that that's happening. Like, what happened to the dude that shot Renee Good? They cleared out his house.
Violence is taking place in Democratic
What the fuck?
backyards, in Democratic
What about
states.
that? God damn it! I hate doing whataboutisms.
If you are Republican or whatever you consider yourself.
But like, why is that not a
if you're serving
consideration
the United
in this
States Congress, you should
conversation
be
as well? If we're
concerned
going to talk
what the
about
government is doing.
criminals
For all of
being
these
allowed
Republicans
to get away with their
for
crimes,
who lived in this space,
why
where
is
they
that not
talked
being
about
addressed?
government
Why is it
overreach, and they talked
leftists
about, again,
and sanctuary
weaponization
cities
because it was
and
Democratic
illegal
administrations.
criminals? Like,
all the things
dude,
that they said was happening then that never happened.
every crime
is
is illegal.
now.
Like, what the fuck?
Under a Republican president,
Ugh.
and you're silent, and you've got the class clown and you know, and various senators running around, you know, standing on the plane, yeah, we're gonna do, right? Instead of leading, and instead of trying to get this president to back up, because this, folks, does not end well for anybody.
Like, it is not.
None of this.
It is not leftist fault
It just doesn't. We've
that
seen
our
this.
justice
History
system
is continuity, as my
is
friend
supposed to be
Simone likes to
operated
say.
by a certain set of
And with respect
standards,
to Minnesota,
and sometimes
and Mr.
it
Preddy's
absolutely
gun,
sucks,
again,
and
as
it's
my colleague
infuriating.
Simone says, where's the gun?
And
Where's the
sometimes
phone?
it does not do
Where's the phone?
the victims
Because
and their
the phone
families
will tell you
justice.
exactly, because he was filming. He was
Like,
filming the officer.
that is,
And it was
it's
probably more
saddening,
than likely still
it's
running when they were
frustrating,
beating the crap
it's
out of them before
disappointing.
they shot him 10 times. Where's that? The individuals
And
who were involved.
I would like there to be a better way
where
to
is it?
address
Why
it, but
don't
I just
Tim
don't
Walz
know
and
of one.
Jacob Fry know where it is. It's their
'Cause
fucking city.
If you
Because
drop
the
the
government won't tell them.
if
They
you
don't want them
drop
a part of
the
investigation.
required
So you have to ask
expectations
yourself,
for a jury
why?
to
Why? It was something that
agree to
happened in a
convict
state,
someone,
not
to find someone
involve
guilty,
state
lower it to
officials who have the
75%.
jurisdiction.
Like, do you have
They
any
were on a- they
idea
were
how
on a
many
public
innocent
street.
people would
They
be
were
in
on
prison right
federal
now?
property when
Like,
this
there's
happened.
already a high
They were on a
percentage of,
public street.
like,
And
think of
so
how
this
many
is the
people
jurisdiction
have
of the
been
state and the city.
like, put to
And
death,
yet,
especially in
this
Texas,
government
and
has
were
said,
later found
"Screw
to be
you,
exonerated
we get
based
to
on
control
DNA
here."
evidence. And those are
that's not
just
how
the,
the 10th
the,
Amendment
the
works.
executions,
That's not how the process within the administration of
which is a
government
small
and the administration
portion
of justice works.
of
Yet,
the
here we are.
the prison
I guess
population
the only
already.
thing other I can say is
Like, just
I want the
imagine
names of the
how many
individuals who
innocent
killed
people
Mr.
are
Preddy.
in prison when we
I
have a
want the
justice
names,
system
I
that is
want the
supposed to be
faces. I want to see their
beyond a
faces. I wanna
reasonable
be able
doubt.
to look them in the eye. I think the American people are owed that.
Like,
I think the Preddy family is owed that.
Like,
and I think the government
that
has
dude, he needs to
responsibility
understand,
here,
like, if he's got a problem,
that it is
not
because
leftist, it is not
the men in
sanctuary
control,
cities, it is not...
the Republican leaders in the House
He
and
has
the
a
Senate
problem with the
don't
justice
wanna
system
do
itself.
anything because they're more afraid
And the
of
failure
Donald
to
Trump
recognize
than
that
they are
is because
the
there has
family
been
of
a
Mr. Preddy,
block
the
put up
people
in his
who live
brain
in the state of Minnesota,
by Fox
or
News
the
and
American
Newsmax.
Yeah, we pay them.
And
We
Joe
kill them.
Rogan.
We pay
And
them.
we-
They
yeah.
work for us. Trump's posted like
That's
2,000 bleats in the past 48 hours. So it's hard to kind of
Anyway.
go through all of them, but there's one I should mention. He writes this: agitator and possibly insurrectionist Alex Preddy's stock has gone way down. It was quite a display of abuse and anger for all to see.
Ah, yes.
He's referencing a video of Preddy from 11
The
days prior
insurrectionist.
to when he was killed, where he's
The guy filming
kicking
ICE
a cop
agents
car.
with his phone, as opposed to the people who
Agitator
were
and
not
possibly insurrectionist Alex
insurrectionists,
Preddy's
right?
stock
The
has
ones
gone
that
way down.
broke into the Capitol
Like, how fucking deranged
and
do you have
destroyed
to be to post that about a guy that got murdered?
property within the
His
Capitol
stock
to
is
stop
down? He's dead. Your
the
goods
counting
killed him.
of
yeah.
a presidential
Counting
of votes of a presidential election.
No insult intended to 10-year-olds, but that's basically
Not to
that
be
is the most
confused.
childish thinking in the world. It is immature.
Fucking-
He's a 79-year-old man with obvious health issues, obvious mental concerns, and
am I supposed
he
to now?
is, in a
Ugh.
position where he says stuff like that, and people just go, "Oh, that's Trump."
Why is
But
the
it's an
next thing not
indication
showing
of
up?
just
Damn
how
it.
bad it is. I mean, that's how he values the life.
Slade
American
Daedra
citizen.
across
His stock has
Vardenfell. Where
gone
am I
down
at now?
after
Am
we
I in
killed him.
Vardenfell?
Hey,
Oh
we're
god, I
ready
gotta
for
find
our
Daedra.
side.
Okay.
I noticed he didn't post about how his stock went up when they showed videos of him like serving veterans at the VA, or when the son of a veteran, played a video of him giving a tribute to his dad.
That dude
stock doesn't go up.
that was killed
just goes down. You kill
was
him and then you spit on him
quite
when he's
possibly
dead.
That's it.
the
And
most
we've seen this movie
legitimately
before, and this is
patriotic
what Trump
person
does. And I'm just telling
in
people,
like a
there will be more of this
10-block
as we move
radius
out of this very harsh winter
at that moment.
into what will likely be a very hot summer.
Exercising his
There's
First
more of
Amendment
this to
right,
come.
Second Amendment
Remember
rights,
the end game here. The end game is the Insurrection Act.
a
That's
VA
the end
nurse
game.
caring for
Because the moment he can
veterans.
see a situation in which he feels justified in invoking it,
But these ICE
it
agents
starts
think
a
they're
domino
being
effect of
patriotic
other
by
things that will lead to martial law and the
kidnapping
suspension of
brown
the
people and
2026
torturing them.
elections.
Fuck out of
That's
here.
the end game. They're doing what they can to corrupt the system on the ground. I give you Georgia, right? What the fuck are we doing in Georgia?
Let's talk about that. Tulsi Gabbard was there. She's the director of national intelligence.
Thank you.
Why was she on the ground at Georgia for a alleged, supposed fake law enforcement observation where they seized ballots? They went to an election center, seized ballots. Tulsi's on the ground for that. That's pretty alarming. Especially when
I
you
wonder
tie it to the fact that earlier this year, I
what
guess
kind
it
of
was last year
nefarious
now,
purposes they would have
Tulsi
behind
cut
seizing
a group within
voting
the intelligence
machines
operations. Its job it was to look at foreign interference in elections.
Right. Right.
fairly
Fired those
soon
people.
beful an
So people that
upcoming
are in
election
job-
that
like
is
the
clearly
element that she has of
not
control
going
over
to go in
elections,
their
the only
favor.
purview she
I
has
wonder
is making sure
what
that
a
foreign
mystery it
countries
is.
Don't fuck with our elections. She cut the group that was doing that, and now she's on the ground following up insane Trump conspiracy
What she's
theories.
doing her Christy Nome thing. Put the cap on, do the cosplay. I'm important. I'm serious.
Daedra,
No,
gotta kill
you're
Daedra.
not. You are a tool like everybody else
Daedra?
for Donald Trump.
I
And
don't
what
think it's a
makes
Daedra.
matter worse,
It's like a
you're an
dinosaur.
incompetent tool in the process. You have no business
Daedra?
there. And the fact of the matter
Daedra?
is, you made it very clear. You don't care if the
Looking for
Russians or other
stupid
foreign governments
Daedra. Oh, I need to go
find
north.
ways to interfere in our elections. What you're concerned about is going and grabbing ballots, taking them from a secured location and putting them in some place we don't know. We don't know what's happening to those ballots. There's no accounting for those ballots. There was no receipt given to the Board of Elections
Did I
when the
come from
ballots
that?
was
Oh.
taken.
No,
which
I missed the
is
turn again.
a typical thing to do. Here's a receipt, a documentation of exactly what we're taking here, the number, etc. None of that, right? So she's cosplaying. She's a tool. She's doing exactly what Donald Trump wants her to do.
This country is legitimately being run
One,
by reality TV
our
stars.
throats to the point where he
Racist,
forces us to believe
bigoted,
the bullshit in his head,
overcompensating,
that he lost, that he actually
self-absorbed,
won the 2020 election. That will be the litigation for him until he can definitively
unconfident
prove that case.
reality TV stars.
Right? It'll never be proven because it didn't happen. He lost. The second thing, though, is again showing how they can get control of boards of elections. What they can do. I want to know the judge.
No, let me see.
I
don't
want
know
to
if
see
it's
that.
staged or not. I'll kill him
I want
anyway.
to know what was written on the paper, because I firmly believe, my opinion only, that they lied. Now we have evidence that the Department of Justice has lied on warrants before.
Ugh, those stupid bugs
They
aren't
lied
staged.
to
Damn it,
this
I'm
judge
scoping.
about what it was they were getting and what the crime was. I want to see that, because that will tell you everything you need to know about how.
I'm not
the
gonna
judge
talk
signed
to a
off on
battle
this thing.
master. I
Unless
don't
the
like
judge
PvP.
is another one
Stop
like
trying to get me to
the
do
one we got in
PvP.
Florida who's holding up all.
Yeah, I mentioned this to Edgar yesterday, Andrew Edgar, who writes our morning newsletter. Like, who's reviewing all these ballots now? I want to get so you're bringing back
Elon Musk.
Uh,
we're using FBI agents.
I guarantee you.
mid-level, like federal law enforcement.
It's gonna
agents
go
are
to
gonna be using
Elon
their
Musk.
time
He's
that
gonna do
should
some
be used
algorithmic
looking after
AI,
bad guys,
autistic bullshit,
going, trying to do what
and try to
bunch
tell
of election
people
officials
that
have already done in a state that's
it's
run by Republicans, by the way.
left-wing-
they've already,
left-wing
it's all
lunatics
it's
clearly
totally
stole the
insane.
election.
I mean, they've already lost civil lawsuits
Based on the
Rudy Giuliani
manipulated
had to pay
data
out,
from my
Ruby Freeman and Shane
AI
Moss. Like, these accusations have already been
that
adjudicated
is not
multiple times, and it's Republicans
intelligent.
who are running the state when it happens. So the whole thing is insane. Raise your hand if you've been putting off a dental cleaning annual checkup.
Just keep in
or
mind,
honestly any type of doctor's appointment. That knows my
artificial
hand up,
intelligence
I literally have a text right
is
now from my
actually
doctor
not. It's
telling
more
me
like
nothing big. No, don't worry, get worried about me. But I didn't want to deal with that. All right,
information
so I didn't know this
compiler.
Already my hand is up. And so
It just basically scrapes the internet and spits out like the median of what's expected.
We're finding doctors
Is artificial. Yeah,
booking appointments.
it's definitely artificial,
ZocDoc is a free
but
website that
it's
helps you
not.
find
Oh
both
god, I didn't mean to
high-quality
kill that.
in-network doctors
That
so you
was
can find
that was
someone
rude.
you
That was a little
love.
baby guy.
Whether you're looking for dermatology, dentistry, primary
No, like,
care,
it's
eye
not
care, or one of the other 200 plus
so
specialties
infuriating.
offered on ZocDoc, you can easily search. Especially
Like, there are legitimate good
team
uses for it, like
that
in
is
the
right
sciences
for
and the
you,
medicines,
as
where
aforementioned.
it can
I
more
need this to be
quickly,
easy as possible.
and
luckily I haven't needed to use
you know,
ZocDoc yet.
analyze
Looks very simple.
combinations
And you know
of
what,
chemicals and
mention-
ingredients,
Here, last thing I
you know,
read,
to
I'm just
produce
realizing I do need this for the dentist,
better
'cause my
results.
dentist is
Like,
out of network
awesome.
now, right?
Freaking great.
And I need an in-network
Like, it can
dentist.
probably
It's
run
time, so I'll
through
report back, but it
like
looks very easy. Stop
weather
picking up
data
those
pretty
doctor's
freaking quick.
appointments.
I bet.
ZocDoc.com
You know,
/thebulwark.
it could be an
You can
effective
find and
tool
instantly book a
in
doctor you love today.
working
That's
towards,
ZOC.
you know, reducing the effects of climate change.
/thebulwark.
I would buy that.
ZocDoc.com /thebulwark. Thanks to ZocDoc for sponsoring
But
this message.
it's better at compiling
I wanna
data
go back to Graham.
than
And this House
previous
funding negotiations
technologies.
going
That's
on.
it.
This is ongoing. You know, like I said, we're taping this in the morning, so there could be some developments in the afternoon. But it's so. Even if he backs down, this is like so fucking gross that we just have to address it. It cannot be ignored. So the Senate had struck a deal. The Republicans and the Democrats had struck a deal
Yeah, funny
last
goddamn
night.
day job.
The deal was essentially that the appropriations bills, the funding bills for everything else besides DHS, would be agreed upon, right? And pushed forward. And there'd be a 2-week.
That's another thing that has to
extension
happen.
of the DHS funding.
AI's
to
gotta
buy both
be
sides some
regulated,
time
like,
to negotiate on,
to the
you
fucking-
know, creating some new rules around
Basically,
what the
to within
DHS
an inch of
enforcement
its
agents are
life.
allowed to do in the wake of the two killings.
The fact that Grok is out here,
Graham,
like
before this came
like,
to vote,
just spitting out,
said
like,
that
images
he
of
refused to go
children
along with
and,
it. It was
like,
gonna be put and was putting a
you know,
hold on it.
child sexual
Unless
abuse material,
they
like,
included a house,
even artificially
unless they
generated,
put
and the
back
fact that
in
like
the
there's like
provision that would allow
no
senators to
freaking
receive
regulations
cash payouts
to rein that in.
if they had phone records seized by
what?
Jack Smith. You remember the senators put that into the last budget bill where they were going to be able to get payouts. They were going to be able to get cold hard cash because
Like, I
they
can-
felt like their privacy
I can sit here
was
and
attacked
remember
because they were involved in the
something that I
insurrection,
hadn't
and
thought
Jackson
about
was
for
looking into their
days,
phone records.
and like
The House stripped that out
it is
after there was a
still
bunch of
as
outrage,
astounding
among a
as the
bunch of
first
House
time
Democrats who
I heard
flagged
about
it,
it
including
occurring.
Suhas Submarinian. Shout out to him, and like Graham now is saying he will shut down the government.
And the states
basically,
refuse. Yeah,
unless he can get a
like
cash
why?
payment.
I don't freaking get it.
That's Lindsey
Like-
Graham's stated position.
Well,
during
actually, I do know
negotiations
why.
as we
It's
tape this
financial.
right now.
It's
What is
it-
that? I mean, I guess it's
And
in line
I
with
wouldn't
Trump.
even say it's financially
Should we just
beneficial
lump
for
them
the state
together?
because like
Here's the other
these
story.
AI data centers,
Trump
they're
has
not
a
profitable.
lawsuit
Like
right
they are
now
not.
Of $10
But
billion,
what is
Trump suing
receiving
the
money
IRS, Trump and his kids
are
and his
the
organizations suing
PACs
the
and
IRS
super
because his
PACs
tax records leaked.
that
He's suing them for $10 billion.
assist
So Trump
the
wants
candidates in their
so
political
Graham is
campaigns.
small potatoes compared to Trump. Graham's just trying to shut down the
So,
government to get,
yeah,
a few
they're
milli for himself.
basically,
Trump wants
in my
10 billion.
opinion,
I don't know how America
any candidate
tolerates this bullshit.
that
I honest to
accepts
God
money
don't know at this
from
stage how South Carolinians,
AI
of which
backed
my family
PACs and super PACs
originates on my mama's side,
are basically saying
tolerate this very
I am okay
insignificant little man
with speeding up
who is
the
imp at Donald
deterioration
Trump's heels
of this planet's
and
climate
has been told to go out and
to win the
they
next
found
election.
Something now, the
super PACs. I like how you said super PACs. I thought of like just like a comically large cigarette pack.
Text messages on January 6th, and there was no need to be concerned about
I just make it
anything,
where you
there
can only
wasn't.
get donations from your
people
district or
who were
state
involved
who has
in
been a
the
resident.
insurrection
Yeah,
had
dude, that's
your
freaking
phone
amazing.
number and would
And it
text
has to
you.
be transparent. Like you have to know who did it. It cannot be from a company. Like it has to be from an individual. Like absolutely, like that. That is a freaking amazing recommendation.
Right. So now this bitch wants to get paid.
That's another amendment that needs to be passed.
What are we paying you for again?
Whatever the decision was from the early 2000s that
and took their text messages,
you know, claimed businesses had the same rights as individuals.
For crime.
What the hell, man?
I mean, that's
again, still baffles me.
If you're a part of it,
just as baffling as the first time I heard it.
I don't care if you're a U.S. senator or not. You shouldn't have been doing the shit. You shouldn't have been. It just shouldn't have happened that way.
What are these
and here we
danger,
are.
Man?
And so now Lindsey is saying, I'm willing to shut down the government unless I've been able to put a provision back in that's going to pay me millions of dollars because they wanted to look at my cell phone.
And if we don't do that, I'm going to shut the government down. So you won't be able, you won't be able to get your services till I get my cash.
So South Carolina, take note.
Also used to be the 14th.
At this point,
would apply to
two
state
former Republicans talk about
funding
how
a private
fiscal
entity
responsibility is dead is like the biggest dog
to
bites man
infringe
story
on
in the world.
people's
But
rights.
sometimes I just can't help myself. And
Oh,
we're
the
together.
okay, the
I just want to
14th
combine
would.
these stories. So Trump wants $10 billion of my money.
Give me a second.
Trump wants the Trump Corporation and his kids to get $10 billion
Dude,
of our money.
come on, you know
our
I
taxpayer
can't.
Money.
You know I can't do
and
that.
He wants to do some
I can't do
inside
that.
deal where his people in the administration negotiate with his people
okay,
in his
gotcha.
company, and one side uses our money to give the other side a payout. That's what Trump wants to do. $10 billion. Lindsey Graham wants a payout because he doesn't like that the Justice Department was doing his job. Meanwhile,
come on, you got to give me.
Here's this other CBO.
Gotta give me
CBO's
catchphrases.
Been gutted, but every
Keywords.
once in a while, there's still a couple people working in there. And here's what they estimate.
I still
on
have
National
not
Guard deployments.
made a
$500
legitimate
million last
attempt
year.
to
Cost us $500 million for these
memorize
guys to go and be Disney characters in the
the
city.
wordings
Like, that
of
was the result of this. They antagonized the citizens.
the amendments
they did
beyond
some
like the
selfies.
first and the second.
One of them got killed.
And
They
the
had a
fifth.
casualty.
Right.
And they achieved no goals. Like there was nothing accomplished. So they spent $500 million of our money to invade our cities.
Oh crap! Got the wrong window up.
It results in one tragic casualty, and there's nothing to show for it. Like you'd think that there'd be somebody over there
Is that a danger?
would,
Oh
that
my
would be
god!
like,
Am I even in the right continent?
what do we do? Like, what are we doing with everybody's money?
It's OPP, baby. What are you talking about? It's OPP. Other people's money. Come on now.
I mean,
Why
what?
did it get freaking hot in here all of a sudden? What the hell?
Nobody's just like,
Is there a
hey,
heater on?
That's what it is.
we
That's
should
what
take
we
a
are.
Doge look at this. Hey,
That's
Doge
what
should
it
take a
is.
look at this.
It's It's so stupid, but here we are. Look, Donald Trump is estimated to already include
I knew
$1
it.
billion that we know of, estimated to have already made $3 billion. So really, you've gotten 3 of the 10 already. So
Someone left
we're
a
really only
portable
talking about $7 billion,
space heater
Mr.
on the
Trump.
living room.
That's what we. So we'll have
And
your
the-
people negotiate with our
The
people
heat had
over
reached
our money,
the other
and
side.
we'll give you $7 billion. That's
I
basically what he's saying.
have started
Lindsay,
to perspirate
Lindsay, I know you feel put upon, and I feel bad
in
for you. Bro.
uncomfortable
so let's
places.
Just give you several $1 million to make you feel good because your phone got caught up in something it shouldn't have been caught up in because you were texting with people you shouldn't have been texting with, but that's irrelevant. Let's just give you $1 million, and then the half a billion dollars that we spent to send our National Guard into harm's way.
I have 2 portable heaters,
and to
both
make a
unplugged and
mockery
in
of
the
them.
closet.
That too
Nice.
is money that, you know, we just
My
write
son
that
had
off.
one plugged in
That's just the cost of
at
doing
his
business.
desk on the other side of the living room,
And so
vacated the region without shutting it off,
administration led
and now
by
my living room
a
feels like it's
man
80
who
degrees.
failed at running a casino. So what the hell do you think he's going to do with your money? Who loses money running a casino? Donald Trump.
We're 40 minutes in.
Oh, but he's such a good businessman.
It's pretty. So Kevin
He's
Walsh,
such a
do you ever
good
deal with Kevin Walsh,
businessman.
this guy?
He knows-
He's a DC creature.
he knows so much
He's
about
one of these
business.
Old style traditional Republicans.
Like, you just-
that's like a little
you just
bit,
don't
like,
get
just
it.
Greasy enough to keep playing the
You just
game,
don't understand.
you know?
He just
And so it's
good
interesting
businessman.
because he's got a lot of statements on the record that are
Clearly-
contrary to what
clearly,
Trump wants
it
as
was-
far as making the
it was the
interest rate as low as
casino's fault,
possible and
clearly.
correcting the Fed.
That's wholly irrelevant.
the odds of winning were just too high
It's wholly
on the
irrelevant in
roulette
any
table,
situation 'cause we know anyone
and they just
signing
had
up
to
for
pay
Trump's
out
gonna do
way
what he
too
wants,
many
but
winners.
it's
Clearly,
irrelevant in
that
this situation, 'cause let me tell you
has
a
to be
fun
it.
fact about Kevin Walsh.
There's
His
no way
father-in-law is Ron Lauder.
that he has filed for bankruptcy
Ron Lauder is Trump's friend from
multiple
college.
times,
Ron Lauder was the guy that put the idea
due
in Trump's
to
head that we should take Greenland
failing
because, they
businesses,
have rare
business
earth
attempts.
minerals.
No way.
Ron
No,
Lauder is
no.
currently
Not it.
doing a lithium deal
Not
with
it.
a
Not possible.
government-backed company, one of these
The
companies
14th
that
forbids the state
government
from passing or
invested in,
enforcing a
'cause
law
we're-
that
'cause we're
infringes on the
China
privileges and
now.
immunities of the
Right.
citizens.
And
Yeah,
they're
okay,
doing
gotcha,
a
gotcha. Okay.
lithium deal together in Ukraine.
Yeah, like
So
they can't
they're essentially
they can't pass a
stealing
law.
from
The
our
state
alleged
can't pass a
allies
law
in
saying that
Ukraine.
like
And he also just,
you're
as
not
a-
allowed to wear
just
a
throw a
say
little
like
icing
a
on the cake. He also is in the
a
Epstein-
necklace with a
Epstein
cross,
files,
right?
they
Because
hung
that would
out.
impinge
So that's
infringe on
that's
your
Kevin Walsh's father-in-law.
you
It's not
know
Kevin.
freedom of
Let's be
religion,
clear, but his
right?
father-in-law is Trump's oldest friend behind the
Something like
Greenland
that.
scam, stealing from Ukraine
Yep.
in the Epstein files. Seems like some conflicts. You know, the Fed, it's important that the Fed is independent. So if I was one of the senators, I'd be like, you know what, Kevin, even if you are on the up and up, like the appearance of corruption here seems pretty
I still
high,
think-
given
I
that
still-
Trump is saying that you're
like,
going to do what he wants.
Well, I
there
just
has
stopped
to
at the
be
first
some
point.
sort
Because
of an
remember
exception
back
made
in
for
the
social media
conceit
companies.
of-
There freaking
of
has
Senate
to.
hearings, over
Like,
many,
they
many
are-
years, you
they
have
are a
a nominee,
large-
a fill in the blank, and they sit down
I would
and they
say
tell
the
you
primary
how righteous
contributor
and how upstanding and
to
how independent and
the
how
political
this and that
division
they would be,
and
then
polarization
they would just go on
that
and they would rule
we
to
see.
overturn Roe versus Wade, and they would
Like, I'd say
rule
that they are
to,
the
strip
primary
civil
driver.
rights, and they would, you
No,
know,
correction,
go
correction.
on
Let me correct
run
that.
agencies into the
A
ground
close second
and,
behind
you know, make it
campaign
more
finance.
expensive for us to
Close second.
deal in our own personal economies. Well, Trump said,
I would say they're
"To
more of an
hell with that
accelerator,
shit."
right?
I'm just telling you
Technically, they
straight
can
up,
pass a law
I
like that
told
because it doesn't
him
forbid the practicing of
the only
religion.
way he gets this
Uh,
job is that when
the
he
policing
gets in
power
there,
can encroach.
he
Well,
lowers interest rates. So
no,
when you
but it
ask
still
him in the
infringes on the
Senate
freedom of
hearing,
expression,
did Donald
right?
Trump tell you
And
to
also,
do
there's something else you have to remember.
X and X?
Uh,
He's going to lie
it has
and
to
say
be
no.
like the
But he
what's the
already has his
term?
marching orders because, trust me,
Like
within
the
the first 3 months
I want to
of the
say
job,
least
if not the
invasive
first
means
4 weeks,
possible. I know there's
that's
a
what he's
specific
gonna
term.
do.
You know what it is?
He's in the job
Like,
because he's already agreed to
if
do
it's
what Trump
if
wants
it's
him to
too
do.
broad,
He's not an independent actor. He has no
if the
respect
process
for
of
the- I don't give a
enforcing is
fuck
too
who his
complicated,
father-in-law is
then
at this point. Because at the end of
if
the
it catches
day,
too many
he's the guy who's going to ruin
in its
the
net,
economy.
it's not
Because he's going
it's
to
not
do what
constitutional.
Donald
But
Trump
no,
wants personally
the
done.
whole cross on the neck thing,
There is no more
they
independence
that
if this man is put in the
technically
job.
in a
And
if
so this is where the Senate is going
like
to
I
say
actually went over this in my
Republicans are
freedom
gonna
of
have to
speech
be-
class. Like,
Again, I think
I'm not
every
going to contest you
Republican in
on
office right now is accountable for
constitutional
every
stuff
piece of
very
shit
often, but
that's
on this I
happened since
definitely will.
January of this year.
because this is something I went over in a freedom of speech class taught by someone with a PhD in law. Right? Specifically civil rights law, okay?
This is such a good point.
So,
and I agree with you that it kind of doesn't
even
matter who
though
his father-in-law
the
is,
cross
but I'm
is not
obsessed with it. I'm gonna
necessary
bring it up every
to
time I mention
practice
him
the
anyway.
religion,
But
which
you're
you're right
right.
about,
Even if his
it
father-in-law
still
wasn't Trump's
infringes
college best friend,
on
he
the
would still-
freedom
it
of
would still- your
expression.
point would still be valid.
Because
I'm gonna
that
bring it up.
specific type of
These
expression
Republicans owning it.
does
Some
not
of the
infringe on anyone else's
like,
rights.
you saw,
So
you know,
therefore,
the ones that have a little
any
bit of shame
law
still,
that
you know,
forbade
your
someone
David
from
McCormick
wearing a
types,
necklace
John
with a
Curtis is out of
cross,
Utah. They put out some of
for
these
anything
Susan
other than
Collins
safety,
statements
like
of concern. You know, these guys
a
are
company,
going a little
like
too
if you work at a
far, et cetera,
factory,
et cetera.
they could tell you have to take off
And
your
on the
necklace for
one hand,
safety
it's like,
reasons.
okay,
we don't
you
want
kind of
we
appreciate
don't want
that.
your
You're like,
we
wow,
don't
at
want
least,
Jesus to
like,
pull you into a lathe, you know.
At least there's some signs that people that
But
maybe
generally
eventually
speaking,
things
no.
will be too much. Like
If
that-
there was
eventually they might
a
reach enough
city
dead people on the
ordinance,
street that they'll fight
county
back, though.
ordinance, whatever,
On the other
that
hand,
said
it
you're not
pisses
allowed
me
to
off
wear
because it
a
was
necklace
so
with a cross.
predictable, man. Like, we all
No matter
did all
how
that.
you
Like,
spin
they
it, it would be a
funded it. Like, when you
violation
gave this
of freedom
like
of
Kristi
expression,
Noem,
or
you
or
know,
freedom of religion.
carte blanche. and
One
a
or the other. Like
budget
you,
that's bigger than the
you
US
could
Marine
you could
Corps.
you could
A budget that's
present
bigger than
both
the US Marine
arguments.
Corps,
Like
and you gave it to her, and you're like,
you know,
hey,
when you're
go hire a
if
bunch
you're
of
fighting
people,
that
go into the interior
that
of
piece
the
of that
country
ordinance
and start
legislation,
roughing people
you're
up
going
and
to throw
getting out.
everything at it that you feel is
What do you think was gonna happen? Like,
that
this
proves
was,
it
and we all said it,
unconstitutional.
we warned it. And by the way, it wasn't just us. JD
That was an
Vance,
interesting
back
balancing
in
test, which is all but
2015
dead
when
now.
he had-
Oh,
and
yeah,
He
okay.
was using his brain. Did a big long post about this, about how stupid.
Yeah, 'cause you're
you
supposed
know,
to-
the deportation plan was.
Like the
because,
method
you know,
the method in
conservatives who
enforcing it has to be
recognize that
reasonable. It can't be
government
too broad,
makes
overbroad.
mistakes,
You know,
like also can
and it
recognize
can't
that the
be
government
underbroad.
can't
Like it can't be
execute
specifically
a mass
intended to
deportation
target,
within the interior
you know,
of the
a
country without
specific
making
like
mistakes. Like, it was obvious,
entity.
and it happened, and there was a result, and now they kind of want to. And now
Finally
these
found
senators
some
wanna be like,
goddamn
well, you know,
Daedra.
if only we had just had a different figurehead at the top of it.
Like,
you
I
know, if only
do
our
remember
rhetoric,
that much
our tone was a little better.
from my
It's like,
freedom
no,
of speech
man,
class.
You funded it.
I
and
do remember
this
that
is
much.
where we're at now.
They use a form of it, but
This
not
is
much is
where
left
we're
of it.
at
They usually go
because
based
this
on
is
text,
where
history, and tradition.
Republicans have led us.
Tradition.
And the very chilling and telling
You forgot to use the
part
quotation
is
marks. Tradition.
There were many exits along the way that they could have taken.
Disappointed.
Many exit ramps they could have taken. Mitch
I'm
McConnell
disappointed
could
in
have
you.
ended all of this shit if he just corralled the Senate around his speech that he gave on January 6th
you were
and 7th.
generalizing. I'm going to keep roasting you for that. Like I'm
voted
going to keep roasting you for that.
Not just to impeach, which the House did,
But
to
don't worry,
convict.
it's
All of this,
it's an
we could have
expression
avoided all
of
this.
endearment.
There's so many moments along the way where folks like you and me and many of our friends throwing up the flares, putting up the warning signs, screaming, no, don't go down this road. No, danger, Will Robinson, danger, danger, right? And they plowed us right through to this moment.
Yeah.
That's why I say they
Interesting.
own every inch of this shit. And this
Oh, I can't get in
November,
here.
it is time to account.
I'm actually gonna have to start doing missions in this area. Damn it! I really don't want to.
A like-minded Republican.
Okay.
In every race, I'm holding up the list
clear.
of things that they wrought.
I am not going
And
to
I'm reminding
interact
those voters,
organically
this congressman,
with
this
enough
senator
Daedra
stood by
to complete this
silently
part
when
of the
this
mission
happened, voted
in a
for
reasonable
these
amount of time.
things to happen. Look the other way.
Where's
Gave
the goddamn
soft
teleporter?
platitudes in the face of horrific
Oh,
moments.
God damn it.
Didn't say shit when a horrific moment happened, right? Why should we send them back to Washington? What value do they have to us? Our communities, we are struggling. We've lost employment. Our kitchen table is cracked because of the weight of the economics that we're now dealing with. Our kids are undereducated because the Department of Education is doing crazy shit. We're burning books.
In the states,
The
not just the Department of
cultural and social
Education.
fabric of the country has been torn,
States themselves.
and it's all because these guys follow one man.
School choice.
And so we like,
Taking money
we'd
from
like
public
a leader
schools,
to follow us.
funneling it to the wealthy.
I had one more thing on topic, 'cause I haven't got to mention
Anyway,
all
the 14th used to be able to be
what
used to
about
strike a
just
state
more
from
acute
funding an
crisis
entity
right
that is
now,
infringing
which
on other
is
people's rights, since
a lot
funding
of
that
people in
entity
a
is
lot of
law.
parts of the country are dealing with major,
And
like,
enforcing
weather
that law
issues
furthers
and
the
electricity
violation. Okay.
issues, right? Like
Yeah.
people are out of their homes. I got friends who are not in their apartments across
I mean, that
red states,
makes
Mississippi,
sense.
Tennessee, because this
I
cold
still
front
think that,
came
like,
in, you know, an
so
ice storm
here's
people are ready
here's
for it.
my
It's like, and do you know
take
who
on
has
social media companies, and
accountability for that
I
in
would
the
even
federal
extend
government?
this to like
The
cable news
DHS.
as well, like
FEMA's
Fox,
under DHS.
MSNBC, all these
It's
other
like,
goobers,
So
CNN.
while these guys are spinning about a murder,
If
there's nothing.
if they
is
are
happening. They should be
transmitting
helping
information
people, they're real people, red state people
across
that
the
need
country,
help right now, and they're distracted
then
doing all this shit in Minnesota and
I-
Maine and everywhere else.
I believe
FEMA hasn't even
that
done what
they
it's
should
supposed to do for
have
North Carolina from the weather storms that
they should have to
over a year
adhere to more
ago.
stringent standards.
FEMA, I mean,
That was
the-
early
the
practice. The
fact of
courts,
the
if I
matter is,
recall,
Donald
now
Trump
disagrees.
has distracted the government in such a way that it is
I'm still
doing
talking about like
everything
regulating
but what
media.
it's
I'm,
supposed to
and
do.
I'm talking about the fairness
So FEMA
doctrine
isn't FEMA
that was
anymore, right?
removed
It's
during
not
the Reagan
taking care
administration,
and helping
which
cities that
basically
are
said
ravaged
that
by the
any
winter weather, let alone those
any
that are still recovering from fires. I mean, in certain
like
states, Donald
communication
Trump has told them not even to do
transmission,
anything, not lifting
like
a
specifically
finger to help
telecommunication,
Colorado.
since
told
it
him not to go into Colorado
was
because he's mad about Tina
since the
Peters, who is his
bandwidth
little
was
minion
regulated
who
by
got
the
jailed for
FCC,
messing with the voting machines.
then it had to adhere to FCC standards, and that meant that the presentation of information like was required to be factual, you know, and nonpartisan, you know, like unbiased, straight to the point, you know, dry basically, but factual. Like it needs to get back to that. It has to.
his political opponents.
What the F? Dude, come on, no, don't do that. Don't do that, Elon Musk bullshit. Come on, don't do that.
And it has real consequences.
This is the problem. Okay, look,
are going to
this is a serious problem.
When they look out their window,
like,
and they have to keep their kids indoors because their ICE agents prowling the neighborhood to grab up U.S. citizens.
Factual information, specifically, like,
I have one more thing I've just
like
been
whether
dying to ask
a
you about,
candidate
though, that we
won
have
or lost
here,
an
just get
election,
to your take on, 'cause it's a
or
little closer to it. What you're Lieutenant Governor of Maryland. One of the names
you know,
that's thrown
whether
around for 2028 is Wes Moore.
whether a law,
Governor of
whether a
Maryland
piece
right
of
now.
legislation
What do you make of that guy?
is going to kick people off Medicare, or
figure out how to fill in the state's budget.
You know, give wealthy people a tax break on tanning beds, right? These are pieces of information that can be proven factually, right? It is not.
This goes to what I was saying before about
it is not what the FCC considers factual. It is what can be proven to be factual. And keep in mind, they were still, even in that time, they were still given the benefit of like what's the term where like if you prevent false information but it's not done maliciously, it was still given the benefit of the doubt, but they would have to come back out with a correction, you know. It wasn't up to the FCC to determine what was or was not factual. It was whether evidence could be provided to prove the statement as factual or not. Like, dude, you can't do that, man. God, you're like,
the black man who made
you're like,
they said he was from,
you're looking at like, dude,
and a lot
when
of
I
people bought
hear,
that shit.
when I see or hear statements like that,
I think we need to see an attitude
like,
change.
I feel like you're looking at you're looking at the right wing swimming pool, and you're like, man, I kind of want to dip my toe in there to see how cool the water is. Like that's the perception I'm getting when I see a statement like what the FCC considers factual. Like that's like giving me seriously RFK vibes. Like, it's what the scientists considered reliable vaccinations. Like, dude, come on, man. You got to be better than that.
It's as simple as that, man. I
like,
wish it was
we
that.
have to
I
be
wish
better
it was,
than
it
that.
was serious. I wish we were in a serious country, but maybe
We
we're
have
not.
to be more discerning than
Maybe
that.
we're not. Well, look, in some respects, I think we've proven
Not
we're
just
'cause
you,
we
not
were
just
in
me,
our
like
place.
all of us.
Exactly. That's kind of a. That's kind of like
Shit,
damning
what do I
with
want to
faint
do here?
praise. And it's like, you
Oh,
know,
I
what,
want to
Les?
start.
You can win in a
I need
country
to
that's elected
missions.
Donald Trump twice. I didn't mean it like that.
Okay,
I
find a mission.
think Wes, if he's looking at it, and I hear that there are folks in his orbit who are, for him, whether he is or not.
So think about.
Look, he's going to be a name on the table.
Think about
the Democrats have
the scientific method, right? The process
to look into,
of determining the accuracy of a.
I think that
you form a hypothesis, you test it, and you come to a theory, and the degree of accuracy that theory has is based on the information that you are able to collect, right? So you can say, you can have a study that says 99.99% of vaccines are safe.
Just screamed.
Like,
just ran
it is a tiny percentage of a percentage of people that experience negative side effects of vaccines, right? If you were to, like, this is what I mean by factual. Like, if you were to go on when the Fairness Doctrine was being enacted, and you were to claim that vaccines are completely safe, that would not be factual, right? They would have to say, they would have to give the percentage that the study showed, right? So it's not a matter what the FCC considers to be factual. It's not at all. Anyway, okay. Alright, it's laugh time. It's laugh time. Take a break. Take a break from all the serious stuff. Let's be funny. Let's dig in to our humorous, but
It's been fantastic being back here. I've been so excited to come back, and I've noticed a few things. I've noticed okay. There's a few differences that are jarring to me,
on my tongue.
and I didn't notice them the first time.
I hate
even
those.
The second time.
Like, I want to bite it off, but it hurts. I'll shut up now. Funny time.
Your taxi drivers are so good. I'm not sure what you're used to. Maybe I've only had the nice ones. I have no idea. But they're like knowledgeable.
It's because they don't have an American education, probably. Read Ruther memorandum, and you'll understand.
Like a hard test.
You don't.
And you
don't have to insinuate that there are bad faith actors within a federal administration.
The taxi drivers in New York don't have to take a test.
You don't have to get me to read something to get me to agree that there are bad faith actors within a federal agency.
It feels like the test in
My
New
guy.
York is hitting your first person. Like, just...
Like, I can't help
The test
it.
that y'all have created for your taxi drivers,
I can't
to
help
me
it
is
that
wild,
right-wingers were so
it's a
butthurt
lot of knowledge that
about
you have to
having
have
to present
in you,
factual
what you need to
information.
know.
Like,
And I
they were
understand
so
that's probably back from when
offended
there were no alternatives.
at having
Like, they
to
made
make an
this test
effort
a long time ago
to be
when,
genuine
you
with
should
their
know
presentation
every
of information
inch,
that
every
they
corner,
like. Not
because
can't
you're
have
gonna
it.
to get
Can't
people
have
where
it.
they're
Sorry.
going, and they may not know.
Why do you think they got rid of the fact checking? Insisted on not having fact checking during the
But then GPS
recent
did
presidential
come out.
campaigns. Like, how freaking.
And so the fact
Come on,
that
man.
For the
You're
test,
better than
y'all
this.
make these taxi drivers sit there. They're not even
fuck
taxi
is this
drivers yet.
thing?
They want to be taxi drivers. And you make them sit there and tell them, hey, get me to this place. But they're not driving. They don't drive you there. They got to know how to get there in their head. That blows my mind. That they have to sit there and be like, all right, left on. Right
That's
on,
just what laid the
straight,
foundation
two
for the
out.
1964
they
Project
have to do that
Fairness.
like they're playing chess. Meanwhile,
I'm not. Is that
in the
the?
U.S.,
Is that the
you hop in
embryo
a cab.
of the
I've
Fairness
hopped in
Doctrine?
cabs that weren't
Project
that
Fairness.
far from my apartment and told them my address.
Sounds like-
and they were like, "Where?"
Sounds like a poor first attempt at like a stripper name or something.
Like I've been in.
And now
a
on
cab
the Gold Stage Project
with the cab driver,
Fairness.
and
Boom,
both of us
boom,
are
boom,
lost.
boom, boom. Okay, anyway. Focus. I missed the joke.
I'm not saying people can't have a bad day or not know where something is. Maybe they've never been somewhere before. I understand that New York is a very big place and everything. But if I also
How was
have
the
to
other
pull
fucking-
out
okay.
my Google Maps while you pull out your Google Maps, I don't know, maybe some sort of discount is in order. Like,
There's a plan operation that uses FCC to suppress dissenting views, especially
you know,
okay.
I've been in
Oh yeah, but
taxis here.
yeah, but look at the
So chipper.
I'm not denying that.
Ask you about yourself.
And you know,
how long you're visiting.
That angers me.
This isn't just one. This is like several. This has been my general experience.
What I would like to point out, though,
is very, very professional.
Is look at what journalists were able to do.
That way, but wow, by and large, I've been amazed.
To the Nixon administration.
There was one time
when
I took a cab when I was in New York.
They got a hold of
it was a similar situation where
all
I
the leaked documents.
And I was like, okay,
so there was
going a different way than
there
I used
was
to, I was going
plenty
home.
of legitimate
I just,
journalism
to myself, quietly
to keep instances like that in check. You know what I mean?
Put my address in Google Maps.
There was like
and
legitimate
where we were,
hunts for factual information.
And where home was.
Across.
And then
newspapers, radio, television, across all forms of media, investigative journalism,
we were going to the right,
whose purpose was to uncover the truth, to keep that in check.
Is he taking me somewhere? But this is terrifying. And so after like 2 blocks of us going in the wrong direction for what felt like no reason, I finally said, sir, and then he went, ah!
God damn it. Okay, you know what? Why do you insist on talking more? The more dedicated I want to be towards watching the video, the more you insist on conversating. I'll never forgive you. Now I have to go back.
It's a lot of knowledge
that
you have to have in
if anyone's else watching,
you need to know.
It's Liberty's
and
fault.
I understand that's
we have
probably
to go
back from when there were no alternatives. Like they made this test a long time ago when, you should know every inch, every corner, because you're going to have to get people where they're going, and they may not know. But then GPS did come out. And so the fact that for the test, y'all make these taxi drivers sit there. They're not even taxi drivers yet. They want to be taxi drivers. And you make them sit there and tell them, hey, get me to this place. But they're not driving. They don't drive you there. They got to know how to get there in their head. That blows my mind. That they have to sit there and be like, all right, left on, right on, straight, 2 blocks.
Feels excessive nowadays.
They have to do that like they're playing chess. Meanwhile, in the U.S., you hop in a cab. I've hopped in cabs that weren't that far from my apartment and told them my address, and they were like, where? Like, I've been in a cab with the cab driver, and both of us are lost.
Whoops. Nope, don't do that.
Like, I'm not saying people can't have a bad day or not know where something is. Maybe they've never been somewhere before.
I'm not going to pick up a freaking Daily
New York
Quest.
is a very big place and everything. But if I also have to pull out my Google Maps while you pull out your Google Maps, I don't know, maybe some sort of discount is in order. Like, I've been in the taxis here, and they so chipper. Ask you about yourself, how long you're visiting. And this isn't just one, this is like several. This has been my general experience, that they're very, very nice. They're very, very professional, I understand everybody probably isn't that way, but wow, by and large, I've been amazed. There was one time I took a cab when I was in New York, and it was a similar situation where I looked up, and I was like, okay, maybe he's going a different way than I'm used to, because I was going home. And finally, I just, to myself, quietly, opened my phone, put my address in Google Maps, and I could see where we were and where home was. And then I knew where we had left, and it should have been a pretty straight shot. And we were going to the right. And in my head, I was like, is he taking me somewhere? But this is terrifying. And so after like 2 blocks of us going in the wrong direction for what felt like no reason, I finally said, sir, and then he went, ah! He had forgotten I was in the taxi.
What is this thing?
And I guess just started driving home? I don't know where he was going. And we were like, you know, I say it should have been a straight shot. We had veered off a decent amount. Like, I had called it out 2 streets from where I found us on Google, but we were very much to the right of where I live. And so finally I was like, hey, are you all right? He's like, oh, yeah, you scared me. No, sir. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I was in the middle of trying to pay you. And he's like, yeah, you scared me. Whew. Oh, man. Yeah, where'd you want to go? And I said my address, and he was like, oh, that's a little far. Just saying, treasure what you have.
Just about Watergate. FC was also used to target the media, try to censor them. Yep.
Even the fire doors here.
All was set
they'll
after
take very
Nixon.
seriously.
Used licensing,
Fire doors
revocation, renewal, policy to force them to
big
fork up
here.
a
We
lot of
have
money.
them in
Wow.
the U.S. too.
It sounds like something
there's one
a
big difference
corrupt
between
Republican
our
would do.
fire
It's weird.
doors there and your fire doors
Sounds
here.
oddly familiar.
Your fire doors open in, which shocked me.
Threatening and
They
coercing.
open in. And I was talking to somebody about it.
Other
Talked to several
entities
people
to
about
do
it.
what
They
you
were like,
want.
oh
Yeah.
yeah, they open in
Weird.
because you don't want the
And it's
backdraft
almost
to,
like
let the fire out.
it's almost like
Which does
after he
make
did that all that
science.
stuff, a wealthy
That's
billionaire
logic, yes,
took it
but
upon himself
if I'm using the
to
fire
form
door,
a media conglomerate to ensure that Republican
I would love to get out as fast
candidates,
as possible.
presidential candidates,
That's just me.
presidents,
That's what we do
were
over there, right? Which might be
not
so many of our buildings last, I
found
suppose. But
guilty in the court of
I
public
was like, why
opinion
do
in the
y'all
future.
open them in, like the people using the fire door trying to get out. And
If you
the guy
said
that I was talking to
Rupert
was like,
Murdoch
"Look,
and Roger Ailes,
yeah,
you were correct,
I
sir.
understand that may seem odd to you, but we as a country have made an agreement that you're already on fire. Be a gentleman about it and don't catch everyone else on fire, all right?
Oh my God, it's really only 9:45. What the hell?
Walking around London, been enjoying being here
Never
and
fails.
everything. You know, it's hard to not just
Feel great all day.
notice all the
As
differences.
soon as I start streaming, the yawns happen.
Like what things are like
Angers me.
where you're from and what things are like in the place that you're visiting. And I gotta say, wow, y'all really just walk out in front of the car like that. That is just...
After the fairness doctrine ended in '87.
That is insane.
It wasn't, dude.
It's a wild thing to do.
I promise
know
you,
they-
it
I
was
know they
not
don't hit you or
ended
whatever, and they're not supposed
because of
to,
some
and I
good
don't know what
faith
happens to them
measure
if they do. But the
to
way
end corruption.
y'all will step out and the car is here.
It was made after lobbying by Rupert Murdoch and his ilk
Wow.
to allow
I'm not like a
for the expansion of propaganda.
I don't know.
I promise
how. You. Jimmy, like I've tried before.
it was
but
like all laid
I
out in the
fight
was it the
same
Ailes
way
memo?
That I
think that's what it's called.
Bake. After a
I
while,
promise you that
I'm
the
just
Reagan
doing stuff
administration
with my hands to do it, but I'm not sure
did
if
not,
this is right and it's not getting
by
us anywhere.
any stretch of the imagination,
Like
eliminate
one
the
time,
fairness doctrine.
I was at
because they could have reformed it. They could have found a way to, you know, provide some oversight, judicial review of some sort, right?
We had been
They
good,
could have.
which will be ironic in a second.
If they actually wanted, you know, there to be
But the
legitimate,
teacher, because we got
you know,
this pizza party
fairness
for
and
being
accuracy
so
in
good,
information.
The teacher
But
had
no, they didn't do
built
that.
trust in us, which was a huge mistake.
Didn't do it.
And so the teacher ordered pizza for the class. We got all these pizzas.
So,
and
sorry, bud.
Dished out like 2 slices for everybody. Pick any 2 slices of these 3 to 4 different kinds of pizza that you like. And then our teacher
I know
left the
you
room.
might have wanted a
left
pony
the
for
room,
Christmas.
And I don't know where this
But
teacher went. It wasn't until I
you
got
might just have
older
to settle for the
that
chocolate
I
bunny.
could even
I didn't say that.
read the
I only said that
signs
after it
and
was
think
ended in
back
'87, not ended
about it
because
in a
of
way that
JFK.
contextualize why this teacher may have left. I think the pizza party, I think the teacher leaving was because they were hungover. They clearly had to be hungover.
So,
this whole thing
if you
screams
combine
hungover because they left
your
and they never came back.
statement
They never came
regarding
back
Nixon
for the rest of the
using license
And so
revocation renewal,
everybody's eating pizza,
if
and
you
some people
combine
getting
that with the
more
very next
full than
statement you
others
made,
quicker and everything, and then
where
finally,
you led into, after that, the Fairness Doctrine was in at '87, it implies a
there was one
connection
slice left.
between Nixon's
when I
corruption
tell you that
and
this-
Reagan's Republican
this class will return to
administration.
Lord of the Flies
There's that
so
implied
quickly.
connection
You would
because of
think
the
we
way
had
those
never
two statements are worded.
You would think
I know you didn't say
this is a
that.
pizza party where almost all of us were full, and everyone wanted the last slice just to have it. So much
Come
so
on.
that people even debated whether we
I
should
feel
just
like-
rip it up and let everybody have a
I
little
feel like
bit.
you do this
And then a couple
subconsciously
people
now.
were like, no, that's
I don't even think
crazy.
it's intentional.
What's wrong with you? There's a whole slice of pizza for one of us.
I think you subconsciously create
That's how I knew
actually
I
moments.
didn't know how to fight because I also wanted a piece of the pizza. Admittedly, I was also like, let me go ahead, throw my hat in there, right? And there was one kid who was very big, and so some people didn't want smoke immediately because he was first to get tall.
Is this a
And
freaking-
tall in your mind when you're a kid means grown, so he's the adult in the room. But I was like, no, I want some of this pizza. There were some other kids. I want some of this
No.
pizza. And because he was bigger than everybody, he was like, all right, we'll decide this fair and
What?
square. Let's fight for it. And two other kids had backed up before he had finished the sentence, fight for it. I was the only one still sort of standing there waiting to hear the end of his sentence. And so once he said fight for it, I was like, ooh. So it's gonna be a couple of us and you, or is it? But then I turned and everybody had backed up so many steps, I was like, uh-oh, I'm the only one. Man, y'all made a circle fast. Everybody came together to, wow, y'all moved fast. This is, this is crazy. Why can't y'all be this organized when we play basketball? This is, And so then it was me and him. And I didn't know how to fight then. I don't really know how to fight now, but I think it starts with a push. I've seen that a lot in movies where it's like the fight
There are events
starts,
between,
first person
like,
gotta like,
there are events in between.
you know? And so,
Again,
so I backed up a little
the
bit. I was like, okay.
the machinations of Rupert Murdoch and Roger
He
Ailes.
gonna fall down.
That
He
is what's
gonna
happening in
explode. I'ma
between.
get some
Lobbying.
pizza.
Lobbying by those freaking Australian billionaires with the
Also,
sole
you should
intent
know that your
of
opponent doesn't know
ensuring
how to
that
fight and to go easy
another
on 'em,
Republican,
when
any
instead of
future
this,
Republican
they
president
do this.
did not face the same scrutiny that
This
Nixon
is-
did.
this is
That is
salsa.
what was going on between those two events.
And so I was like, okay. All right. Huh. And I went to push him, and I fell back. Because he wasn't built like a child, to be fair. And then I spring up real quick. I was like, okay, that didn't work. Looks like we're gonna have to go to slaps. Slaps are next. And so I tried to fake him out. I reared back like I was gonna punch him, and then I used my other hand. I was like, because I had seen that in the cartoons. I was like, that's how you gather the power. And then I tried to fake him out, other hand. And also, like in the cartoons, his head turned, and then he just stared at me. And before I could say, uh-oh.
Well, this has nothing to do with the FCC's. The
Punch me in
Fairness
the
Doctrine
face,
has to do
right?
with lobbying for
Now,
its
you're never
repeal.
actually supposed to see yourself.
It has to do with a concerted effort
No,
to
that's like a fact.
prevent
You
the
never see
Fairness
yourself. Like
Doctrine
when you even
from
look in a mirror,
ever
you're looking
being
at your
used
reflection. You're looking at yourself reversed.
for,
like you're never supposed to see yourself, really. Like not in the
like
natural world.
good
People
faith
take pictures and
purposes,
stuff, but
you know,
can,
it's
you're not
actual
supposed to see
intended
yourself
purpose.
the way other people see you. That's just That's a thing that I learned in school, right? That
The
you never
actions
see yourself
of,
exactly the way other people see you. You see a version of yourself.
Ailes and
it's
Murdoch
actually why sometimes you can get in
were
your head because
directly
the version of yourself
tied
you
to,
see might not reflect the version that other people see at all. And so sometimes
the
you
removal
sound
of the Fairness
delusional off of
Doctrine
how you
following
see yourself
Nixon's
versus what they see. I said
resignation.
all that to say they punched me so hard in the face that I think my eyes saw each other. I don't know. So the
Zero.
punch
Oh, shit.
looked like an optical
Danger
illusion
Lord.
where, you know how you forget your nose? Like your nose is actually in your
Wait, someone tried to
field
call
of
me?
vision all the time, but your brain forgets it, or else a nose would be blocking
who's that?
everything that you see all the
Okay.
time. So
Phone
then
call.
you don't see your nose, but it's right there. It's right in your face. And the punch worked the same way. I didn't really see it coming, and then I saw it for a second, and then it was gone, which is how I thought, oh, maybe my head is caved around his fist. Now I know that this didn't happen, because if it happened, I wouldn't be here right now. But this is what it felt like, because I was like, oh wow, it's coming fast. I saw it, and now I don't see it, but I feel it. That's crazy. Does he have superpowers? And then he reared back, right? And so I was like, all right, I think the best defense for whatever that was is to just start swinging. And so then I swung again, and you ever play Grand Theft Auto and fly out the car? And you know how you get that doll effect? You're sort of flying forever, and then you bounce, and it changes your trajectory a little bit. Okay, anyway, I said that to say that I reared back for a real punch this time, no slap. Reared back, it was going to be a real punch, and then when I started swinging, he hit me again. I didn't see this one at all. It felt like he had somebody help or something, because he hit me, I know he came around like this, but it stayed hidden forever. This kid hit me, and I turned my head from the punch and licked my elbow. Which you're not supposed to be able to do. You're actually not supposed, it's like a party trick if you can lick your elbow. You're not supposed to touch your elbow, but I think I twisted so hard with my mouth open saying no that I caught a taste of my elbow. Whole reason I tell you about this is that years later, oh, he got the pizza, by the way. Years later, I found out that our teacher, who gave us the pizza party and then left us, who I'm sure now, through hindsight, was hungover, was seen later by one of our classmates who went to the bathroom, and on the way to the bathroom, they passed the teacher's lounge, and in the teacher's lounge, they saw our teacher just sitting, eating a whole pizza by themselves. Head hanging over the pizza, but whole pizza nonetheless. We were fighting for the last slice. You had like 11 more. It was crazy. I tried really hard to take a break, because I never want to be the type of person that talks about the same thing over and over again, you know? I tried. I thought, okay, maybe it's not even worth talking about, you know? Like Trump went to Davos. He went to Davos, and he was like, I demand Greenland. And then everybody at Davos was like, ah. And he was like, I want it, and I'm gonna take it. This is before he got there. I'm gonna take it. We're gonna get it. We're gonna take it. If you don't give it to us, we're gonna take it. And then he got there, and then when they were like, but yeah, you say you're gonna take it, but are you gonna like use military force? Are you really gonna come get it? Do you want the smoke? And he was like, I just like to have it. If you. No, it's just if you want it. I don't know, if you just wanted to see me happy. No, it felt like doing me a favor. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you trajectory a little bit. Like, okay. Anyway, I said that to say that I reared back for a real punch this time, no slap. Reared back. It was gonna be a real punch, and then when I started swinging, he hit me again. I didn't see this one at all. It felt like he had somebody helped or something because he hit me. I know he came around like this, but it stayed hidden forever.
I think it probably likes the Mayflower Doctrine better than the Fairness Doctrine.
Turned my head from
Perhaps.
the
I am not familiar
with
with the Mayflower Doctrine.
Which you're not supposed to be able to do. You're actually not supposed to.
Sounds like something that would require
you're not supposed to touch your elbow.
each city in the U.S. to maintain
so
a minimum percentage of
with
Puritans.
my mouth open, saying no.
That's my guess.
That I caught a taste of my elbow. Whole reason I tell you about this is that years later, oh, he got the pizza, by the way. Years later. Years later, I found out that our teacher, who gave us the pizza party and then left us, who I'm sure now, through hindsight, was hungover, was seen later by one of our classmates who went to the bathroom,
cannot
and on the way to the bathroom,
editorialize,
they
can have
passed the teacher's
opinions, they
lounge,
can...
and in the teacher's lounge, they saw
Okay.
our teacher
Yeah, that's...
just sitting, eating a whole pizza
Yeah,
by
that's...
themselves.
Yeah.
Head hanging over the pizza, but whole pizza nonetheless. We were fighting for the last slice. You had like
Yeah, that seems
11 more.
acceptable to
It was
me.
crazy.
Like, yeah. This, you know,
I tried
this shit
really
over here,
hard
A, B, and
to
C
take
happened.
a break.
This is the
I never
result
wanna
of
be the
shit
type
A,
of
B, and
person
C.
that talks about the same thing over and
Moving
over
forward,
again, you know?
shithead congressmen,
I tried.
D, E, and F,
Thought, okay, maybe it's
claimed
not
that they
even
will,
worth talking about, you know? Like Trump went to
or
Davos.
made the statement regarding it. Boom!
He went to Davos and he was
Fairness
like,
Doctrine just mandates that you have both
Greenland.
sides.
And then everybody at
Oh,
Davos was like,
okay, I misunderstood. Misunderstood. Thank you for the clarification.
And
I
he was
misunderstood.
like, I want it, and you know, I'm gonna take it. This is before he got there. I want him to take it. We're gonna get it. We're gonna take it. If you don't give it to us, we're gonna take it. And then he got there, and then when they were like, but yeah, you say you're gonna take it, but are you gonna like use military force? Are you really gonna come get it? Do you want the smoke? And he was like,
Oh, I think he's talking about Greenland.
I mean, I just like to have it. If you,
Oh, Trump is such a bitch. Such a narcissistic little fucking crybaby bitch.
no, it's just if you wanted to, if you want it. I
He-
don't know.
he
just
did
wanted
not-
to see me happy.
Going through school, he did not get beat up enough. He did not get bullied enough.
No, it felt like doing me a favor. You know what I'm saying? Like if you, I thought we were friends, but whatever. It's cool.
I bet you, growing up, from the
But, like,
time
it'd be cooler if you gave it to me.
that orange
And then
dickhead,
and then they were like, no.
from the time he could form memories until the time he graduated high school or
He was like,
college,
What
I
about a
guarantee you
little
not at
bit?
any
What
point
if
did
I-
he ever hear anyone tell him no.
What about?
Nor,
about some?
I bet,
Like,
did
we're
he ever
already there
face
all the
any
time. Maybe
consequences
some.
for
Maybe
breaking
give me-
any rules
Give
of
me
any
2
sort.
pieces.
Promise. Guaranteed.
Can I have 2 Greenlands? Just 2 little pieces. If it's okay with you. And then they went and, negotiated. And from my understanding, what they have decided is that the areas where there's already a U.S. military base in Greenland.
Yeah, we're kind of like already allowed to be there. It's weird.
Pieces of land where that base is will be seen as like sovereign U.S. land, but no other land, no land that they weren't already
you're thinking of
on
embassies, dude.
is becoming U.S. land.
No,
which is not
U.S.
the same
bases that's
thing
like
as
it's leased.
taking Greenland.
Basically leased from.
It's basically saying you can stand on the ground you're standing on, like you were already standing there.
Although the
You need
land
to
is
stand
leased,
somewhere, I suppose.
the laws within
and no
the
matter
base
how they try to
are
spin it, no
upheld,
matter how,
or U.S.
no matter
law.
how they try to
This is
spin it,
true.
no
Maybe
matter
that's
how
what he
they
meant.
try to, like, art of the deal it or whatever.
But the land
he
itself is not
knows
U.S.
because
sovereign
when
land.
He approached the press. And
Marshall
they were
Plan
like,
leasing
"Sir,
from
did
decades
you-"
ago. Yeah.
Because they're at Davos. This is here.
I know
is
this because
where
I
he's
spent
sitting
2
on the
years
go
total
get
at
it.
Camp Arif
And
John Kuwait, and that's
they were
exactly
like,
what they
"Sir,
did.
you get Greenland.
It was leased from the
all by
Kuwaitis.
himself. He, himself. No one else. He Alone. He. They asked him, and then he was like, so you should have played it off. You know, I thought you were gonna come out there and be like, we got some Greenland. Because technically you did. Technically you did get a little bit of Greenland, the Greenland you were already standing on. That's something, kind of. It's nothing like what you said, but it's something. It's like,
we don't like purchasing nor taking faraway lands.
Stuff happens.
Oh, that's funny.
All you can do
We
is try.
don't like taking faraway lands. That's great. Oh man.
Because you
You
do
are
the best you can
a
to
comedian.
not have to think about things.
We are definitely
Sometimes you have to not think about
that is one thing
news and
the United States is not.
what's
Is
going
we
on.
are
So, you know,
definitely
it's a constant
not
thing.
an
It's like
expansionist,
beating you down all the
colonial,
time. Every notification, every
empirical
scroll,
entity
any platform,
on the world
whole
stage.
algorithms
We are the
dedicated to
farthest
remind
thing
you
from it. We are
everything
peaceful.
that's going on. You know?
We are
and when you see what's happening,
completely
in Minnesota,
reasonable in our
when you see this latest
diplomacy.
murder,
We are fair
'cause that's what
in
it
our
is.
requests.
There's no way around it. There's no
We have
justification.
absolutely, as a
There's no both
country,
sides in it.
do not have expansionist imperial ideologies anywhere within our history.
Manner of how you look at things ethically, morally,
We don't like.
legally, this
No,
thing
I just thought we don't
was
like
murder.
purchasing nor taking faraway lands.
And so you see,
I would say
Alex
we don't
Brady
like purchasing faraway lands, but we definitely like
Minneapolis,
purchasing lands.
Minnesota, trying to take up for someone else, trying to defend someone else, right? Ice pushed this woman to the ground, and he stepped in the way, had his hands up, and they didn't just knock
You shouldn't
him
have
to the
guns.
ground.
Quote by the
They
president, by the
pistol
way.
whipped
You
him,
shouldn't
they
have
beat him,
guns.
They shot him.
You shouldn't have guns at protests.
All of it on
Same
camera, all of it with people
right
watching.
wingers that defended
And
owning guns
I think
when
it's very
dozens
easy
of elementary
to see
school
something like that
children
happen somewhere
were
else,
gunned down
and while being
to the point where
shocked,
some
while
of them
being
had to be
disgusted and
recognized
horrified, while understanding
by their parents by the shoes they were
every
wearing.
transgression, every moral failing
We can't
about
touch
it.
guns then,
It's very
and these
easy to
same
say,
asshole
"This thing is
right-wingers
horrible." Thank
are now
God it didn't
saying
happen here.
because a protester
And the
against
problem
ICE had a
with
gun,
thinking that way
now they're saying
is that
we can't have
that's
guns during
exactly how
protests.
things happen here.
Fuck these
You
motherfuckers.
think it can't come, and you think it can't come by virtue of
I cannot express my
who
anger
you are or how things
towards
operate.
their
And then when it's at your doorstep,
their
you almost
hypocrisy
don't know what to do. 'Cause
and
I'm
their
telling you,
bad
as
faith
someone who has lived in the U.S.
authoritarian
my entire life and grew up
policy
around
decisions.
people who watched the rest of the
I
world,
cannot
watched
express
coups,
stuff.
watched civil wars,
Dozens of
all
children
manner
under the age of
of
10 are
horrific
gunned
things.
down and
And
are
watch people say,
unrecognizable
Thank God that can never
and
happen here.
under no means, under no
And then it starts
circumstance
And these
can
people
we
don't know what to do with
threaten the
themselves, 'cause the whole
possibility
reason it wasn't happening
of
here
some
was
sort of
because we just
restrictions on
told
these
ourselves
weapons.
that it couldn't.
But the moment,
We told ourselves a lie
the
to make
moment
ourselves
someone
feel better.
stands up,
The only
the
way
moment
it can't
someone
happen here
appears to
is if
be
it actually
on the
can't happen
left wing
here.
of the political spectrum,
The only way it can't happen
owning a
here is
firearm
through the
and
action it
protesting.
takes
Oh,
to
no.
hold people accountable
Oh, no.
nonstop to where it can never happen here. The only way that it cannot happen here is if there's an understanding that it could happen here. You know,
we must defend
I don't want to see what
our
happened in Minneapolis
gun
happen
rights
anywhere else.
against these
Anywhere else in the world,
dead
anywhere
children at
else
all costs.
in the U.S.
But God
But
forbid
there needs to be an understanding
a murderous
of
ICE
what is
agent
happening. We're all the way to science fiction now.
face a little bit of scrutiny.
We're all the way to the classics.
Okay,
We're
I'm getting
living
angry.
In some sort of
Like, I don't know if you have kids, but I have
George
kids
Orwell
in Texas.
excerpt. It's happening because you see the video. You can see the video
And
from so many
I-
angles, and then you see.
I can't sit here and
statements by
say
the
that I would
Department of
go
Homeland Security
and harm the person that did that to my children, had they been in those schools. But I cannot sit here and honestly say that I would not do that. I would not return the favor. Nice framing, dude. Is there any inaccuracy in what I said?
The way it's propped up.
Laying it on thick, because dozens of children,
right? There's the person on the
multiple
ground. There's the person
times
you might
per
actually
year
come in contact with, and maybe they believe
are
certain
gunned
things,
down
maybe y'all butt heads, right?
using
Then above
high
that tier
powered
is the actual politician,
AR
politician that stokes them up.
rifles.
They blow the dog whistles that get this person to say the thing out loud.
This
But then
happens
above that,
consistently
even
in this
above the
country,
politician is the person that
and
pays
under
the
no
politician.
circumstance.
The person that if we're talking
Oh,
about a world of
there's
puppets and puppet
nothing
masters, is
framing
actually
about
pulling the
this. Like,
strings.
this is
a person that you
what
will
is
never come
happening.
in contact with, even though you will feel
The right wing
feel
of our political
the
system
extension of their
is
power.
defending the right to own weapons against
We see these systems fighting
these
each other,
the
right?
deaths of
Because
these
someone would
children
ask,
at all
anyone
costs.
could ask, where are the Democrats right now? Where have the Democrats been? And you'll see some Democrats actually make some sort of statement.
I'm 24 after my birthday a few days ago.
Yeah.
My generation doesn't get
But
to have
the
kids, not in this
statement,
world.
Interestingly,
It's fair.
not have the same bite that you would expect.
I mean,
Y'all are
I guess
supposed
it
to be
depends on
the
if you actually
opposition party.
wanted
What's
to have kids or
happening?
not.
What's
If you didn't care
happening
either way, then meh.
is that the same corporate interests
No
pay
harm, no
both
foul.
people. You know,
But I don't blame you.
there's one party. There's one
Did
party
I
that is a bit
did I
better at
accentuate
being an extension of
the
those
hypocrisy
interests
between those two
outwardly,
stances?
openly.
Absolutely.
But the other party is
But
paid to do nothing
my
in the
message
meantime.
was not inaccurate.
But make no mistake,
The
both
information I
parties can be
provided
owned. It's
was
why
not,
you should never, ever, you never put your
it was
faith in
not
a party.
twisted,
You
distorted
put your faith in people all the time. You never
whatsoever.
stop believing in people. People move those parties.
Those are the facts of
Those
these two
parties don't mean
situations.
anything. Parties don't believe in anything. It's the people in
Did you
those
see the
parties
Jon
that
Stewart
actually
interview
make action
with the
happen. There's no one
the
party
Oklahoma
that's handled
legislator,
everything right throughout human
where
history or in
the
government,
legislator was
but there are
insistent
people
upon
that
protecting
use
children
the
from drag
momentum
shows,
that they create
but was
through a
like
party
perfectly cool with
to affect change.
not protecting them against weapons.
You know, they'll have you fighting
No, it doesn't say they're as bad as a child
over
killer,
scraps, over who
but it
scraps
shows
you
that they
should
just
be.
don't give a fuck about children's death.
Meanwhile, they've
Like they're
broken
not
off
even
a
willing
whole
to make
piece
an
for
effort. See, here's the thing.
themselves.
Again, it goes back to this
And the
philosophy where it's like,
politician's perfectly happy
no,
to
that's
let
not going to
them because
work,
they've already been paid
so
off.
we're not going to do anything. I
You have to
fucking hate that
Trust
mentality.
in the people that you meet.
Obstructionist bullshit.
You have to build community anywhere that you can, and when you build a community large enough, you have an entire network of people that you can trust.
Like
Because
somebody that
trust,
doesn't
when you
care
see something like
about
what's
children
happening right now
dying
in the US,
is not
where
as bad as the
ICE
person
attacked
killing
that
the
man,
children,
ICE attacked that woman that the man
but they're
was
not too
defending.
far
ICE
off.
took away his weapon, a weapon he wasn't using. It's on camera. You
Oh
can
yeah, he
watch
didn't.
the whole thing.
He didn't even have the gun
ICE beat
when they
that man.
assassinated him, murdered him. But it's
They shot
okay.
him several
He was a left-wing radical, a
And you can,
a
you
paid
can watch
agitator.
that entire thing.
Sure.
And maybe you can find some conscionable reason that this would happen, why everything hasn't gone awry. But I think if
But
you
no,
can, then you might be a little bit
I'm
too
too
far
extreme
gone.
in claiming this administration's authoritarian.
This thing
God
was
damn it, it's
sick and it was
frustrating.
illegal, and it's scary when your
I know that
law
I am
is
not
on the other side of
underselling
legal.
the dangers of this administration. I know that.
When you don't know what to do, and it's hard to know what to do.
What the hell am I supposed to be doing?
These
Oh.
are big forces we're talking about. You're talking about
You're saying that the only people who
huge
don't offer
corporations,
alternatives after
oligarchs,
saying no,
billionaires.
this is bad. No, I'm not saying
Talking
they're as
about
bad as the
senators,
child
we're
killers. I'm saying they're not
about
too far off.
politicians that have
Again,
real meetings with
if
people with power.
We are
So
in a
it's hard to
country
know what to do.
where these
But you do
tragedies,
what you
we
can.
are faced with
You
these
do everything that
tragedies
you
year
can.
after
I am
year
not a fighter.
after year after year.
I
And
don't know
instead of
how.
even attempting
I tried to fight for some
something.
pizza once. And I saw
They
my
even
own
tried-
eyes.
They even tried putting cops in the school.
So maybe
And what they do, they
you're
they
not a
they
fighter,
cowered
maybe
around a
you're
corner
organized, maybe you're a
in, was it
connector,
Uvalde
maybe.
here in Texas? cowered around a corner
You do your best to
while
bring people
they
together.
heard him continuing to fire shots
But
into
any
children.
action that you do is something.
So
Every action
that's
that you do
not
is
a,
something.
a resolution.
All these people, thousands of people protesting in Minnesota right now, is also for the world to see.
And again, let me reiterate this. Dude, after the conversation I had earlier, I cannot express enough how frustrated I get when I have to repeat a piece of information that has no confusion tied into what is stated. All right.
But thousands and thousands
I am not
and
saying
thousands and
that the
thousands
people
of
who refuse to do anything are as bad as the child killers.
gathered together
But
in
they are
negative
not.
20 degrees, and that's
But
Fahrenheit.
by
I don't know
not
what y'all would call it.
caring about what happens to them, they are not too far off.
Thousands of people gathered together in the cold to protest what they see
I
that
think,
is illegal, that is
I don't know if you're
wrong,
still a
that is
subscriber,
immoral,
but I think
that
you
is
can
not just
rewind if you
unethical,
are.
That is tearing down every
And
institution
play that as
of the
much as you need
Constitution
to.
that the people that are representing them supposedly want to uphold. That's not nothing. You see those massive numbers, and you see how you're not the only one who thinks something's going wrong. And when you're not the only one that thinks something's going wrong, you're not the only voice shouting for them to stop. And when you're not the only voice shouting for them to stop, you're not the only one rising up to make it stop. And when you're not the only one rising up to make it stop, you have an entire army of people behind you that support you.
I love
that
this
have your
dude.
back.
This dude's awesome.
Alex Preddy said, this is what's been said before he went to the protest, that he just wanted to make a difference. That's all he wanted. Trying to make a difference, standing in between.
Funny dude, but still makes you
someone
like
else and more
actually
harm.
take a moment to think about shit like sincerely.
That's something that's very brave to do. It's very
Why do you mention the
scary
failed
to do.
attempt if the people who put
But
that
it's
in
what he
place
could
made an
do.
attempt to solve the issue?
So he did it.
What was
Because now
what was
there's
done
something that is
after
on us. It's on every
it
person
was
that watches
demonstrated that
one of
cops
those
in schools do not
videos.
save children? What was done
Alex
after
wanted
that?
to make a difference. We decide if it makes a difference.
I am not criticizing
All
the
of us
attempt
do. Everywhere.
to have
You may
an
think
officer in
yourself,
school
well,
to
look,
prevent
I'm
school
just a
shootings,
person
but
living in the
what
UK.
was done
Don't know
after
what I
it
can
was
do
demonstrated that
for the
policy was
in
ineffective.
the U.S. You can let them.
I'll
hear
tell
your
you,
voice. You
nothing.
can let them know.
I'm here in
that you
Texas.
see
Nothing.
what's happening,
Nothing.
That no one's fooling
Can't do
you,
anything.
That they have
Shall
your
not
support.
be infringed.
You can make sure that what's happening there never happens here.
The right
You can
to
make sure that
potentially,
it can't happen here.
the right
That
to
it can't happen here.
own an item that can
then that's a
massacre
start.
dozens of children in mere minutes
we were sure it could
shall
happen.
not be infringed.
We were like, come on, this is
Fuck
America.
off with that shit. Like,
And the corporations were like, yeah, we know. You know? But I sincerely hope that every single one of you understand
what is it that the
that
kids
your-
say? Man, miss me with that
your
bullshit.
life is precious.
Isn't that
and
what
it
you
has
what you
more meaning to other people that you haven't
Gen
met
Zers
yet
say?
than you could ever imagine.
Man, miss me with that
And
shit.
so anytime one of these things, one of these terrible events, one of these corporations, one of these billionaires, one of these politicians tries to make
No?
you feel
Good.
small.
Someone
you
says it. I heard it
understand that
somewhere,
they're
damn
just
it.
a person
I'm
too,
old.
And they're a person
Allow
that's
me to be
scared.
corny sometimes.
That's why they want to scare you. They can't scare you.
It's a defense mechanism
'Cause
against
you won't let it happen here.
like a legitimate
If
grievance
you see
that I
anything
have.
like it happening, you just have to snuff that thing out. You just have to make sure you call it what it is, and from afar. You know,
You're ancient, all right? It's true.
the key is prevention.
Alex
Peretti said
up until
to
the
people
time
before he went to protest that he just wanted to.
I
make
was
a
10 years
difference.
old. The only
We decide what that
electronic
difference is.
device, not counting the refrigerator, in my
Because they
home
took 'em from us.
was a single TV that had 3 channels.
So that difference has to mean something. It can't
For the
just
first
mean
10 years
something
of my
in the US.
life.
I think it has to mean something everywhere. Everywhere that this evil can go,
fuck
the
is this?
difference has to go. You know? I'll tell you this thing.
I have
before
heard
go,
someone
so
somewhere
that
say, "Man, miss me
you
with that shit." I've heard that somewhere.
something funny.
Maybe it was anecdotal to them. Maybe it was like in
It
their own
is
personal
wild how,
shtick. I don't know.
How when you come here and you Be walking around, I can't help but compare. I'll take the tube, and wow, this thing. It's very
I remember wearing
I say
MC
that, and you might
Hammer
be thinking to
pants.
yourself, no, it's not clean.
Those things were
I saw a bag of crisps on
roomy,
the floor.
to say the least.
When I tell you it's incredibly sweet that you think that that is dirty, I come from New York, where the subway, it's a way to travel. The subway has caked up. I don't think I'm touching the floor when I walk on the subway. It's not just dirty, it's dirty with history. Like I don't even know if this is the initial color
I
they
believe
intended for the subway to be.
new mayor implemented an executive order
at the tracks here,
directing the cleaning project.
Wow.
Within the subway
Didn't even know
system.
what technology we were using to move these trains.
What's funny is
When you
that
look at
if the court used privileges to use clause to apply the Bill of Rights, then it would only apply
not
to
just
citizens because the people who drafted
AWAB.
the benefit of citizenship. Yeah. But it would have allowed states to
see a
pass gun laws that
congregation.
uses the abridged language of the first.
You witness a meeting. I don't know what they're talking about, but it must be important because everybody listening. I'm not saying you don't have your issues with your tube. I'm not even saying that you don't have at least one in the whole system. I'm sure there's one delicate Disney Pixar mouse. I'm sure you have one Paddington type mouse.
Oh, I finished.
That goes on little adventures with his friends and learns valuable lessons about responsibility. I'm positive.
Abridged laws regulations shall not be infringed is a complete prohibition. Yeah, but again, we've been over this. It's not. Because
squeaks a little bit anytime he gets excited. Y'all probably named him or whatever.
Like
leave cheese out for him. No, I'm talking about a harrowing
there
scenario.
are plenty of locations where
I'm talking
you can
about,
be
okay.
removed from the premises, not necessarily charged with a crime.
Been to New York City or lived
maybe
in
not.
New York,
for owning or for having a firearm
on the track.
Various premises.
It's almost like a little zoo. You're like, oh, look at them. I mean, that's gross, but like, yeah, going about their day. And
yeah, you know, we
what
mentioned
that
before,
one's
like
talking to that one about. Oh, they're both chasing. They're both
you know,
chasing
felons.
each other back and
There's
forth and everything. Oh, they see
it's
all the
infringed
food,
against
they see
felons.
food. And there's a very like
which I'm obviously not against.
Innocent. I would even say like cohabitating mentality to it, where you're like, all right, I'm not gonna do anything about this. And they're there, and it's not affecting me, so whatever. But every once in a while, one of those rats will try to climb up to the platform where you are. And as soon as it happens, you're like, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it. Because it doesn't even try to climb up normal. This thing doesn't just peek its head up. This thing.
Come on.
There was one time it was happening. There was one time this rat was climbing up the platform, gripping, trying to get on top. And everybody, some people backed up, 2 people screamed. It's one of the rare
You're talking how
times
this
in my
admin
life
can try to state laws X, Y, and Z,
sprung
but it
into
doesn't change it.
action. Because he was climbing up.
Oh, this
felt
current
like he was
admin doesn't give a
halfway
fuck
there, and I
about
was
the
like,
laws. They don't have to.
There's this quote from the Italian theorist Antonio Gramsci that has been making the rounds a lot over the past few years. It goes, "The crisis consists precisely in the fact that the old is dying but the new cannot be born. in this interregnum, a great variety of morbid symptoms appear. There's also a looser translation of that last line that you hear sometimes. Now is the time of monsters.
We live in a world,
Oh, dude.
in the real world,
Fuck this troll.
Jake, that is governed by
I
strength.
think he's like pissed off at the world that he started going bald at 15.
It's hard to call it land. It's a big piece of ice.
Stephen
We
Miller,
are in the midst of
bitch.
a rupture, not a transition.
Didn't change a lot of
This
gun
last
laws
week
are justified
seemed
by
to be
commerce.
this
Texting, good luck with that.
wake-up moment for the
Second,
world.
somebody.
You
Question
turn
language
on
falls
the
apart.
TV and you
I know.
watch agents of the
It's not
American
gonna
government
alleviate
killing protesters.
the anger I feel
Minneapolis.
That is the definition
about the
of
indifference
domestic
shown
terrorism. That's the facts.
I
towards
cannot think of a week
children being
when
gunned
it is
down
felt
in
clear
school. So
that not just the
there's
old
really-
order is dying, but the old order is dead. I cannot
until
think
it's
of a
resolved
week where it's been more
somehow, there's
obvious
nothing that can be done to resolve
that there are
the
monsters. In our last
the
episode,
anger
I
and
spoke
frustration
to the foreign
resulting
affairs
from that.
scholar Henry Farrell about what we have done.
I don't know what else to say.
To rupture this
No.
order. But for this episode, I wanted to
It
turn
just-
to
it
the
doesn't sit
forward-looking
right with me.
question. What, if anything, is struggling to be born here? Adam Tooze is a historian at Columbia University. He is a thinker and chronicler of crisis. He's written a number of books about moments when systems fall apart and new orders emerge. The Guardian recently dubbed him the
Well,
crisis
seems relevant.
whisperer. And he had a front row seat to the chaos at Davos last week, even moderating this panel with, among others, Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary.
Fucking Howard Nutlick.
But Tooze has also been on a personal quest. I've been watching and reading long to try to understand the role
Marble
of China
Mouth
in all this,
Holman.
and I really think you cannot understand
Oh, man.
what has been happening in American politics over the past
fucking
10 or 15
clowns.
years
God.
without getting a better,
So embarrassing.
clearer sense of the pressure China's rise is exerting on both the reality of our country, but also the minds of policymakers and leaders. So I want to talk to Tooze about what he saw at Davos and how he's making sense of this.
Do you see?
As always, my email.
Did you see in the year 2025? Take a gander, peruse around the
Adam Tooze, welcome back to the show.
Pleasure to be here. Reaches of the internet.
So, watching
and
Davos last week,
I encourage you
felt
to
like a
discover
moment in which the world was
a piece of
collectively
information.
recognizing
Compare
some
the number of engineering
old
graduates
order of America, some
from
old conception of what
Chinese
America was over.
colleges.
And something new was beginning.
Compare
You
that
were
to the number of
at Davos.
engineers
To what degree did it feel like
that
that
graduated from
I think
U.S.
there's definitely a sense of that.
colleges.
I mean, most people in the world
Like not
see
any specific
American
engineer, not
politics
like not
only
specifically
through television
aerospace,
clips,
mechanical,
even,
chemical, whatever.
Foreign business people,
Just
for instance.
engineers.
They don't get a lot of face time with
Do a
senior
little-
American politicians, and
do a little
Davos
dig-
this year was
digging.
because the entire Trump cabinet, if we can call it that, was there. So there was a lot of interaction.
We are
And the more interaction there was, the more dismaying and devastating,
intentionally
it was, I think, for everyone involved. It was truly shocking. I mean, as a historian, I have a thesis that
stupefying.
this was the
ourselves.
first real global showcase of the Trump administration on the
Take-
global
take a
stage,
gander.
really doing its thing, uninhibitedly, like lashing out. I couldn't bring myself to join the horde of people that were queuing up to actually get into the room. So, with quite a lot of other people, I sat
well.
in the journalist kind of lounge in the conference center, and we all just solemnly sat and watched this crazy speech.
Well, thank you very much, Larry. It's
Man,
great
I don't.
to be back in beautiful Davos, Switzerland.
The only
And to
time I have a
address so
sense of
many
oh well
respected business leaders, so many
is when
friends, few enemies.
an entitled, like a wealthy entitled piece of
And
shit
all of the
has like a
distinguished
string of like
guests
financial
associated,
bad
I
luck.
will say that.
Yeah,
And
well,
now you're used. I mean, you go
like
to
I
Davos, it's one
cannot.
of the places in the world where
I
you
do
can
not
see,
have that
you know,
capability
politicians stacked up, and you can
when it
literally
comes to
kind of do a
something
beauty contest if
that
you can
like
give a speech and
does a
and so everyone all day
legitimate
had been rating,
like
you know,
short-term
Ursula
or
von der Leyen
long-term
versus
harm to this
Macron
country.
versus
You know,
the Chinese vice
I
premier
don't
versus
have the capability of
Carney, and then this
expressing that mentality.
Then this just, I know, by the standards of Trump's speeches, I
'Cause,
think
like,
it was pretty routine. Maybe
you know, I grew up
know,
here,
you're
man.
more of an aficionado
Lived
than
here
I
my
am.
whole life.
The
I served in
thematic
the
seemed
military.
weird. He was very
Like,
uncomfortable with the script he started delivering. He
I
seemed
want,
almost as though he was going
I
to fall
want it to be
asleep.
better, you know.
Venezuela's been an
My generation does
amazing
because we know there's no futurists, right?
place for so many years.
I mean,
but then they went bad
so
with their policies. 20
this is the
years ago, it
same.
was a great country,
You have
and
to
now
recognize
it's
that while
got problems, but we're
while that
helping
train
them.
of thought
Then he kind
is
of got going,
understanding
did
given
some
the
ranting, came
situation,
back.
After the
you
war, we
have
gave
to
Greenland
understand
back
that
to
is the
Denmark.
same mentality
How stupid were we
that
to do
keeps
that? But we did it.
like, was it
But we gave
40%
it
of
back.
registered voters
But how ungrateful
from
are they now?
or eligible
But the whole
voters
thing was just-
from registering and
It
voting?
just left you.
That is that
There
same
was no way
mentality.
out after that. After
So,
the letter to the
by
Norwegian Prime Minister at the weekend,
thinking
which I still think we don't spend enough
that
time on because
there's no reason to care,
the Nobel Prize
a
is doing
Nobel
now.
Prize.
it
Well,
actually
of course,
prevents
Norway's prime minister
like
does not manage.
any
Doesn't
chance
do.
of positive
and
changes
then
being
now I
made,
feel,
right?
You know, free from any obligation to think
That
about
is
world peace,
exactly
now I'm going to do
the
America
mentality.
first. I mean, even in its own terms, it's
The
crazy.
the
This
fatalist
to me is
do nothing
why
mentality.
What I saw happening there.
That is
was-
not.
It seemed very.
That is not the
substantive. I mean,
ultimate.
Davos was happening in the context of the Trump administration threatening possible military action, definitely tariffs.
That
over
is not
Greenland.
the
And
primary
to me, it
source of
was
harm
in
that's
part
being done to the
Mark
country.
Carney's speech, where
It is the
another
ones that
world
are
leader
actively
stood
involved in
up
its destruction.
And rather than trying to
placate
Trump,
Trump,
rather than trying
the
to
fact that so many people that
soften the edges of it, it's a negotiating
if they
posture.
took
We're
the
all one
time
alliance,
to
just
be
stood
like,
up
you
and
know what,
said,
even if it's just a
"The
tiny
old
difference, I'm
world
going
is
to try.
over. There has
You know,
been a rupture."
Yeah.
if
Let me be direct.
people did that
We are
instead
in
of
the
being
midst
fooled
of a
into
rupture,
thinking
not a
that there's
transition.
no future, like you
What was
said,
Mark Carney saying had
then
ruptured?
a difference could
Well,
be made.
I actually
You know,
went back and looked at Carney's.
it's the perpetuation
speeches, when
of
he was Bank of
the
England governor in the
of
late
this
2010s,
idea
during
spread
the first
across
Trump
the entire
administration.
country.
And why
Not
that's
any one
interesting
individual
is
person
that
thinking
makes
that.
sense of the transition phrase, because at Jackson Hole in 2019, the big central bankers gathering, because he'd been head of the Canadian central bank, then he did the British
Like,
Bank of England. And what was really interesting was he was describing
don't-
the transition there, which is the world has become.
I know that
increasingly
statistically my
multipolar. We need
vote
to
my
move
vote
away from
doesn't mean
dollar
shit,
centricity. There's
especially
a
here in
fundamental
Texas. I get
asymmetry
that.
in the world, which is the
But I'm
financial
still going to
system
do it.
is
I'm going to vote in
dollar-centric and
primaries.
The actual real economy
I'm going
isn't,
to vote in
and
the
so
general
there is a
elections.
transition.
I'm
We
still
need to
going to do
prepare
it.
for
It's something,
We
you
need
know.
to enter into more
I'm
complex
going to
geometries.
work with
Much of what he
candidates and
actually ended up
hopefully,
saying in Davos in 2026 was prefaced there. So for me,
you know,
the
elected
significance of
officials,
this
whether it's
speech
state,
last
local,
week
or federal,
was,
and I want
folks,
to do whatever I
it's been more
can
like an earthquake,
to
right?
push
the
for
transition. If you think of the tectonic plates of the world
policies
economy
that
has,
are
like,
going to help
jarred.
people. Like,
And that is
even
what we
if
now have to reckon with. Not the
even
not
if
just
all
the
of my
shift,
attempts are ultimately
which we can all agree
unsuccessful,
on and
like
think hard about,
I
but we
owe
need to
that
reckon
I
with
owe the
this
attempt
shock, which doesn't so
to
much consist,
my
I
children,
think,
and
simply
even
in,
to young people
you know,
like you, because
America
you're not much
repositioning
older
itself
than my
geopolitically
oldest.
and I don't know, maybe
10, 9 years, something
retreating
like
in
that.
various ways from various
Like,
positions.
I
accepting
would
spheres
even
of
say that I
power
owe
of,
it to people
the
like
division
you
of the
to
world
try,
into
you
spheres
know?
of power, New Monroe Doctrine.
Whether I'm
But
successful or
actually
not,
something
you know,
more,
I'm still going to try.
It has something more to do
And that's
with, if you like,
that
the
is the
culture of
mentality
international community, of
that
international society, and that's
I would
amongst, you know,
prefer
the violence of the use
to
of
see
force,
people,
the use of threats, the
you know,
bullying,
your
the
age exhibit as well.
Thucydides, you know,
It's
the
not
powerful
much.
do as they will, and
You know,
the,
like
and
one
the
single vote is
weakness just simply
statistically
accept the circumstances.
insignificant.
That shift and the
Probably not
stripping
going to do
away of the
anything.
hypocrisy, that's the real, that's
But
the rupture.
it's just an hour of my day.
You
I'm
call
gonna
it
try, you know?
culture. It
Like, it's just a little bit of something.
Being
You know?
described was almost
That's it.
characterological. It was people in a family, people in
I'm
an
trying to saying
organization, in a
things because
company
of
saying,
situation and experience. It doesn't really have to
you
do
know,
with voting, as we don't see political systems
dad or the
magically
boss or
fixing.
whomever
It can though. See, here's this
isn't
is the issue. It
just
can.
getting angry sometimes.
It can.
No, there's
They
something going
become
on here.
It absolutely
dangerous.
can.
Yeah.
Look at
and we have to prepare to be
so
endangered.
And
the
they're like now
there's going
other
to be a
bad guys.
disconnect
so one
here.
of the really interesting things
based
about the
on your
speech is he
strict
doesn't really talk
adherence
about
to
Trump or America
federalism
directly.
The hegemon.
He
and
just talks about
the
hegemons and great powers.
your
And
insistence
so-
on
and
as
this is
much
crucial, right, because
decentralization
to go back to old order
of government
after
as
all,
possible.
There was the Biden interlude.
There's going
there
to
were
be
4 years
a
of the
disconnect here
return
that
of
I
a
don't know
kind
how
of
you get past.
supercharged retro
but-
Atlanticism. And what Carney is saying is,
Again,
oh God, no, that isn't
like,
our world at all. Actually,
voting in
there
look how
are- he doesn't
important the
say
New
it,
York
but he clearly
City
means there are 3
mayoral primary
major
was.
powers,
Look at how
the United States,
consequential
Russia,
that
and China, who have
was,
to be
right?
from the vantage point of middle powers
That
of a
there were
liberal
more,
disposition regarded as essentially
I think it was
equivalent.
there were
They may
more
not in detail be equivalent, but
18 to
in
25-year-old young-old voters
general, their
in that
equivalent,
primary
because
than
they
any
all
other
essentially
primary in
gonna
New York
rely
City
on
history,
power
right?
to get what
So
they
you
want.
cannot tell
And
me
that's what we have to reckon with.
that an entire
You
generation
mentioned
thinks
the
that
Biden interlude.
because
You're
that
a
single
historian.
primary
Covered
proved that
Biden, you
to not be the
were
case.
Talking to a lot of people in the
Imagine,
administration.
imagine
How
if
now do you
the
regard
increase in those young
what the
voters
Biden administration
did not
meant
happen because he
in
was
the
not
sweep
an
of the
appealing
history of
candidate,
this
right?
era?
He did not
I think there were two
you know,
wings, right?
make
I'm
an
sure you have a
effort
more detailed
to
analysis
say
of this
these
than
are
me,
my
but
policies.
There was the old
and
Atlanticism.
these policies are with the intention of making your lives better,
whose
right?
dad did Lend-Lease in
How many ran?
1941. I mean, it's crazy.
All but one, I think. But
that
again,
was that generation. And
I
then
don't
there
give a
were
fuck about that. Believe it or not,
the people whose world was turned in
believe it or not,
2016 by the loss, Hillary's loss to
when
Trump
polled,
and to Jake
this is a good
Sullivan's,
question.
basically,
When
and the
polled,
Lincolns. And they converged
when
on this.
The overwhelming
many of
majority, I don't remember the
thought of as a
percentage,
kind of
it would take some time to
last-ditch
research, but I
effort
know the
to
overwhelming majority of people
restore both
admit
domestically and
that they do not have an
a
issue
version of
with a
American
female
liberal
candidate,
hegemony, shall we put it
yet
that way. Limited,
they will
Cold War
answer
style, because
that
it no longer encompasses
I
the whole
don't
world.
think
This isn't
anyone
Clinton,
else
this isn't
wants
the
to see a
90s.
female candidate.
But something like that.
Right?
And it
that
made a
is
lot
like
of
the
promises,
overwhelming
it,
majority of
issued a lot of
responses
checks it couldn't
when
really
asked
cash.
about
In the end, it couldn't deliver the domestic
electability of
bargains to do, for instance, trade
a
deals.
female
It couldn't do
candidate.
market access. That was just off the table.
I
The
think
only
this
way they could
mainly
get
applies
the
to the
IRA
presidential
done,
elections,
the big climate bill
but
was by various types of economic
it does
nationalism,
show
which
like
offended
across the
their
board.
allies.
I
So
mean,
even
of the
they
youth
were
percentage that voted.
straining to get this
Oh,
done,
I don't know.
but
I don't think those
critically,
statistics have been released.
Europeans, notably the
Yet
Canadians,
I
as
don't
well,
know.
love this.
I mean, you can check.
They just got straight back on this
But
bandwagon because it solves a lot of problems for them. If this is what America's
I'm
gonna be,
willing
then
to
they
bet
don't
that it
have
was.
to face a whole bunch of
I have a
complicated
hunch.
domestic
I don't
questions
know.
about military
Again, I
spending.
haven't
The
checked.
promise was we could go back.
I have a hunch. It's
Yes,
pretty
exactly.
close
Americans
to
wanna go back to
what
what
the
you thought we were.
typical
Exactly,
voting
some
ratio is of
idealized
men to
version
women.
of, it was
I
America. It was
have a
America
hunch
great again, but
because
just
I
nice and
I do
positive
remember
and liberal and
seeing
all
many
that.
many
But the Biden
videos
administration had a
of
theory
people
of
canvassing,
American power. It's another theory.
people
It's a
registering,
theory of
people waiting in line
America
to
as
vote,
the
and
leader of this international order that is
from what
rules-based,
I
and to
saw
Mark
of those
Carney's
polling
point,
locations
sometimes
that
America
were
slips out of
shown,
those rules.
Yeah.
there was nothing
Fundamentally,
that
America's
indicated
strength
that it was
comes
too
out
heavily
of
favored
a
one way or the
structure
other.
of alliances that is both dependent upon our power and dependent upon our restraint. So
And
that-
also not just strength, but also in that manifests.
But look, anyway, back to the importance of voting.
You know, they were exceptionalist in their own way.
Voting
They
in
believe
primaries for
America's
candidates
special in its
that are
capacity
focused
to do that.
on
And they will
making the
endlessly point to
lives
fact that
better,
China can't do that, and Russia can't really do that. And America, there's
whose
something
policies are
in them.
direct,
This is part of the special source of
focused,
American liberalism
and
democratic
have
project,
a
that it
tangible
may not fully
benefit
generalize, but
for
it
the people,
generalizes more than other such
for
projects.
those constituents.
How would you describe what
Uh,
the Trump administration's vision of American
Voting in
power
that
is?
primary is absolutely
It's much
important.
more modest at some level.
Like,
right?
you need
They
to
don't
get out
believe in
there. If there's a
manifest
candidate
destiny at a kind of global
that,
level, they may have some
you know,
vision of
stands out against
American
the
greatness and certainly a
the
kind of
status
blunt
quo of like
patriotism.
old
But I
school
did a
politics.
chat
You know,
with Ivan
the
Krastev,
freaking
the,
Andrew
the
Cuomo is
brilliant,
like.
Bulgarian.
That opportunity
politics.
has
And
to
he
be
said the
jumped
thing
on
about
by
Trump is
people
he's
your
not
age.
really
It
even a
has
proper
to.
nationalist, right? He doesn't
Because
even
if
really
you
believe
do
it.
that,
He's
you
actually
will
kind of rather
see
put off by the reality
a
of the
significant
actually
change
existing America of the present.
in
Because it-
the
you know, they don't do golf clubs as well as he'd like, and their palaces aren't as good as the ones in the Emirates.
capability
And
of
really,
the
it's a bit of an
government
embarrassment.
actually
So anyway,
providing
to get to a more
producing
serious kind of
a
vein,
tangible
no,
benefit.
I think they
You know,
think of America as embattled. They also have this extraordinary narrative of the United States as the loser in globalization. And it isn't, I mean, you can break that down, after all, like Sullivan or so on will tell a story about the American working class as having been victimized.
he is like,
But
as much
and
as
some people will talk, but it's
you
not very
are,
plausible, right? Because I mean, that's not
reflexively,
who he in any reasonable sense
you know,
represents. I
cringe
had the deep
away
pleasure of
from,
chairing
you
a
know,
panel with the CEO of Bank of America
you know,
and
any
CEO of Ernst
form.
Young and
Not, I
Rachel
don't want
Reeves
to say
of the
any,
British
no, because you have said that
government,
there are
Howard
some
Lutnick,
forms of,
the US Commerce
you know, social
Secretary,
services that
the
you're like,
key
it's
guy
probably necessary,
behind
right?
the tariffs. He in fact referred
But
to himself as the hammer.
your instinct is to be
gleefully, the enforcer of the Trump
reluctant
administration.
because of centralization of
Journalists had the temerity to
power,
ask the
authority,
bank, you know,
whatever.
chairman of Bank of America. So
But you
the CEO of
cannot
Bank of America,
deny
you know, sir, do you really
that
can you really agree
the
with
democratic
the Commerce
socialist
Secretary's globalization
policies
having been bad for America? And like
presented
the obvious answer is, who are you
by
kidding?
someone like Mom,
Like,
okay,
no
skeptical.
one's
Yeah, that's the
benefited
word I was
more.
looking
They-
for.
They genuinely
by
seem
someone
to
like Mom
believe
Donnie.
that in some sense the
And you
American
see, like,
state, 'cause they're very
he
confused
has
about budgets and
he
who
has a
owns what
YouTube
money
channel
to where
specifically
and
for
what
the
tariffs
mayor,
do, and
right?
the relationship
And
between
he
the
is
private sector and the
legitimately
public
out
sector
there
is
in
quite
front of the
blurred
people, in
their
front of the
mind.
press,
So I think
giving
they
live
think that in
interviews
some general sense, the vital
every
bodily
single
juices
day
of
about
America
what
were
is going on in the
sapped
city,
by
right?
entering into
Like I think just
an
yesterday,
openness to the world
he came
that
out
extends
and he was
from,
like, he was like, well, we have a financial problem in the city because, contrary to what the previous mayor said, we are $12 billion in debt. Our budget is $12 billion in the hole over the next 2 years.
Yeah.
Right. Like, what other politician's going to do that? Like, he just got there,
if our
right?
infrastructure sucks, our airports aren't
like,
up to scratch,
politically, in the
our
past,
tacky.
that is like,
where
they're not going to do that because they want people to.
If we were powerful,
they want to gain people's favor and keep
pillars
it.
Of that power,
right?
Be what do they think the structure of the power competition actually is?
I don't know. It's just like when a candidate like that comes along,
team, if you look at the national
even if
strategy, their defense strategy documents,
even if the political ideology doesn't align with you specifically, then foreign
policy, defense policy,
focus on the specific
kind of
policy itself, right?
Things. They count up military capacities.
You know,
they look at overextended
that's
lines.
the only recommendation. Like,
all this kind of stuff. If
how is he different from previous politicians? Like authenticity, sincerity, empathy, right?
And what was really extraordinary about the speech was that, amongst many
you see him talking to
passages,
people like he had the capability of talking to people like they were humans, right?
These ships are
like he could have a conversation as a human, not as a politician like Hakeem Jeffries with his robot arms and weird breaks in his sentences. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you have to jump at that chance.
You still see on television,
like,
you say, wow.
Your age group, how you have to. I certainly will, like, without hesitation.
Battleships of the past.
You know, big, powerful
and if enough voters in your age group take the opportunity, you know, you have to give the candidates in the primary, you have to give them a decent analysis. So again, it's not like just 1 hour out of your day, like I said before. That's kind of inaccurate during primaries, but
these people aren't.
Semiconductor
but
factories
after a thorough analysis, if there is one that, you know, they don't even have to have the charisma, but the policies. It's all about the policies.
Was, you know, full of this as he bounced into the green.
Like, you have to jump on that chance. Don't let it pass because then shit won't change. Like by choosing not to care, by assuming things will be worse, you are ensuring that things will not get better and they will get worse.
Money out, so they want to bring.
Like you're actually guaranteeing that what you are afraid of will happen.
You know, the sort of AI strategy documents that the Biden administration was, you know,
like,
organizing itself
if
around.
someone's trying to like kidnap you,
in that game at all, and furthermore, they're pursuing strategies.
And you're like, you know what? I don't want to fight back. They're probably just going to kidnap me anyway. They're probably just going to win anyway. Like,
you know,
no, dude.
Effort by the Biden team to actually map
you know what I mean?
Which chips should go where and who should have them, and you know, this.
Like, no, you fight back. Like it doesn't matter. You do whatever it takes to get out of that goddamn situation.
The supply chains of the modern
because
economy and target
shit,
really.
If you lose, they're probably going to kill you anyway.
Weaponization of interdependence, which.
But
that's a very
on the off chance that you win,
from how the Trump people
you got another lease on life, man.
Tariffs, like these big blunt instruments.
So,
you gotta take
America was at Davos. Our message there was, we own this. We do what we say.
Oh, you mean Davos in general, or we just?
Yeah, not the city.
You. Yeah.
But we own the people here.
I think they definitely like to own the city. Yeah.
The Chinese for Davos.
I'm not going to give up on your dumbasses.
In a very different configuration. Yeah.
Tell me
Neither
about
should you.
What their message seemed to be and what their configuration was.
So I mean, the vice premier spoke.
It gives me great pleasure to join you in beautiful Davos for the World Economic Forum annual meeting. Under the theme A Spirit of Dialogue. It is timely that we listen to each other, learn from each other, and build stronger trust with each other.
I'm not going to give up on you.
About it
you kids on your.
You know, if anyone still speaks pure Davos, it's
Skibbity.
And it's even more pronounced in the summer
Skibbity,
that they have
Chad,
in
Alpha, Riz, Energy.
And I always like.
And neither should you.
People like Tony Blair, of course, is always setting these.
Oh, you still dude, my guy.
Time warp where
I know.
Intelligent industrial policy, joined up government.
My guy.
All of those
buzzwords
repeat of the 90s just
this
circulate in Chinese technocratic discourse.
Message
I've watched
to
Chinese
anyone who is willing to listen.
Pause to explain that the units
and I will continue to do so because again,
are purchasing power parity adjusted dollars of
2050.
Like, you have to understand this number I've just given you. The unit is in.
I want to see this country get better.
Make any sense, like, to anyone in the room,
I want
if you thought I
to,
was just using it
in the
perfectly,
future, I want to be able to look at my children in the eye, whether I'm successful or not, and be like, I tried. I tried to make a change within my sphere of influence, whether it stays as small as it is now, or whether it grows larger. I don't know. But I am going to do whatever I can to create a positive change in this country within my sphere of influence to the best of my ability.
China advocates a universally beneficial and inclusive economic globalization. We are committed to building bridges, not walls. Multilateralism is the right way to keep the international order stable and promote humanity's development and progress.
And Ursula von der Leyen, the EU is really
I
structurally
hope
dependent on multilateralism. It is itself, you could say,
that people who are skeptical, cynical like yourself, who are dabbling in the fatalism of nothing will matter, I am hoping that at the very least, if you hear the motivation that I have, that some of it will transfer. That's my hope. Something.
And speaking to the Chinese,
like, I'm not asking anyone to be unrealistically optimistic. I am asking people to be realistically motivated. I want this experiment to continue. I wish to know if the question posed long ago is actually yes.
The Chinese would say a bottom line issue.
I believe so.
12 million workers, core
like,
about the whole
populism. Oh, actually, hold on.
And the Chinese EV invasion is killing
Germans. I
want
to switch another video. Give me a second.
Around that. And the other one's Ukraine.
There was a video I was watching last night. I was kind of tired. So I didn't necessarily catch all of what was said, but the person being interviewed is one of my favorite authors of all time. You might have, I don't know if you've heard of him or not, Ta-Nehisi Coates. He is a phenomenal writer. Like, he is exceptional. Like, I read his book. It was released a couple years ago called The Message. Like, his writing style, it's like this book that he wrote is the only nonfiction book that I sat down and read completely through in basically one sitting. Like, a few hours one day, go to sleep, wake up, started reading again, and finished it the next day. And that's what I'm saying with, like, complete sincerity.
You know, somebody like, you know, Stephen Miller.
This guy.
I mean, these people, like, they believe in this glorious
take a listen. Like,
past of this homeland that they want restored. Trump
this guy
that.
Is a better messenger
you have to take them seriously
than I could ever be.
As true
but
believers.
the message
is like, this is the world they want.
Parallel. Like, he's just a better communicator than I am.
Hello and welcome to the Bulwark Podcast. I'm your host, Tim Miller. Delighted to welcome back to the show.
Public foreign government
a
can
journalist
survive.
and author and contributing editor at Vanity Fair.
Public government stuff without falling into
column, The
bunch of
Homeland
scholars.
is
The
a
reason
war on America, the blood and soil nationalism.
The reason I remembered this video from last night is
How you doing, man?
because I wish to know if the question posed so long as actually yes.
We're here. Right,
is because he makes a comment somewhere, I don't remember where, somewhere in this interview,
it was a great piece,
where he's like, no system of government
the word homeland's
is completely immune from the overthrow of tyrants. Like, none. Like,
wait, I'm so sorry. Can I ask you why it's been bugging you?
Sure.
Wait, actually.
Let's do it.
Just out of curiosity. Why does that?
Well, here's
I'll start over. I want to know what he was talking about. Hold on. Anyway, pay attention. Pay attention. It's learning time.
Show, a journalist and author and contributing editor at Vanity Fair, which just published his newest column.
Look who's live. Haha. What's up, man?
America,
welcome. Perfect timing.
Nationalism that killed Rene Good and
we
Alex
are
Preddy.
listening to an interview
How you doing, man?
I'm doing good.
that I insist
well, you know,
on silence
here.
in the classroom.
Right, we're living, so that's the best we can.
You are
do.
just in time for me.
It was a great.
You're
piece,
just joining
man.
just time.
I'm so appreciative of you coming back on. And
me say shush.
And the word homeland's been bugging me a lot. So
that's what the question was. Okay.
Scratched an itch.
Yeah, that little Nazi. Little Nazi touch.
I'm so sorry. Can I ask you why it's been bugging you?
Sure. Yeah, let's do it.
Is this out of
curiosity?
Why does that?
Yeah, no worries.
It was funny. I was reading the article, and you quoted Peggy Noonan, who I kind of hate now, but who I loved in 2002. And this was an article of hers from 2002 where she said, "Homeland isn't really an American word. It's not
I don't
something
remember.
we used to say or say
Let's talk about
now. It is a
Homeland.
vaguely
I don't remember what he
Teutonic
said
ring. We must
as
have the Führer protect the homeland."
like
And that's
to
like
defend
how
his argument
I felt about it. That's how I
about
felt
how
about it.
no
And
system
I
of government is
didn't
immune
actually
from
tweak on this. I didn't feel that way
completely
about the
immune
Department
from
of
like
Homeland
tyrannical
Security
takeovers,
during
but
the 20-aughts. I should have. In
I mean, it
retrospect,
rang a
but I
bell
didn't.
when he said it's like,
But,
you know
the
what,
way
that
they
kind of
use it
it's
drawn
believable,
out
I guess.
that kind of German
So, like,
Teutonic
again,
sense
I was
for
half
me,
asleep. I
in a
wanted
way
to
that's
actually
made me feel very uncomfortable. And it was never something I would have used to describe the. I don't know. It's the.
I want to
blood and
commit more of
soil
this to
element
memory
of it. So that'd be
instead
my
of
answer.
half of it when
What
I'm
about
trying
you?
to fall asleep.
No, I only asked you because I can't say I was either. Like, I mean, I was in my 20s when they, founded the Department of Homeland Security, but I certainly was not saying, wow, this sounds a little off, and I probably did not have enough political awareness to understand that some of the problems that, we're seeing today actually had their roots back then. But what was interesting to me is that some people did. And some of them were people that you would suspect, and some of them were people that, you would not, necessarily suspect either.
Yeah. The interesting thing about the
There's a reason why I've
Peggy
been flying a Senate Republic,
column that
if you can keep it.
referenced is,
Yeah, you have to
me,
try.
it
Like,
speaks to something that
you have to make,
I think
as a
everyone
society,
would have agreed about in 2002 that there would be the
you
Trump
have
supporters would disagree
to.
with now because they
There
have
has
to
to
out
be a
of convenience,
concerted
which is that,
effort to hold on to it.
Words matter. Framing they carry.
And right now, it
carry
feels
with
like
them some type of
30% of the voting
definition,
population
whether you want
is
to or not,
actively
they
trying to
carry
give it
with
away.
them implications.
You know?
Whether you want them to or not necessarily, and it feels like the fact that they gave it that name, the Department of Homeland Security, had these implications that kind of came, like, you could kind of see some of it in the Bush and Obama years. You don't want to say you couldn't, but like
I don't
really
make many
fully
book
bloomed
recommendations,
like that.
but
the sort of rhetorical implications of it really
I
fully bloomed
insist
in this past few years.
on checking out The Message
And,
by
there are
Ta-Nehisi Coates.
people, like Russ Feingold, who I interviewed for the article.
Again,
and,
the only
Spencer
nonfiction
Ackerman,
book
who
I have
this
ever
great
been able to
history
get
of the
through.
war and terror called,
I have ever
Reign of Terror,
been
which very much influenced
like
this article, by the way. Who would say that even then
involved,
like,
interested enough to
pivot
to where I didn't
merging,
I wasn't forcing myself. I
border
wanted to
security
keep going,
with anti-terrorism. I see that there's a lot of roots of what's happening now in that it's not a mistake that you.
If you want me to post a link to show you what the book looks like, I will. If you're interested.
Community.
But
that became the
I can say that as a 44-year-old man
you look at now
that has read plenty of nonfiction books,
a lot of those who were responding
that
to these concerns were saying, well, like,
that book, The Message,
we're better
is
than that.
the
Like,
best
you're
one
worried that this might happen, but the norms
that I have read in my life, that I can
we're
recall.
And he was saying,
nonfiction.
Well, we can't just rely on like norms protecting us.
So
and, like, here we are today.
If you want to check it out, let me know. I'll post a
literally
link in the chat.
DHS is signing warrants for themselves to beat down the door of people's houses, and the vice president is out there saying, "Well, we got a warrant," because they're just checking their own boxes. And it's like, man, we really probably should listen to Russ Feingold.
That interview was so good, and there were aspects of it that I actually, just because of the boundaries of the column, I couldn't get in there. And in this sense, I mean, I think he was of two minds. He was sincere, but he was of two minds in the sense that on the one hand, he was suspicious of this notion that the norms will protect us. But at the same time, one thing he said that I didn't get in the article,
skeptical,
was that he
sounds like he's right up your alley. Whoever he's talking about.
To become a tyrant or determined to just violate, you know what I mean? And who's elected. You can't really design a system that, is foolproof, and he was pointing at something, profound.
Okay, he's basing it off the claims of another author. Okay.
Of thinking of the Constitution as this, great genius document, emanating out of the American people and all of this. But what he had taken over his years was that it really is actually quite hard to design a system that is invulnerable to the kind of things that Trump is doing. Now the Department of Homeland Security made it easier, I would say. Yeah. But to make it completely, it's extremely hard to do. Some of this is not about rules, man.
What else is Russ saying? What's he up to right now? I just Googled it. He's 72. So at our current status, he could be the Democratic nominee. He'd be the youngest of the last three presidents if he won in 2028.
I don't know why more people don't talk to him. I mean, he was just so wise, and you know what I mean. He was so free. I mean, if we started one place, and you know, because I didn't expect to talk about this whole thing about constitutionality and.
Oh, that's right.
He himself had changed.
I remember there's a lot of constitutional talk in this, so you might be intrigued.
Into the interview and say, "Ha ha ha! I was right." You know, all these other people were wrong. I mean, you know, he told the truth about what happened, but then he said, "Listen, I'm just going to tell you, even I did not foresee it going this far. Like, you don't like paint it like I knew like Trump was going to happen. I did not. And you know, one of the stories that we did get in that article was that he talked about how, and it's just so sad to me, but it's true. He said, you know, as part of his, you know, duties as a senator every year, he would go to every county in Wisconsin and he would, you know, hold these town meetings. And he said, you know, sometimes people come out, they would disagree, and you know, sometimes those people would, you know, get booed by his supporters, and he would tell his supporters, no, let them talk, and you know, but it never really got nasty. And he said, as soon as Obama won, before he was even sworn in, it immediately degraded, and I think it was very, very depressing.
It's almost like
that, and this is
a large swath of the population was.
But those 8 years really
closeted racist
in some portion of this country, and I think we're still under it.
I'm telling you, like Obama, a black man getting elected, like it seriously broke a lot of people's brains. Like they could not fathom the idea that a black man legitimately won.
Who might be one of the biggest fucking
I even heard that from within my friend group when he got elected. Like, he only won because he got so much more of the black vote than Democrats typically get. Like, oh, cool.
They've now got a couple martyrs.
Freaking douche nozzle.
Results of inciting people toward violence and obstruction of justice. It's just tragic.
Martyrs, predictable.
Yeah,
I fucking hate that.
Yeah.
I'll shut up. I apologize.
You know, I mean, this is like, there is, you know, I think one of the problems of American politics is that built into the system is this notion that both parties will have some, if at times tenuous, connection to the truth. And I don't know what you do when half has no commitment whatsoever.
Right.
You know what I mean, to the truth. Like, I think it's a tough system then. You know?
Yeah, I was thinking about that the other day, just about the vice president, who's just the one who's under my call the most these days. And it's just like, he doesn't tell the truth about anything, and he takes glee in it. You know, it's like Trump is a liar, but like Trump lies about like a consistent basket of things. Like he wants to always look good, and so he lies to always make himself look good. And so sometimes he's telling the truth, sometimes he's lying. It depends on what he thinks that makes himself look good. You know, it's a narcissism thing. Like JD, in his engagement about what has happened in Minneapolis,
puffy-faced bitch
said
is
that
what he
the
is.
Police are lying. You know, when they say that they've been racially targeted, he said that the victims are lying. He's lied about the victims. He's lied about the community. There's no basis in fact at all. Like, he's created an entire different, like, he's created a story, basically. He's created an imaginary world of what is happening in Minneapolis and arguing on those grounds. And that's very challenging to counter in a political space, I think.
I'm completely sympathetic to people who, because they have bills to pay, because they have children to raise, because they have, you know, grandparents to take care of, like they can't hunt down every fact. You know what I mean? Like they it's not their job to be aware. The system depends on some amount of leadership and I can't believe I'm
somehow he is
term,
making me feel empathetic
virtue of some sort
for Trumpers.
If you have
momentarily, but still, he's able to do it.
Entirely captured. Effectively by reality TV stars, and with the ethics of the form, also, that's tough. That's just really, really, really tough. And obviously I make no excuse and no quarter for anybody's racism, bigotry, sexism, transphobia, etc. But I also don't think it had to be this way. You know.
Yeah, I mean, you've written a lot about kind of like the way that the narratives and storytelling like have power in these situations in political context. And to me, I just was thinking about that. I was thinking about our conversation about the the stories that they've been telling about Minneapolis. And I do think, like, in some ways, part of the reason why the opposition to that, whether that be the Democrats or resistance or America, however you want to frame that, is on the front foot over the last 2 weeks, is because these tragedies have given them a hero story to tell, or a story about these two folks who have been murdered. But like in a broader context of the conversation, it is challenging to have to fight somebody that's creating a convenient story and telling that all the time, with being on the other side having to be the people that are like, using facts and trying to massage them a little bit to make them sound a little bit better for you. And like you end up in this kind of like white paper versus reality TV construct that's hard to get out of. I wonder what you think about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the, I agree with you. I think one of the successes of Minneapolis,
it takes discernment on the part of the listener.
Do that. Like they found a way to counter. It just comes off as basic.
At least some discernment.
And if my friend Adam Searle, I should say basic human decency.
Fact checkers will never win.
We got you back to back
against.
Oh, good. Did he talk about
liars.
how like this goes back to like abolition,
propagandists?
And, like, how like there's always
it
been
takes
this
discernment from
here.
the listener.
No, he didn't.
Critical thinking.
Okay, all right. So this is Adam's point, but what Adam would tell you, like, me and him, we talk from time to time. And when he was first beginning working on his, incredible piece for the Atlantic, the first thing he said, looking at this, was it reminded him of abolitionism. And one of the things that people forget, because like the story of slavery, becomes kind of compressed, is we forget in the run up to the Civil War, how many white people were willing to put their bodies on the line to keep their neighbors, as my friend Jelani Cobb says. I'm just name checking now. As my friend Jelani Cobb says, to keep them from being dragged, back into, they were pitched battles. In the streets of Boston and Syracuse.
What sucks is I don't ever remember learning about that.
Non-violent. And so what I want to say is there is, I think, in the hearts of most people, like just this kind of basic goodness.
That's really disappointing that I don't ever remember learning about that. Going through school, learning about
like somebody's grandfather,
the abolitionist movement.
You know what I mean? In like flip, and people tend to respond to that. Which, by the way, makes the need for what you were talking about again. That's kind of why you need the other story. Like you need something to overcome that basic, human sympathy. Can I just say one other thing, even after I get that elongated answer?
Dude, you just roll, man. We're pre-taping this in the evening. It's usually a morning thing, so I got nothing but time. You're saving me from doing bedtime with my kids, so we can go as long as you want.
No, I'm gonna make this clear. I do think also one of the and I don't want to valorize anybody's death or anybody's killing, certainly, and I don't want to valorize Martyrdom, but I will tell you, man, to see models of what I can only call good white folk has been really, 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 really beautiful. I think sometimes people who I, agree with, people who are on my side of politics, sometimes, and I understand why we get exhausted, we don't want to explain things to people, we don't want to, have to, sit people down and have conversations. Well, it's pretty clear some of those conversations, have taken place. And it's pretty clear that you have a population of people, a diverse population of people who have become woke in the best possible sense, and modeling that for other white people, so that it takes us away from me telling you what you're not doing. Like that being the entirety, like the negativity of that, the anger where I'm always like wagging my finger at you, like white man, listen. Like it's kind of been beautiful to have another.
Nobody in that exchange likes
conversation.
It. The finger wagger or the finger waggy.
Well, some people like it. Some people, let me be honest, some people are taking pleasure in it.
That's fair. You're right.
It's not most people, but some people, particularly online, are taking pleasure in that, and it's not.
I'm guilty sometimes.
I'm the first person that's going to tell the truth, right? Like I'll tell you the second. You know what I mean? What's going on? But as you said, when you start, I do think there is a human element sometimes that causes people to take pleasure in it. That's not great.
Guys, this finally happened. We're in hoodie season. We're in deep hoodie season here in Louisiana. I don't even know what the hell we're talking about. We don't know how to deal with anything. We got to put bags over our plants.
No commercials. No commercials.
Nice.
Nope.
We don't know how to. We don't
know
how
to
deal
tolerate
with this weather this week. Giant.com. When you use the code BULWARK at checkout, that's 20% off your first order at American-Giant.com. Code BULWARK. You mentioned the Jelani, and you both referenced Viola Liuzzo. in your story.
Yeah.
And
boy,
I should just say, people always ask me. I live in New Orleans for New Orleans restaurant Rex. There's a restaurant called La Uza's. They got the barbecue shrimp.
Really?
That's where you go if you come to town. Anyway, just tell folks that just a little bit of that story and what we learned from it.
I mean, Viola Luisa was a race trader, man. She was a race trader. And what that term means is somebody who decided that the privileges that were given to them because of racism and white supremacy was so offensive to their person that they would put their body on the line to be
white
to
lady.
be
Okay,
this.
I do remember.
We have a
Okay, I
history
do
of
remember this part from
you know,
listening to it last night.
We have me as a journalist, I would shout out Eli,
Inspiring.
Elijah
Sad
Lovejoy,
and inspiring.
for instance, people who died. For
Again,
this,
like it goes to the thing I
too-
mentioned
it was
before.
so
It
offensive.
actually connects to what I said before.
Abraham
Like,
Lincoln ultimately was judged
just
quite
something.
frankly.
You know, no matter how small,
Viola
something.
Luisa is this white woman
Every-
who's grown up in poverty. Dad is a coal miner.
Every
you know what I mean?
minute
marries
push
this dude who's like a
of that
teamster,
needle
union activist,
in a
and
positive
they're just
direction
straight, working
makes a
class,
difference.
White people with no ostensible reason to be conscious. Say this: she saw poverty, and she saw what poverty did to her family, and she saw what it did to black families around her, and that allowed for a basic level of recognition and humanity. And she was inspired by the March on Selma, drove 800 miles from her home, left her 5 kids behind to go, join this march, was giving 2 marchers a ride on the way back when she was murdered by a group of white supremacists. And here's where the story gets dark. In that car, also, of the murderers, was an FBI agent under the direction, or FBI informant under the direction of J. Edgar Hoover. And Hoover, in
Sounds
order
about
to
right.
hide the fact that the Bureau actually had an asset in the car.
Sounds like something
when
the
Viola Luisa
Hoover
was
FBI would do.
killed, spread this rumor about her, very similar to the kind of rumors or the kind of stuff you hear about Renee Good, that in fact she was a heroin addict and she was down there doing heroin with black men, and she had only gone south to sleep with black men. And they put this stuff out there, and they traumatized her family. This is the federal government, right? Like, this isn't just like white supremacists. This is J. Edgar Hoover doing this. And that was the price that, she paid with her life. And then her family continued to pay the price after. And I guess one thing I have never understood is why we don't hear her name more. Like, I just don't get it. You know what I mean? She's such an important figure and an important activist.
That leads me to something else I wanted to ask you about, and I talked about this with Adam a little bit, so we get to compare your answers, see what we think.
This will be better.
But
Is that like that little
something
short
about this,
story
what we've
about
seen
an activist
from ICE and CBP,
and
over
the effects of
particularly this month, but even over the past
activism?
year,
Like, if that
has
doesn't
felt
touch like
meaningfully different
something,
from
then
stuff that I've seen
you're
in my
soulless.
life, right? And just not as if there hasn't been state violence against people, there has, right? Like police violence, and it's not as if they haven't lied about it and covered it up, but like the fact that it's so structural and that it's so top down, that it's the president, the vice president, the head of DHS and FBI, and that everybody's on board with it, and that it's funded by Congress. And to me, that does make it a little different. But, when I talk about it like that, then you get the pushback that's like, nah, this is like, we have a long history of this, and this is like the latest chapter. And so I kind of wonder how
it can be the latest chapter and be different too. Like, it can have precedent and also be like, both can be true.
Yeah.
In
what ways is this unique for you then, would you say?
I would struggle to tell you a time in my lifetime where at the federal level, so many resources have been marshaled across so many states. We did have a period after 9/11, by the way. We definitely had a period after 9/11. But I think the scope of this dwarfs what we saw after 9/11. After 9/11, we had the FBI, essentially, grabbing people off the streets for the smallest immigration violations, which is something that we really didn't do before. Like, you got to see this as the whole thing. It's not just Minneapolis, right? It's Minneapolis, it's Chicago, it's LA, it's national. I don't think we've had that, and also had the construction of concentration camps, in places like Florida.
Having a soulless no, fuck that, dude.
Effectively the rendition, of people into other jails.
I'm gonna push back on that shit.
To be tortured against the judge's orders, by the way.
That's like
against the judge's
no.
orders.
hard
don't
disagree.
Think, we've had a situation where we looked at, say, the speech.
I'm gonna
the
assume you're being sarcastic.
Pro-Palestine activists or activists of whatever.
And I don't care what response you give to me informing you of my assumption.
Detain them. And I think
That's
it's
what
an
I'm going
important
with. That's what I'm
distinction
sticking
to
with.
make. That this is only kind of about deportation. It's really about
Because
punishment.
I
like that's really like the
don't want
infliction
to
of
believe
pain.
that.
I don't think we've had
honestly,
of the
like,
Department of Homeland
in the face of
Security
such a
turning that
blatant
into effectively a reality
lack
show,
of humanity,
cosplaying,
a
doing
blatant
makeup,
disregard
posing.
for
You put
basic
all that together,
humanity,
it's different.
humanitarian
It's
rights,
different, right? And saying that it's
like
different
everything.
doesn't mean it doesn't
The
have
only
precedent.
thing
It does.
Sure.
It does. It does.
that
It's also different.
not the
You
only
know what I
thing.
mean? Like, it's also different.
It is absolutely necessary that
we've done a lot of bad stuff, and this is uniquely bad. I think that's important for people to sit
the
with,
existence
think
of
what the
humanity
appropriate reaction is to
has
it.
to be there to push
Just
back
on
against that.
The DHS reality show. To me, the thing that has struck me the most
I am,
about
okay.
it, and they've just
I had
done
a
so
feeling.
much gross shit. And I got versus Christy Nome standing in front of that actual concentration camp in El Salvador.
But
Those
there are
men
people who
behind her.
will,
I
plenty
know
of people who will
probably the worst.
unironically make that
But
statement.
Taken all together, like the propaganda stuff, the ASMR, people in chains, like the chains are making the sound, the memes.
The activists in Minneapolis where they altered her face. See, all of that is like some of that just wasn't possible, by the way. Like, it's new because it wasn't possible. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, they could have put out. I know a lot of the memes they're putting out are just like kind of old 1950s posters re-upped.
That's true.
You could have done that in Photoshop before or something, Yeah. And I don't know, like that isn't like acutely harming someone in the way that taking their body and putting it into a detention center is, but the perniciousness of it has unbelievable long ramifications.
Armed identity politics, that's what it is. Like, it's the worst. Some would argue, and I probably would agree, that all politics is identity politics, but all politics isn't this particular identity politics.
Don't tell Texas to give yourself 10 more senators.
And I think, as you pointed out, like the memes, the 1950 stuff.
I will not bring that up
stuff where it was a New York Times
in
article
any
where
influential
calls
circles
up and says,
whatsoever.
Hey, this is clearly
Actually, no, I'm not going to bring it up at
anthem.
all.
They deny it. The guy goes and checks it. And then they act like he's lying, and then they,
I'm just going to pretend you're lying.
Down. I mean, they are. I look, man, and I see. I probably would not. This is something new, and I've said some pretty harsh things in my time, but I don't know that I've seen before the president of the United States attempt to build what I can only call a white supremacist army within the government, one that will outlast him.
Texas and Indiana is essentially the 14th colony.
New, and I don't know what else to call it, given the propaganda and the recruiting. That I don't know what else what anybody else would want me to say.
There's a little bit of what is it?
And so adherent they were
people throw out white supremacists
to their own independence.
And so sometimes I get a little bit frustrated. Sometimes with activists, because
that they insisted, demanded.
But we should still keep that word
fondling the testicles of Donald J. Trump and his administration.
What else do you call it? I mean, they're the ones doing they're
and handing over voter rolls.
They're doing guns
and doing mid-cycle
they're
redistricting.
Down people's doors with guns. Yeah. They're doing racial profiling
at the crack of his mushroom-shaped penis.
They're racially profiling other cops. So I don't know what else to call it. I wanted to ask you about the identity politics thing though too, because one of the other things that struck me about talking with Adam yesterday and how inspiring it was to be there, he was really talking about how all these elements of Western civilization were on display, like classically liberal Western civilization. Before I ask this question, because this is a little awkward question to ask as a white guy, so I'm just verbalizing that before I get there.
Welcome to the game.
Is
What's the IG mean? I've seen that before.
I'm just saying it's a little awkward,
but I haven't seen it enough to request an explanation. What's the IG mean?
Of its nature, in that sense, that it is this.
I guess. Okay, gotcha.
This entire community coming together in a multicultural sense and saying we are all standing united as one against this outside threat. There feels like some kind of power in that was absent from the more identitarian, kind of progressive stuff that we saw the last time that Minnesota was exploding, with George Floyd and Black Lives Matter, and that had this big power in the moment and ended up dissipating. And I wonder if I'm over-interpreting that, or if you think there are any lessons there, or if you think that I'm an asshole for bringing that up, or I don't know. What do you think?
No, I think there are always lessons, and I think a movement has to interrogate itself. I think that is always true. I do think that the stark line that maybe people want to draw between 2020 and 2026 is not as stark as they think it is. I'm about to cede the whole show to Adam, but one of the points that Adam makes,
we should have done it together, probably. Kind of a point, kind of a hated agreement.
No, but one of the great points he makes is that like a lot of those, messaging and signal groups, like they started in 2020. When I was, going out and doing the reporting for the message, I couldn't believe this happened. But when I went down to South Carolina to see them, like they were fighting against like book bans and everything, right? And I remember I was talking to this older white woman, and she was saying, yeah, after George Floyd, man, we formed like a reading group, at our white church, and she said at first they tried to have black folks in, black folks got fed up and because of their questions, but they kept it going. And it was still going. God bless them. And it was still going. And that was the network that she had activated for them to protest book bans.
I want to pause real quick.
I think there are things that happen.
I think I know why he is like such an appealing communicator. Is I think he doesn't have the same like demanding adherence to wokeness as you would expect from other influential black men. Like, he recognizes when there are people trying, even though they make mistakes. Whether it's in form of communication, like he was talking about the book clubs asking stupid questions, or in the way they become engaged in order to, help other communities. I think that's one of the important aspects of him as a person. That's what I get the sense of. God damn it.
Out. And I think there are things that happen online, and I think like because of the way our media space works right now, anger and outrage particularly draw attention. But there are things that happen really, really quietly out of 2020 that are tremendous, that are really, really tremendous. And I guess the other thing I would push back on is, I don't know how identitarian it was. There were like white people in small towns, protesting. There were people all around the world, protesting of all sorts of, 2020 was the first time I really, really saw white people in this modern time put their bodies on the line. Like, it was crazy. You know what I mean? I think, again, any movement has to question itself.
Yeah.
I don't think that's wrong. I don't think you should be without critique.
You did have the white fragility, come out of that.
Come on,
some
man.
of that stuff is pretty, pretty identitarian.
Okay, so here's my problem with that. Here's my problem with that. You can't make an entire movement answer for one book. You can't even make me as an author answer for like come on.
I get my answer for everything that Jim ever said.
Come on.
I don't know. Sometimes
it's like everybody always brings that up, and I haven't read White Fragility, so I'm not here or there on that.
And last night was when I learned that there was a book titled White Fragility, and
what is that about?
I don't think I'll ever read it.
To a reading group that just read White Fragility and listened to their questions? It's concerning. I feel like I need to de-radicalize them sometimes.
What do you hear? Seriously, all jokes aside, what do you hear? Like, what are the sort of questions that you get out coming out?
There was that viral video going around that was, I think, representative of this. And I don't mean to denigrate this person, because like her heart is such in the right place, and like give me $1 million of this lady over one JD Vance, right? But she's out in the street protesting in Minnesota, and after Renee Good died, an interviewer goes up to her and asks her how she's feeling, and she's like, I feel kind of bad even being here because I have my privilege, and and Renee Good was a white victim, right? And we should be like lifting up our brothers and sisters, and like it came from a good place, but like, like in her heart, but it came from like a little bit of a bad place in that book, like fragility. Probably is probably where that came from.
Wait, but what don't you like about what she said? Just so I can, and I don't love what she said either. That's probably not what I would ask her to say, but I'm interested in what you don't love about
anybody.
Richard.
She shouldn't feel like if you feel bad about somebody that just got shot down by the state, like your first thought shouldn't be what their skin color is, right? Like you feel bad in solidarity with anybody that got shot down by the state.
Like,
I guess would be my
important
answer to why that makes me feel uncomfortable.
Okay, so I'll say two things. I will say that when Renee got killed, the first thing I noticed was her skin color and her gender, and I noticed it because so much of the way white supremacy constructs itself is in alleged protection of white women. And I do think it matters. I really do think it matters.
She's a lesbian though, so that doesn't count.
Right, that's right. That's how they push her out of it, right? That's how they push her out of it. But nonetheless, I do think it matters that white people are putting their bodies on the line. I guess what I'm detecting from you, and I have heard some of this before.
You don't have to detect. You can ask.
No. I'm trying to. Yeah, but I think what I'm hearing, I think, is like maybe a discomfort, maybe even an annoyance with some of the vocabulary that came out of that period of time.
Yeah.
Would that sound right? Some of the ways of talking. Do I have that right?
Annoyance for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't. I'm not ever I don't know about discomfort, but annoyance, and I think like a counterproductive nature of it sometimes. You know, and it's something that like take something that was good about visibility and make sure everybody's protected, and like turn it into something about like, you know, guilt and right speak. Yeah, I don't know.
So Tim, I have a request of you.
Okay, great, man. I love getting homework from guests.
One thing that I think is worth thinking about is, and again, I haven't read White Fragility. I'm a writer, and what that means to me is I try to write and speak as clearly as possible. And so I don't really want you making apologies for your privilege to me either. You know, like I want to get down to business. You know, like I don't need to hear that. I don't really need to hear how guilty you feel. Like that is sort of beside the point for me. Like I don't have a desire to get that out of you, you know? But I do think that in mass, white people in this country do not have a very, very long history in trying to formulate a vocabulary for how to talk about these things. And I think in the course of formulating that vocabulary, people will make mistakes. And there will be language that, you know, we used, you know, 3 or 4 years ago that we decide, you know, hey, it don't work. You know what I mean? Like that probably is not the approach we should take. And maybe what you're feeling now is even like the movement has kind of advanced over where it was 5 years ago. Maybe that's some of, you know, what is heartening to you. But I just think we put so much pressure, you know what I mean, on people. Meanwhile, the other side is out here talking crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like just like out their minds, like talking, you know what I mean? You know, we're strong enough to do it. Season Greenland, you know what I'm saying? Like, because we can, you know, just out here talking crazy, and yet, you know, we get one book. And you know, we don't like
I want to beat them though. Yeah, I kind of want to beat them though. You know what I mean? I want to disempower them as much as possible, rather than empower them. You know?
Yes, I guess,
and that is undercut. So I want to revise and extend my marks. I don't really love the guilt. This could probably be my mother because I had to deal with the Catholic guilt enough. You know, so like I don't need any additional layers. Like I'm already ridden with it. But honestly, less than the annoyance, it's more like I don't like handing them free wins. You know, and I do think that in some ways there have been things that have happened that are not that offensive to me.
Right.
Like as they stay, like my feelings aren't hurt that you know that woman felt guilty, or that there's a whatever, some weird newspeak thing at the beginning of a meeting. I got land acknowledge. Like none of that stuff offends me, but I worry. I'm like, man, are we handing the stick to these people to like let them beat us with it? And probably, like, for what end? To what end, right? You know, and if it's to a good end, great. If it's like if it's to no end except making people, you know, feel good in their like little social media circles, like then I'd like to stop doing it.
Yeah, I mean, probably, yeah. I just I think, and I've probably said this a lot in public. If you can extend the temporality out just a little bit of the struggle, I think it makes the mistakes not better, but understandable. It's very, very hard to get any movement of humans to always act right, speak right, talk right. I really, really wish people read more about the civil rights movement deeply, because they were fucking up all the time. Like, and people were doing crazy things all the time. And some of the people that came out of that, you know, who led some of the most noble,
Again,
you know,
I wish
struggles
I had
in the
learned
world,
about more of
became,
this
like,
and going through school.
Lyndon LaRouche conspiracy theories. Like, it's some crazy people
I'm
there.
guilty as ever. When I first
Deeply
like
disappointed.
2 or 3 years ago, I literally had
Twice
this
in this interview.
Like, I don't know, when I was 40, probably.
An education
I was
that
old. And like I know, and I didn't, and then I ended up on deep
I
dives.
felt
Like,
was
I knew nothing about like the internal fighting. Right, you know, because it all
I'm not an
gets
idiot.
glossed over. You know, like the little faction, the factions and the factionizing, and like in the history books, like that's one sentence. You know.
Yes.
So I knew that.
And then
for
we
sure.
compare ourselves against this perfect image of what activism was. And in fact, it was messy. It was like really, really, and there were a lot of uncomfortable things. You know what I mean? That were going on. I mean, Fannie Lou Hamer, who is like lionized, you know, by the movement, and should be. But I'll never forget this quote that they had of hers when she's talking about organizing, and she says, "We have to get. We could do it if we could get the damn Toms out the movement." And it's like, we don't want people calling people Uncle Toms now. Like, we don't want to hear that. But they were saying that back then. Like, that was part of like the vocabulary, you know, of things. And look, I honor them like anybody else, but these were human beings, and I don't know that we're any worse today. I think this is what it looks like, which does not mean you should not critique it. That's not what I'm saying.
So your homework for me is just give it more grace. Is that what you're saying? Or read more
grace,
about how
man.
dumb they were?
Give white people some grace, man. That's
I got lost though. What was the homework? What were you asking of me?
Do you know how many?
That's it.
You know how many people could have been
just take a breath.
prevented from going to Trumpism and MAGAland if they had just heard that?
And I don't expect
You know,
everybody to agree with everything I said
during the
but,
2020s.
for that article I just wrote,
You know,
dude, it took me 3 days sitting there trying to define what the homeland was. I felt what it was, but I couldn't. I was just writing over and over again the same 3 paragraphs until I got to the thing, to what it was. I'm telling you that to tell you, some of us are working really, really hard. Really, really hard and investing a lot of energy. And we don't want to have to answer for other people's books. You know what I mean? Who, you know, maybe, I don't know. I haven't read White Fragility, so.
Was that line?
You know.
I shouldn't have brought up Robin DiAngelo. I'd throw myself in the mercy of the court.
Everybody does, though. Everybody does.
I know, and that's what makes me feel even worse now. I don't know. I'm just spitballing. She wasn't in my notes, you know? We're way off the script. I got news to get to. This is a daily podcast. Was the Homeland as skeptical of aliens? The line that you was at in the 3 paragraphs?
Yeah. That is not skeptical of immigrants. It's skeptical of aliens, which is a different construct. Yeah.
I agree with that. Can we talk about the news real quick? Because we do have a couple of news things. I guess we should just say just really quick about Minnesota, the actual updates since I last spoke. They're putting a new face on this with Homan. The Star Tribune is reporting that today that the exact same number of ICE patrol vehicles left the
Mushmouth Homan
than they had any other day, right? So like as of now, there's no evidence anything's changed, and they're putting out this video, which I've not confirmed yet, but which appears to be legit, of Alex Preddy like kicking a car from like 2 weeks prior.
So he should have got shot, right?
So I guess
of course.
So you should have got shot, right?
So that's it. My take, which I assume is going to be the same as yours, but we just have to get it on the record, is that it seems like, new boss, same as the old boss a little bit for now, at least in Minnesota.
Look, the one thing I will say about this administration, and the one good thing I can say is, look, they're true believers. They believe this stuff. Like, they really, 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 like, yes, you know, some of this is, you know, content. Yes, some of this is, you know, spectacle. They really believe it. They do. I mean, with the exception of maybe J.D. Vance and, you know, maybe there's other opportunists, you know, like him who have no core beliefs. But, you know, somebody like, you know, Stephen Miller. I mean, these people, like, they believe in this
he is a
glorious
ghoul
past
cosplaying as a
that they
human.
want restored. Trump believes that. You know, and so like you have to take them seriously. You know, I think as true believers, this is not a distraction. You know, like this is the world they want.
To that point, here's another news item I got for you. The DOJ raided FBI rather, raided Fulton County's Election Operations Center on Wednesday. They
Nothing to see here, folks.
Wanted to get the 2020 ballots. The Fulton County clerk, Che Alexander,
Nothing,
said
no
a
nefarious
large number of
intent
agents were
whatsoever,
retrieving the
I'm
boxes
sure.
of ballots from the warehouse where they're being stored. It's like that's, I mean, I think that is about, as ominous as what we're seeing out of DHS at this point, like looking ahead to the midterms.
Yeah, I think it's pretty bad. And let's say, the worst thing that, we think is going to happen or we suspect might happen in the midterms doesn't happen. It's bad to groundlessly sow skepticism of like the electoral system in people's minds. Again, like people were just kind of, going through their day, doing what, like it's bad.
And the
to
justice
feed
system,
them
actually.
This stuff,
yeah.
it is not harmless. I mean, there's a great book that I really want to write about this book, but it's by Chris Hayes called Twilight of the Elites. And it's about how in various sectors, people who, are in an elite class have kind of given up their authority, for that. And we are kind of living in that right now, but it's just this complete decline in, for lack of a better term, I hate that I keep using these words, but for lack of a better term, expertise, authority, those sorts of, words. And so if masses of people really come to feel, and maybe they already have, that their elections are not real, I mean that's bad. That's bad.
Right. Yeah, it becomes self-fulfilling, kind of like Homeland.
Yes.
As a
Yes,
term.
it does. Yes, exactly.
So we'll keep monitoring that. I couldn't let you go without asking you about the Board of Peace. Jared Kushner did a PowerPoint in front of the
I would
Board
argue.
of Peace on his plans for Gaza. I want to play.
I think I
folks
mentioned this
a little
before.
bit of that.
We've developed ways to redevelop Gaza. Gaza, as President Trump's been saying, has
this is
amazing
so disgusting.
potential, and this is for the people of Gaza. We've developed it into zones. In the
Zones.
beginning, we were toying with the idea of saying, let's build a free zone, and then we have a Hamas zone. And then we said, you know what, let's just plan for catastrophic success.
You mean a
We
Palestinian
deal demilitarized.
zone?
That is what we are going to enforce. People ask us what our plan B is. We do not have a plan B. We have a plan. We signed an agreement. We are all committed to making that agreement work. There's a master plan. We'll be doing it in phasing. In the Middle East, they build cities like this in 2-3 million people. They build this in 3 years, and so stuff like this is very doable. Once this starts going, we think there should be 100% full employment and opportunity for everybody there.
They have a master plan.
Indentured
zones
servitude
for
is what he
Gaza
means by that.
within, 3
for
years.
I believe
the people
have
in
right,
the Hamas camp
to
region.
determine how they're governed. I strongly
My man.
believe that. I also believe that even when we object to things that their leadership does, or that their government does, that we don't have the right to then subject them to genocide. This country, in the lifetime of many people, overthrew the government of Iran because it didn't like it, then went and overthrew the government of Iraq because it didn't like it. And we would be very, very angry if any group of people cited that as cause to do harm to civilians in this country. The degradation of Palestinian life that we have seen, particularly over the past, I don't even know how long it's been now, but since the onset of this war, since October 7th, is horrifying. And we will not get away with it. I just strongly believe it. I don't believe that you get to degrade life in one place and then, escape from it untouched. I just don't think that's how the world works. And so to hear him talking like that, about these people who, to be ruled over. I mean, I'm at a point, and I'm sorry to rant about this at that, but like, you're talking to
Like they're
somebody
just
who is,
like they're brooms in a closet that need to be moved to another closet.
Gotten out of Gaza, and to hear these people talked about, with no will, with no decision-making power, with no ability, to determine like how they'll live and how they'll be ruled is just I don't know. I feel like I'm not fully getting to the horror of it. It's bad. It's really really bad. And I would like us.
Picture is dystopian. Like also, it's just like his visage, like how he looks, and it's like it's a McKinsey PowerPoint. And it's like we have these buildings.
He
and
looks like a
everyone's gonna have a job, we're
stereotypical
gonna have
elite
work. It's
prick.
like who's gonna work? It's like the folks. You mean the folks you've been bombing? You know, whose family members have been killed. They're gonna work in your hotel and casino and golf club. That's the plan. Like, and you're the boss.
They're just going to be placed into camps,
of everything I know,
and they're going to smile and nod
no
as
proof
they
of this
hand a bunch of rich
necessarily at all, nothing
douchebags their
to cite,
towel
nothing
at the
to
pool.
report.
Sure.
I would say they probably plan to ethnically cleanse those people. Like, those people won't be there, or at least there would be, as you know, a significant minority.
I did pick
of
up
them
when he was giving
who
that
probably
demonstration,
live on
the
what we would call a
PowerPoint.
reservation and
He
maybe
kept
work
saying
in
the
places
people.
like that without any, you know,
He never
real
said
empowerment.
Palestinians.
In terms of deciding any politics, it is gross. And what is most gross for me, again, is that they're completely, like, the people themselves, the Palestinians themselves, are completely off screen. Like, imagine, you know, like, somebody's gonna have a conversation, you know, about how, like, your city, your country is going to be governed, your people are going to be governed, and you're not even going to be there. Like, you're not
Well,
going to be there.
Belarus is going to be there. Kazakhstan, Putin,
Right.
Turkey.
Right. Right.
Awesome.
Yeah. No, it's
quality
it's
group
sickening.
there.
Dude, it's silly. And it's kind of like, I think part of the reasons why it's hard to put into words how sickening is because it's so fucking preposterous and absurd. You know, like, you want to mock it and laugh about it almost. You know, if it was not for like the consequence. You know what it means. I'd be remiss. I'd be not a good podcast host if I didn't ask you about this. There was a lot of hubbub online about your interview with the new host of CBS Evening News. Back when you did it for your book about Israel and Palestine. And it was interesting. I was listening to another pod you did. I think it was The Guardian. I might be wrong, but it was a British podcast. And you were so gracious. Like, you were talking about how you thought that interview was great. Like, it was fine, perfectly fine. And you're not great. I think you said interview was fine. And you're happy to take hard questions. That's why you wrote the book. You expected hard questions. And so, you know, the other guy, I think, wanted you to be mad at Tony for asking you those questions, and you weren't. Since then, now, though, like, a lot has changed with the kind of takeover of CBS. And I'm
So
just
the question
wondering
he's
if you look
talking
at
about
it
when he
at all
first released
differently
that
now.
book, The Message, when he was doing the book tour,
I know that
the
a lot
question
of
he
other
was
people are
asked
mad. And
by
I think,
the new
you know, I actually had a friend of mine who's one of those people who were, like, a lot of people were mad.
CBS
my own
news
publicist
guy
is mad, you know,
that
I
is
think
a
lot of it is,
Trump and
like,
Barry Weiss cuck.
I think particularly the part about
Basically insinuated his book
you know, take away
is
the
something
cover,
that would be
take away this,
found
take away
in a
that.
terrorist
You know,
backpack.
there are people that have things invested in you as a public figure. And so when you say that, like, you're kind of not just talking about, you know, the person in front of you, like, you're making a bigger, you know, sort of global statement. And I think that probably was a root of a lot of the anger. But I don't know, man. Like, I came back and I understood that I had views that were going to be contrary to a lot of people. And I was perfectly fine. You know, you ask me, I'm here. I'm here, you know what I mean? And I'm not here to be feted. You know what I mean? I'm not here to be told how great. Like, I felt when he said that, okay, take it. Now let's talk. Let's just say I'm just dude Ta-Nehisi from West Baltimore. Okay, now let's have this conversation. I went where I went. I saw what I saw. I'm gonna tell you what I saw, and you tell me why that's okay. I'm good with that. You know what I mean? I'm completely good with that. To your question, though, Tim, to your question about how it's gone.
I think another good point about why
we're not good with that. Look, I don't want to put
I
thoughts
get
and words into people's
like
mouths. But I think
like sincere good person
I dare
vibes.
say that there are people
It's
who
like
wanted that
he
to go a
has
different way.
He has these principles
and thought that.
What do you mean?
And
well, I just
he's not
I
like
think one of the things that happens
like he
is
said, he's like, all right,
when I went over,
you had your thought, you asked your
what I
question,
had
let's talk
was
about it.
These kind of catchphrases that
Yeah.
I would hear all the time that American
He doesn't shy
politicians would
away.
say. And I
He
didn't
doesn't
understand
alter
why they
his
said them.
position based
And
on
it
which
was
way
a
the wind's blowing, you know?
And you know that vocabulary, you know, included, you know, phrases like
It just-
Israel has the right to defend
just
itself.
feels like, you know,
Israel has the
inherently
right
more-
to exist. You know what I mean? And it wasn't even like what you think
moves
about
the
that
needle
is, you know,
more towards
whatever,
trustworthy
But what I'm trying to say
to
is
me.
it was repeated so much and uninterrogated and so specific about Israel that I was just like why is this? What I think is there's a world in which you tell yourself or you speak a kind of language to yourself over and over and over and over again, and you never have to actually defend it. You never actually have to have it interrogated directly.
There's some
publicly.
aspect, yeah. It's
And I think
it's
when
clear,
you
like
haven't had the practice of defending,
like
the
there's
thing,
no
You know, when you
there's
tend
no
to
like
speak in slogans. You know what I mean? Which I really
like when he's
try hard
talking,
not
he
to
doesn't
do,
have
right? Like, I try to
politician
find my own
vibes.
language
Like
from
you
what
don't
I
get the
saw,
sense
and
of
then, we can
insincerity.
nerd out about,
You know what I mean?
You know what that was.
You don't get a sense
But
of
my language is
dishonesty.
not somebody else's language.
You know?
You know, whatever you think about From River to the Sea, I'm not going to say it because it's not my language. I'm a writer.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I think people get out of practice. I mean, you just, get out of practice. And so you think, you can say to me, yes, Israel has the right to exist. And I'm going to say, and I'm just
Like,
going to fold.
He's not as might not be as good looking,
Because that's how it's always
charming
been, but
as someone like Mamdani.
I don't know how
but
else to say this. I'm not the one. Like I just
the
spend too much time
authentic
thinking about
vibes
like,
are
nerds.
there. You know.
You know, and I don't mean that in any sort of arrogant way. I even now I don't mean any insult to Tony, but I'm just telling you, like, there's a way in which I got all of those awards. Like they weren't just given to me.
And then the confidence, like I'm a good writer. That's how I got those awards. You know.
You've scratched another itch for me, which is like why I get another thing I get my back up is people demanding that I repeat a slogan. I'm always kind of like, for example, I want to abolish ICE.
Okay.
I really do. I want to abolish ICE. But it bugs me when people are like, you have to say that. Like, why didn't you say that? And I'm like, well, I don't know, maybe I want to explain it a different way, and maybe I don't want to be part, and I do think that there is that element where folks who are really dug in on a slogan kind of like want you to either, sort of pay homage.
Too busy
to it,
listening to the interview. I'm not paying attention to where I have to go.
And complicating that is challenging for folks. I did want to ask you that just like the broader CB, like media. Are you concerned just about media, like kind of consolidation, like the other element of what's happened at CBS since?
It's really bad. It's really bad. And what I'll say is, and I guess I feel a little uncomfortable, especially given that I was, given where that interview was. Like
Sure.
I don't want to comment too much on other people's media. Plans.
Well, we can just broaden it out, though. I mean, like this.
No, but I have something to say. I do have something to say about CBS. I do actually have something to say. Because I think it does need to be said. When I see that you're firing journalists who do actual reporting, right? Who go to and talk to people and interview people, and like you are hiring people that have takes, that's bad. That's bad. That would be bad if I agreed with all the takes. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
Like if I agree with every single, if they were all my political compatriots, and you were firing, like you were letting go of the reporters and bringing in, people who just kind of, like I would say that's bad. I would say that's bad for journalism. I would say also that some of the commentary, like I read, I like, we have this culture, man, where people are in love with debate, right? And so, like, I read these comments about how, like, the newsroom needs to be a place, where people can, vigorously disagree. Well, yeah, maybe, but newsrooms tell stories. Like, that's what they do. And then sometimes people disagree. But the purpose of it isn't to debate. That's not why it exists. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't write actually to debate. Now, sometimes debates will come out of it. But it's not, I'm not motivated. It's not the thing. Like, in all of the beautiful places, I worked at the Atlantic for 10 years, and it was like, home to me. I worked at Washington City Paper for 5 years. It was like home to me. Did we debate sometimes? Yes. But like the thing that made it productive was not the debate. It was a lot of other things too. Like you should be in pursuit of stories. You should be in pursuit of news that, moves people and grabs people's attention. And when you are in pursuit of takes, I don't know. I think it's bad. I don't think that's journalism, period. Tim, can I say one last thing about CBS?
Oh, hell yeah. Let's end with that.
I'm sorry.
Let's end with one more rant about CBS. That's a perfect way to end.
I do want to say that one thing that really bothers me about this is there are people in this world who I guess were upset because somebody told them that they had to add, one more black person to their writer's room, or somebody, questioned, what an intimacy coordinator was doing on the set, or they had to be pulled into some, sort of debate about, what, like they got mad because somebody told them they were using the wrong pronouns. And then they decided to empower somebody who is currently destroying one of the jewels of journalism.
Right there.
And I just think you got to do better. You got to be more discerning about people. Like you got to be able to discern. Somebody is telling you something that is challenging, somebody is telling you something that is deeply informed and somebody that is bullshitting you. You know, and maybe some people wanted to be bullshitted, but now we're all gonna pay for it. You know what I mean? You wanted this era of anti-woke. You got it, but a lot of others of us are gonna pay for it too. You know, we're not gonna go down alone, and it's distressing.
That's a much better place to leave the Bulwark podcast. That's distressing. I'm distressed. I share your distress. His article is The Homeland and Vanity Fair. Go read it, and hope to talk to you again soon, man. All right?
Thanks, Tim. Thank you so much.
Thanks for joining us. Everybody else will see you back here for another edition of the podcast. Peace.
Yep. Anyway, love that dude.
Assholes on
Awesome,
the right
awesome
were like,
writer.
well,
Great communicator.
These protesters and these people who come out and yell at ICE, like they're impeding federal officers and they're
Curious
breaking
about
the
your
law.
thoughts.
And it's like, well,
if you made
have
it through
this
that whole thing.
unaccountable paramilitary force that courts are saying are not just breaking the law, but then defying.
I mean,
court
obviously,
orders.
one interview isn't
So
going to like
when you have a lawless
shouldn't be a
force
significant determining
rampaging through
factor
the
on
streets of
your
American
opinion of a
cities,
writer, but
what are Americans supposed to do? Welcome to Pod Save America.
I'm interested, like,
John
your-
Favreau.
I'm Dan Pfeiffer.
On today's show, we'll talk
The
about how the
initial
White House
sense.
may actually be willing to negotiate with Democrats on reforms to rein in ICE as a way
Because again,
to
I
avoid a
can't-
shutdown.
I can't
We'll
give
also
his
talk about
book
the
enough
FBI's
praise. Like, I can't
extremely
express how
concerning
good it
raid
is.
on the election's headquarters in Fulton County, Georgia, and Trump's latest posting spree about the 2020 election. That's right. That was not I didn't misspeak. The 2020 election. He's still posting about it. We also got the new Melania documentary that Dan has to get to right after we finish recording, so I'll try not to be too long. And then MS Now's Joe
they are
Scarborough
principled.
stopped
Yeah.
by to catch up about the news.
And there's like
And finally,
just the way he
we got a
expresses his opinion. Like there's no
special preview for
wavering.
you,
There's no
of our new
questioning. There's no.
bi-weekly
It's not like a sense of
episode
stubbornness.
Pod Save America.
It's like
called
it's just
Pod
a
Save
sense of
America
like
Only Friends. That's right.
you know,
Perfect title. A perfect
confidence
title.
in your
No one can criticize.
in your
But
position
to get it,
based
you gotta
on
be
like
a friend of the pod
reasonable
subscriber, which gets
principles. You know what I mean?
Ad-free episodes, our growing list of excellent Substack newsletters, subscriber-only shows like Only Friends and Polar Coaster. With Dan Pfeiffer. And it gives you the confidence that you're doing your part.
You know,
to
some of their
support,
constitutional knowledge seems a bit reliant on
independent,
court doctrine.
pro-democracy
Yeah,
media
dude, like,
that will
come on,
never
like-
capitulate to Donald Trump. But you got to be a
We
subscriber.
will never. We will
Come
will
on,
never fund a documentary about Melania.
Never.
Like,
At least
I think-
well, I can't say never. I mean, who knows?
I think one recommendation that
please subscribe. So we
constructive
don't have
criticism
to, you know?
that I'm probably going to
If you
offer
do
many
not,
more
we will-
times is
Melania 2 Electric Boogaloo coming to you. From Griffin
analyze
Become a
the
friend of the pod,
intention
cricket.com/friends. All right. First,
more
Trump's
so
border
than
czar, Tom Homan, who is now the top
uh,
official in charge of immigration enforcement, held a press conference
more so than
in Minneapolis Thursday.
gaps
in an
in
attempt to
knowledge,
defuse the
right?
political
You know
crisis
what I
facing
mean?
the White House after federal agents killed Alex Preddy. This came after Reuters reported on new internal guidance from a top ICE official that now directs all federal agents to avoid talking to or engaging with, quote, agitators in order to avoid inflaming the situation. And the guidance also orders agents to only target immigrants with criminal records. As of this recording, there haven't been any actual signs that ICE has changed their tactics in Minneapolis. But here's what Homan had to say on Thursday.
I'm not here because of.
Good job,
the
Tim
federal
Walls.
government has carried this mission out perfectly. This is common sense cooperation.
Good to see
that
you
allows
accomplish
for draw
something.
down on the number of people we have here. Yes, I said it. Draw down the number of people.
Frickin'
I said
marble
March,
mouth
if the rhetoric
douchebag.
doesn't stop, there's gonna be bloodshed. I don't want to see anybody die. Not officers,
He's like,
not members of the community, and not the targets of our operations.
I kind of
With
feels
that,
like
I call
he's
upon
like
those officials stand shoulder to shoulder with us
a
to
quarter
tone
of
down
a
dangerous rhetoric
a
and
quarter of a
condemn all
DNA
unlawful
strand
action
into
against law enforcement
Down
and the
syndrome
community.
is what I feel
We're not
from
surrendering
him.
our mission at all. We're just doing it smarter.
Okay, so you heard him say there.
I don't know
say
how
the
Mushmouth
federal
like
government did
succeed.
was
God, it's so
perfect.
disgusting.
It's the closest thing I guess you're going to get to an acknowledgement.
Absolute abhorrent human
They
beings.
have terrorized cities, and also that there will be a drawdown. So it certainly seems like they're trying to change the political narrative. That much we're clear on. Big question is whether they actually change their tactics. What do you think?
Look, if you can't trust Tom Homan, a man who definitely did not take a $50,000 bribe in a kava bag, who can you trust?
I don't know anymore.
No, if we're being serious here, that is as much, I don't want to say good, but at least as much as you can plausibly expect from a Trump administration official to suggest that things are going to change as you could hope for, because they never admit failure, they never apologize, and they never back down. And he's definitely trying to change the political narrative. He's basically wearing a t-shirt that says de-escalation as he talks about this. I mean, we just have to see what's going to happen. Like, I think the big test is, are they going to draw down some of the agents there and reverse the surge and get to what is a more manageable number in a city the size of Minneapolis?
In it.
And are they really going to?
They do not
engaging.
Any.
We're going to see an actual change.
Any perception of backing off or backing down without being forced to.
Very hard because they spent the last year being
maybe by
told
court
you are
decisions
above
or
the law,
something.
you're
I don't know.
accountable, you can do whatever you want, and
Would appear as weakness, and that is absolutely something they cannot be seen as doing.
We'll have to see here.
There's no way they would allow a conversation with
to even suggest de-escalation as opposed to
a Democrat,
which is a very
Tim Walz,
unusual move from Trump, particularly in Trump 2.0.
There's no way they would allow that conversation.
The concern, the version of this
or,
that goes poorly,
they would never give the appearance
Stephen
of that
Miller
conversation
sort of bides his time and,
being something to influence them
Trump,
to change,
has
reduce
barely
their
been
tactics.
Focused on the actual work of governing anyway.
What is this thing?
Moves on to the next thing. The media moves on
What
to the
am I
next
supposed to be doing
thing.
here?
Democrats move on to the next thing. Susie Wiles, whoever else is saying we got to fix this shit, moves on, and then continues to send ICE out there with these operations. ICE is also this giant, unaccountable federal agency. It's the largest federal law enforcement agency in the country now. The budget the size of the Israeli military. They're hiring people who are completely unqualified, ideologically extreme. Those people all got to do something. They have all this money. You still got Miller there. You still got J.D. Vance there. You still got Kristi Noem there. And so what do? Now, it's hard for them to be as bad as they've been under the radar because they go into another city. If, say, they draw down in Minneapolis, they go into another city and they start doing this shit again, it's going to be all over the news. So I don't know.
There's also just this inherent tension between what Tom Homan says he wants and reportedly has been pushing for.
I don't know what the fuck you want,
throughout the
game.
administration, which is why he was originally sidelined. Which is, he wants them to focus on people with a criminal record and people with final deportation orders, where you know who you're going after, you go get them. And I'm sure he's not doing it anyway in the way which we would want it to be done, but that is a more targeted approach than the Stephen Miller, Kristi Noem, Corey Lewandowski, Greg Bovino. Just march an army across the streets, grab everyone you possibly can, figure it out later. The problem is you have this tension between Tom Homan's purported approach and Stephen Miller's numbers.
Fucking
and
Greg
you simply cannot
Bovino.
meet the quotas that Stephen Miller's
The
put
Nazi
forward. You
manlet.
can't even do it with what they're currently doing.
Right.
But just you're not going to be able to deport the numbers Stephen Miller's talking about if you focus only on the people who should be deported. And so what happens when that tension becomes bare to Trump?
And I'll also say, like, LA was one of the first cities where they had a sent in ICE for immigration operations.
Yeah, that kind of pissed me off. I didn't
then.
think about that
Tom
earlier
Homan
with the
said
conversation with that
what
other
you
dude.
heard there, that like, oh, we're going to
He was so insistent
criminals,
about,
blah blah blah. But we might pick up some
you
other
know,
people if you happen to be around. And it just
illegal
wasn't true.
being
what was
criminals,
happening in
like-
LA. Like they just weren't prioritizing people like that. It was certainly not as bad as what Chicago became.
I missed the opportunity
certainly
because I should have been
Minneapolis,
like, okay,
but,
so
whether Tom
let's
Homan
just
is
deport all of
lying or
them.
not,
Like that's,
again,
I feel like
guy with
that's
Kava bag,
ultimately
how can
what
you,
that
how can
person
you
wanted
trust
me to
him?
say earlier.
Whether he's
Like,
whether he's lying or whether
I
he
think I
thinks he's
realized
telling
that now.
the
Like
truth, but
that's
the agency and these ICE crazy
whoever
ICE
it was
officials
wanted
and
me
ICE
to be
agents are
like,
just doing whatever the fuck
yeah,
they
you're
want,
right. We should just
you
kick
know.
them all out,
That-
just to be
that's-
sure.
I worry
Just to
about
be
that.
sure,
Well, I mean,
we got
look, if we're
every
being
single
honest, that
potential
was a problem in the Obama years too. It's one of the reasons
immigrant
why
who's a
DACA
criminal.
had to be created. Was the original idea was to because you obviously set out.
So we couldn't get a handle on ICE in the first term.
Right. You want to set out priorities on who they should focus on, and one of the things is we are deprioritizing dreamers. They're not the sort of people who should be the focus of your limited resources and who you get supported. That did not work because they kept picking up dreamers all the time. They kept ending up in detention centers. Sometimes they would get out, sometimes they wouldn't, and so you had to actually change their status to be able to protect them. And that was ICE before the white supremacist recruiting campaign before we just started surging people in there who are untrained, and handing them guns and dressing them like they're Navy SEALs and sending them out to the streets. So
I will also say that the political incentives are going to put pressure on the White House from their base and from the part of the Republican Party.
No, they don't.
where the
Honestly,
energy
like,
is, because
I don't believe the Trump
any of the
administration,
blowback they're
Republicans.
getting
I don't
right
think
now
they
is
give a
from
shit about
most
their
of the
base
country, but
anymore.
certainly not the core of the
Because
Republican base. And those people are
watching
ready to,
them
like,
shift their
move
focus
on from this. We'll talk
onto
about it, but they,
voting
blame
related
Renee Good and blame Alex
activities
Preddy for
like
their own
the
deaths, and they're
Fulton
just, like,
County thing.
full speed ahead. So that's going to sort of rear its ugly head.
I get the sense
Homan's presser
that
came a day
they
after
no longer
the top federal judge in Minneapolis,
feel a
George W.
need
Bush
to even
appointee,
attempt to appeal
absolutely kicked the shit
to any
out of
portion
ICE,
of their base.
for repeatedly defying nearly 100 court orders just related to their operation in Minnesota. The judge wrote in a 4-page order, quote, "This list should give pause to anyone, no matter his or her political beliefs,
What's up,
who
Jared?
cares about the rule of law. ICE has likely violated more court orders in January of 2026 than some federal agents have violated in their entire existence. ICE is not a law unto itself."
Well,
Seems
apparently it
notable.
is. Again,
I mean, this is
remember what I
example
said
of
earlier in
fish
the
rotting
evening.
from the head down.
There
Which is when you
has
have
to
a
be
president who
accountability,
believes
and
he's
this is
above
the
the law.
perfect example of
You
why.
end up with people who work
If
for
there
him.
is not accountability
J.D. Vance,
for
Stephen
all
Miller,
of these legal
Kristi Noem,
violations,
Greg Bovino, who believe that the
then
law is what they say. it
there's
is,
no
not what
reason to have
judges
any laws
say, Not
whatsoever.
what Congress says, not what the Constitution says, what they say it is, and then that filters down to a bunch of ICE
And you know what?
agents
I'm
who
going
are
to be
wandering
honest
the
with you.
streets with weapons
I
they should not have.
do not
that are
believe
weapons that are
that
disproportionate to
these
the task before them,
racist,
heavily armed, and who believe
cowards
that they are unaccountable
who
to
worship
anyone or anything.
the sweat
And when you
underneath
have that sort
Trump's
of attitude
ball sack,
pulsing through
I
an
do
organization,
not
you're gonna end
believe
up with
that
exactly
they
what we've seen
have
in Minneapolis.
And by the way, all the assholes on the right who are like, well, these protesters and these
the
people
fortitude
who come out and yell at ICE, like they're
or
evil
organization
federal
skills
officers and they're breaking the law.
or
It's like,
critical
well,
thinking
you have
skills
this unaccountable
or planning skills
paramilitary force
to
courts are saying are not just breaking the law, but then defying court orders.
create an
So
effective
when you have a lawless
violent
paramilitary
resistance.
force
I don't believe they
rampaging
have
through
that
the
capability.
streets
They don't have
of
the
American
intellectual
cities,
capacity.
what are
If they are
Americans supposed
stupid
to do?
enough
What are they supposed
to
just
fall
sit
for
there and
his
take it?
bullshit,
And like
then
they're not fighting them.
all they
They're
have
just fucking-
going for them
they're blowing whistles.
is a bunch of guns,
They're
which
coming
I
out
don't
to
think they
protest,
understand
and, yeah,
how
when
many
when a mob of these guys
how many
comes and
liberals
tackles them to
own
the
guns,
ground, as opposed
how
to
many
walking up to a protester and
Democrats
saying,
own guns.
Hey, come with me.
You know?
You're under arrest. I'm going to read you some rights.
Their
Like,
ignorance
that's not what's happening.
blinds them.
When people are like impeding law enforcement or accused of impeding law
If you're still there,
enforcement or
probably
thrown to
fell
the
asleep.
ground, it's not because the officer or the agent
Or you're just listening to me
politely
rant.
said, hey, please
One or the other.
put your hands up and we're going to arrest you and you're going to come with me, and then they tried to like tackle them and run away. That's not what happens. They don't even say anything. They just tackle people.
They are
The overwhelming
a bunch of
majority what's
cowards
happening out there is
that are
classic,
hiding
nonviolent
behind
civil disobedience.
the
Yes. Which is exactly
immunity
entirely within the law, entirely within the Constitution,
of
and it is
an obscene
historically the only
president,
way
right?
to combat this sort of state overreach.
Yes.
As soon as they lose that
So
legal
almost a week
shield,
later, no one from the administration has apologized.
they
or
will
offered
not have the balls
any
to
kind of
continue.
explanation
I'm
for
telling
why
you.
they smeared Alex
I don't
Preddy
care how
as a
many guns
domestic
they have.
terrorist and an assassin who intended to massacre federal agents. In fact, they are now doubling down after a new video surfaced of Preddy being tackled by agents 11 days before he was killed. CNN had a story about this a couple days earlier, but then we actually got some video. And the Minneapolis Star-Tribune confirmed that it was Preddy in the video with his family, and they also spoke to a witness who was there and saw the incident and had filmed another angle as well. Basically,
kick the taillight.
ICE agents
So he deserves
had
to die.
descended
Obviously.
on a
Duh.
Spanish immersion daycare, which led a bunch of people in Minneapolis to show up and start yelling at the ICE agents and throwing snowballs at them. Then you see in the video, Alex is near one of the ICE SUVs and spits on the car, flips them off, and then kicks the taillight as the car is pulling away. The vehicle then
Like
stops.
after,
4
think about
agents
it.
get out, tackle
After
Preddy,
seeing
shoot
ICE
tear gas
agents
and pepper
shoot and
balls at the
kill a
crowd.
woman in a Honda.
Preddy wrestles away from the
Right.
agents. They let him go. Drive
After
away,
seeing how many
and then
people they've
Preddy turns to
black-bagged.
the crowd and says, "Are we all
After
okay? Are
seeing
we
all of
safe?"
their human rights violations,
CNN
the
had also
constitutional
reported that,
violations,
a source said Preddy
he
suffered
still
a
had the
broken rib
balls
from that encounter.
to be like, you know what?
But of course,
Fuck your tail
MAGA
light.
world,
You know?
from the president and the vice president who were retweeting or reposting different accusations about this to all of their media sycophants.
But it's
they
funny
used in this video to support
to hear
their
all the
argument that
"don't tread
Preddy
on
was
me"
a
people
violent agitator
say,
who was, you know,
if he would have
solely
just followed
responsible for
the
agents
orders,
riddling his body with bullets
if he
11
would have
days
just
later.
done what they told him to
Just give you one
do.
example. Megyn Kelly tweeted that the new video was proof that he, Alex Preddy, was victimizing and terrorizing and stalking them, as in Border Patrol.
Fucking
and then she
bunch
tweeted,
of
quote,
bitches.
"Find another poster boy, illegal loving leftists."
The argument
There it is. There's
being
that term
made
again.
Here
Leftist.
is so morally bankrupt and
That dude from
intellectually
earlier
vapid,
kept
it's
saying
almost
that.
impossible to talk about. Like,
Leftist.
The video
Like,
does not show him.
as soon as someone
terrorizing,
says that, I
targeting
know exactly where it's coming from.
ICE officers. But even if he did, even if he broke that tail light, even if he spit on the not like a car, an officer, that is not grounds to shoot someone in the street.
11 days
To
later.
murder
It is
them.
for them.
11 days, even if it right.
Right.
This
No,
wasn't,
it's just
like,
like-
there's no evidence they knew who this person was. He was the same person who might have kicked a taillight 11 days earlier. But even if he did that right then and there, even if he walked up to the car those guys were standing in front of and broke their taillight, they don't get to kill him.
I
That's
mean,
not how it works.
And
They are
unless
not
there's
judge,
accountability,
jury,
they kind of do.
executioner. And
Until there's
anyone
accountability,
making this
they kind of do.
is just so fucked in the head that it's even hard to like the fact that we're like parsing the video of this 11 days earlier and all he did then he said this nice thing is like we're like already playing their game. You don't get to shoot and kill people in the street who do not pose a threat to you. That is not something that you get to do. That
They
is
kinda do.
murder. That is what happened here. You,
Not until they're held accountable.
It's
That's
so
not.
fucking ridiculous.
It's like watching a bunch of the MAGA accounts and they're like, "This is the video the Democrats don't want you to see." I'm like, sure, no, everyone should go watch it. It's
Makes it
fine.
worse.
What
Makes
are
it
you
seem like they
talking
did
about?
hunt him down.
Like, you know what I want? I want what they say they want, which is law and order. So if he, vandalized a federal agent's car or whatever the fuck it is, and they didn't like it, you stop the car, you walk out of the car.
Bring the
"Sir,
ICE agent in to testify."
You just tried to, impede an investigation, or you just tried to kick the car.
He has to
Do you
swear in
wanna
under oath.
Explain yourself. No, come with
With
us.
his mask off.
Put, and then you arrest him if that makes sense, right? Just like 11 days later, when they grabbed him and threw him on the ground, they could have said, "Sir, you're under arrest. You're under arrest, and you're impeding our officer. We're taking you away. We're taking you downtown."
Right, and
that's
and
all.
we're going
That's all
to
you
go
have to
before
do.
a judge. We're going to present evidence as to why you should be charged.
That's it. And when you before you
weird.
tackle the person, you tell them who you are and why you are stopping them and why you may arrest them.
What? No.
That's it. I don't know. That seems pretty basic. You don't fucking shoot them 10 times.
It's like the idea that the right is getting together to milkshake duck a murder victim.
I
is
mean,
just
this
so
is
stupid.
Of course they are.
They're pulling the
It's like, ha, we
but it's also
they're pulling the whole
view that
the
our
Catholic
outrage
priest
and
move.
grief over this is solely because
Which city are we
Alex
gonna shift the
Preddy
pedophile
is
to?
this like perfect hero, right? Now
We'll put
it
him
turns
in the
out
smallest town
seems
in New
like an
Mexico. They'll
amazing
never
human
find him
from
there.
Literally everything everyone has said. Video.
He will
we've all
only
seen, all the
have
rest of it.
5
But I don't care if he
young
was a fucking
boys under
schmuck.
the age of 10 to choose from.
I don't care if he was
instead
an
of
asshole. I don't
32.
care if he hated police.
That will
I don't care if he- I
definitely
don't
solve
care
the
what
issue.
happened. Like that is why we have fucking laws in this country. It's not
I don't care
about
if
whether
he
the
can-
person is good or bad. That is their shit. They think that they see the world through you're either good or you're bad. And if you're bad, anything can happen to you. We get to decide, by the way, whether you're good or bad. If you're bad, anything can happen to you. And if you're good, then fine, but we'll find something bad about you. It's just crazy.
It's just, I don't care if he committed a felony moments before they tackled him to the ground.
Right.
You don't get to shoot him.
I don't.
That's
Yeah, I
not-
don't care.
that's just-
I don't care if he shot someone. I don't care. Like I don't like you. It's a
The
murder.
only
suspect.
reason
You
to shoot
arrest
that man
them, and then you try them. It's like
is if he had
if
pulled
that
his
person does
gun
not pose a threat to the officers, they
and
don't get to
aimed
kill
it
him.
at
They
the
just-
ICE
the way it
agents.
is.
That's it. That's the only
Today's
incident.
presenting sponsor is Simply Safe Home
That's the
Security.
only
Look, we
situation.
spend all day talking about threats to democracy, but at the very least, you can get rid of threats at home with Simply Safe Home Security. John Lovett set up a Simply Safe security system. facebook.com/crooked. Because the government and its propagandists are working overtime to
I think,
rewrite the history of Alex's killing, I do think it's worth.
I think these
playing a
qualified
clip
immunity
from
laws need
Anderson
a
Cooper's,
serious,
truly extraordinary interview
serious,
with Stella Carson. She's the witness who filmed the shooting
revision.
from the closest angle. I think the internet was calling her Pink Coat Lady for
I think this,
her identity, and then
this
Anderson
above the
was in
law
Minneapolis,
mentality,
sat down with her,
and this
it's a longer clip, but I really think the whole
the
20
fact
minute
that
interview
even
is
like
worth your time.
what are
I
considered
wish
good
everyone would watch it,
officers,
but,
like
let's take a look at this.
don't
I watched him die.
report bad officers, like this.
I remember
the
him
culture
arching his back and his head rolling
needs
back,
the
and he
serious
looked-
correction.
It was so fast moving, but not for me. Like when
Again,
they
it goes
left,
back
when
to
they fled, which now I
accountability.
see that after the shooting they decided to just scatter and save themselves, and then they come
cowards.
over to try to perform some type of medical aid by ripping his clothes open with scissors and then maneuvering his body around like a rag doll, only to discover that it could be because they wanted to count the bullet wounds to see how many they got, like he's a deer.
You knew he was gone then?
I knew he was gone. There was no way with the way his body was moving, and I only knew that because of the way they were manipulating his dead body, just playing with it. Like they're in a video game. They were looking at us and laughing.
After
These-
the shooting?
Yes, they wouldn't talk. Look at us.
I don't know if
Everyone
you're
just
still
kept
there
saying, "Just
listening.
Look at us.
You haven't
You're
responded
our
in a while, but
representatives. You work for us. Why
there
won't
is
you
no
look at
question
us? You know, when we
that
walk
these
around
people
with
are
the whistles
fucking
around our
animals.
neck, it's not that we have.
And they need to be
we
treated
know
as
we
such.
can't do much. But what we do know is that we can let our community at large know when we're walking around, like, I see you, and if you're stuck in your apartment, I want you to see me. I'm another person walking around who is here to protect you as best I can with my whistle and my phone, which really feels not great.
To you, this is murder.
Yes, I know it is. It was an assassination in
No fucking question.
full view in the middle of the streets. I think
There's
people
no room
are
for debate on
feeling
this one.
like there's nobody here to help us. There's nobody who can step in to protect us. And I think people are at a loss and shooken. Like, what do we do? What can we do? What is in our constitutional rights that don't seem to matter? The Constitution doesn't seem to matter.
I mean, I watched that and I was just, my first reaction was, like, my wish is that everyone in America would just watch this 20-minute video, and if you finish watching it and you still think that Alex Pretty deserved it, that he was responsible for his own death, that the federal agents that are out there on the streets are just trying to do their jobs, and that this is the right thing for the country, then, like, you know, I can't help you and that's what you think, but, like, at least watch this. At least watch it.
I had two reactions to this. You sent it to me after it aired. You said this was gut-wrenching, I think was how you described it to me. And I definitely had that reaction. Like, my heart broke for her. It breaks for Alex's family and friends and community and everyone in Minnesota and elsewhere who's being terrorized by ICE. But the other part of it is, for as gut-wrenching and heartbreaking as the interview is, it's also so inspiring that, like, everything feels so dark and has felt dark for a long time now, that just people don't give a shit. We are just, like, becoming this nation where the fabric of society is just, like, torn apart and no one cares about anything. But, like, what's happening in Minnesota, what people like Stella are doing, that they are going out at great risk to themselves in absolute freezing
Exactly.
weather with phones and whistles
Exactly.
to protect members of their community that they don't know. They
Think
just
about
know that
this.
they
You're
live
still
with
there.
them, that they're
If you're still
neighbors.
listening.
And to do what they can
We
to
are
protect you,
seeing
because that's what you do when
middle-aged,
your community is under assault, no matter who is doing the assaulting, is so
elder Gen Xers
inspiring
out
and should
there
give
in the freezing
us
weather.
hope that we can
Stand
come
up to
out
this,
of this as a
you know,
country on the other side, that we can survive
in
this
order
period, we
to
can get through
do what they
Trump
can
and all of
to
MAGA
provide
and all
a
of
better
this, that there-
future
that this
for
country
everyone,
deserves
including,
so much more than we're currently getting.
you know, the
that
younger
there is-
generation like you.
That there is, like, real
Right.
good here in a lot of our population who will be there on the other side for something much better than what we currently have.
Again, it's not your typical activists
And
people
like,
who go out to protests, people who are
I'm not even
super
suggesting
politically engaged
that you
though,
offer
in
these
Minneapolis
people,
and all over the country. Those people are
you know,
certainly out. You know, count myself as one of them.
extra
all of us
deference
here.
because of it.
But it is, if you just
But
watch the coverage in Minnesota, you listen to
I
some
think
of
it's
these
important
people,
to
that some of them have
recognize
just
that
never,
people like that
never thought they would join
feel
a
that it's
protest,
their
never have done
responsibility.
political organizing.
And I
never do
guarantee
any
you
of
they
this,
don't
and they
believe
just
that they
feel
are doing
that their
something
community is under assault.
that's
and this is the response
extraordinary.
that
Like,
they
you know what I mean?
are providing because they care about their neighbors, and they care about their neighbors even if they've never met them, even if they're strangers to them, and they're taking great risks for this. Everyone should also, by the way, Alex Wagner, Runaway Country podcast. She was in Minneapolis. The episode is phenomenal, and you know, she's like talking to this mother who's like, you know, she's just like, she's got, you know, she was like trying to organize rides for people and for schools and to like make sure
I think
kids
once
are
I
okay and stuff like that. And she's like, she's
finish this
feeling
mission, that's
guilty
gonna be it
because
for me
she's
for
got
the
two
night.
young kids, and she's like, I'm spending all my time. Like, I want to spend
Spending
time with my kids.
more
and
time
they're
trying to
hurting,
stop
but also
myself
I'm
from
trying to
yawning, and
help
I'm
my
actually
neighbors, and like that's the tension. And I
completing the
I
mission. Where
feel
the
upset, and
fuck
I don't
is
want
this
to feel
place?
like I feel
The hell?
guilty, but then I'm like, why do I feel bad? People are feeling worse. It's just like the humanity that we're seeing is like, it is really, really inspiring. And so I felt inspired. I was also just like shaking with rage. Like I can't shake it, because when you see that and then you watch, like, you know, and again, not even, it's weird. I don't know if you feel like this, but like I still have all my anger at Donald Trump that I've always had. But when you see him, he's just like this fucking moron who's like, yeah, you know, it's a horrible thing, and even worse with Renee Good, because, you know, her parents are Trump fans, and you're like, this guy is just, he has no soul, he doesn't care, whatever. But like J.D. Vance and Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem and Greg Bovino and these people who are like smearing him as an assassin, and the Megyn Kellys and all the other fucking ghouls on like in right-wing media, I'm just like, God, like I don't understand. I don't understand how you can't like just sit this one out. This one incident, just be like, you know what? This was bad. This was bad. I'm gonna have all my same beliefs. I'm gonna have all my same political views, but this is pretty bad. Like, no, they have to fucking go in on every single thing, even something like this, because I guess they have to win.
Yeah, it is. This is how you show your loyalty to Trump. Is you take an incredibly insane, disgusting position, you double, triple, quadruple down on it to prove to him that you will debase yourself for him. And then there's the incentive structure of right media, which is
Trump's balls
to have the most out there, outrageous, edgy
assholes.
take possible. Right? It's how these people end up pussyfooting around with Nick Fuentes, because that's where the juice is. Right? So it's like what's the obviously right thing to do? And you ask any of these people who possibly pretended to once have conservative values, like, what would your reaction be to federal government agents shooting an armed man in the street for expressing his First and Second Amendment rights? Like, I mean, that's an NRA ad for 25 years.
It's also like, what would your reaction be if you saw someone in your neighborhood who maybe you don't know well, but you've seen walk around, and maybe they're a Democrat, maybe they didn't vote for Donald Trump, and you see a federal agent shoot them down in the street? Like, what would you feel then, right? Like the Charlie Kirk assassination has been brought up a bunch over the last couple of weeks from, you know, idiot right-wingers. MAGA be like, oh, the Democrats never condemned Charlie Kirk or felt bad. It's like, no, we all, I mean, you know,
consistently
we took some shit for this.
We did.
I watched the Charlie Kirk thing and felt genuinely
like,
bad and horrified, because
I still knew it wouldn't matter.
It's a human being with the family, and he was murdered. And that's how I feel about people on the left being murdered, and the right, and the center, and people with no politics, and kids, and like, you either have universal principles and empathy for other human beings, or you don't. And like, you don't draw the line at only having that for people who are on your side. And I thought that's like the most fucking basic thing, the basic set of values. But like, I don't know. I wish people would find it. Because I don't want to just like.
The existence.
I hope they find
of 10
those
years
values.
of Trump.
I hope they do.
Has
I know your
completely
anger,
eroded.
that's very apparent to me. Your
from
anger is focused. and I share it.
the
But this
right-wing
is the
political
result
party in this country.
of a decade of cultural rot of Donald Trump at the top of our politics.
Yeah, I just said that.
and you know, social, not to like blame social media, but like it's you know, it is not seeing people as humans. It is exactly what Stella Carlson said, which is like they treated it like
oh
a
my
video
God,
game.
where is the end of this?
Like she talked about those agents treating his body like that, but that is how some of these people whose brains are so fucking broken by the internet and whatever they do for their jobs, which is just like, oh, it's just another person, whatever, ding, 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 someone died, whatever, we got to win the fight, we got to make sure that we own the libs, we got to come out stronger than them, and I didn't have to see them, I don't know them, they're not in my life, so people die all the time, oh well. And like that's the dehumanization that leads to truly horrific outcomes.
Oh.
So Anderson also asked
It's almost like
whether she'd been contacted by
what the IDF does to the
anyone investigating
Palestinians.
the shooting
It's weird.
in the federal government. She said no. Possible that's changed by now, but it does seem like there's still isn't much of
Treating
an investigation to speak of.
an opposing
Glenn
group
Thrush and
as
Alan Fuhr at the New York Times published a story
less
on
than
Thursday about
human.
how Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche have declined to authorize the standard federal investigation into the shooting of Renee Good and haven't made up their minds yet on the Alex Preddy shooting. This is apparently causing major tension among federal prosecutors in Minnesota. Glad to hear that. Who are instead being asked to investigate protesters and Democratic politicians. According to the story, prosecutors confronted their boss, U.S. Attorney Daniel Rosen, a Trump appointee, and said they were considering quitting in protest, as 6 others did 2 weeks ago around the Renee Good shooting. Like, what do you think Blanche and Bondi are like? What we're just not going to do a criminal federal investigation. We're
Todd
just not gonna do
Blanche.
that now?
I think Blanche and
Former
Bondi are two people
defense attorney
who
for
are
Donald
not
Trump.
loyal to the Constitution, the
Appointed
country, principle of justice, but
to the
they're loyal
Department
one
of
man.
Justice
And that man
by
is Stephen
Donald
Miller.
Trump.
And look, this
He has
is-
his own
I think
personal
it is-
prosecution team, his own
You know, I
personal
think
defense
we
team, all paid for
at the outset of
by
Trump
the United
2.0
States government.
that the Department of Justice
Combined
would
with
be bad, quite
hit
bad.
the capability
but it would still
of
be
him
the Department of
suing
Justice. It would be filled with career prosecutors who would do what career prosecutors have always done.
federal
and
agencies,
then all of the political vengeance.
of which
let's
he appointed
get
sycophantic
James
heads
Comey
to those
and
agencies,
Letitia
who
James
can
and everyone
intern.
else was sort of like a side quest.
Be like, oh
right?
no,
But
Mr.
this-
Trump, you have
when get to a
sued our
situation where the
agency.
Department of Justice
We have no chance of winning. We
does not
forfeit this
investigate
case. You
The
win.
person who
Wow.
shot people and killed them, but the people who got shot and killed, then it's proof that the whole thing is
I can't
fundamentally
believe it.
rotten to its core.
You had such
And
a
nothing
legitimate
they can do
case
can
against your
be
own
trusted in any way, shape, or form.
agency that you were
Yeah,
in
I think what
control
I
of.
hadn't fully grasped is that like I always knew that they would try to go after their enemies because that was the advertisement, and they have done that.
I hate this
And
Cragmore
they've-
place, but
they've stumbled in that so
Hate this
far. They
place.
haven't had a lot of wins on that. Thanks
Enemies
to
everywhere.
the courts and their own incompetence, and the fact that they haven't really had anything on them. So they've stumbled on that. But the willingness to just not go after anyone who commits any crimes on their side, and the danger there, and of course it started with the pardon of the January 6th rioters, and now we're seeing it here too. That is potentially even more dangerous than the trying to use the law to go after his political enemy.
The federal government is covering up 2 murders. That is what is happening there.
I was thinking this.
Oh,
Candace,
and billionaire pedophiles.
we spent
actually.
all summer
those
on the
two.
Epstein
Don't-
files,
oh,
covering up the
I got there
Epstein
first.
files, and
I'm telling you.
they're now covering up 2 murders.
Sometimes
that just happened.
like I'm saying
Murders.
things before they say
They're
it
just not
without
gonna
any
federally
preparation.
investigate. They're just sweeping that under the rug. So if you were pissed about the fucking
I
Epstein
need-
files not coming out, like,
I need more
this to
camera
me
time.
is
I believe I have potential.
Murdered American government, murdered American citizens, federal agents murder American citizens, and they're like, no criminal
To be a
investigation here.
podcast.
We're gonna do an
Sounds-
internal investigation led by
Hey, you
the
know what?
agency where
If
the
I can
federal
just
agents
again,
worked, and we're just
sphere
gonna, we're
of
gonna look at
influence.
use of force policies.
Sphere of
and that's it.
influence.
I don't think we have fully interpreted what the response to these killings by the federal government means for just day-to-day
You're
life
gone,
in
aren't you,
America.
Liberty? You fell asleep.
Where so you
muted it, walked
I've
away.
said this before,
I know.
but you have these 2 killings that happened on video.
That's fine. I need to go get some
In
food
broad
anyway.
daylight in front of lots of people, and they lie through their teeth about it in the most obvious and ham-handed ways, but which raises the question about what's happening on the things that aren't caught on video, what's happening in the detention centers. But even beyond immigration enforcement, people are like, one of the questions is, are they just going to take pages out of the Epstein files because they're bad for Donald Trump or bad for someone else in the administration?
They've actually already
People
done
are
that
like,
today.
Oh, you guys are crazy. Why would that be crazy? That's not crazy. Like, why would we trust a single thing that was said about the boats that were blown up, or what happened in Venezuela, or whether your tax information is safe, whether your social security information is safe? Any single thing happens in the government, like if they can lie about things that are caught on video, like literally nothing they say can be trusted. And the presumption, like I think we have this view where it's like Donald Trump lies all the time, but it's sort of like dumb lies about bills he didn't pass or economic statistics that don't exist. But like the whole thing is corrupt at every level, and that the presumption from everyone interpreting that information, from the media to the public to analysts, everyone else, is that nothing they say can be trusted on anything, right? That all the data could be completely rigged in some way, shape, or form. Like, just that is all on the table based on what we've seen out of Minnesota in the last couple weeks here.
And we haven't even talked about this, but someone at an event attacks Ilhan Omar, and I'm pleasantly surprised that the FBI and the government, that he's been charged, this guy, because I was like, are they going to charge him? Are they not going to charge him? Because basically the message, because Donald Trump's response to it was, well, she probably staged it. Who cares? That's the
Are the
president's
Capitol Police the people responsible there? Do they have jurisdiction?
I saw that the FBI actually brought, the FBI got involved, but now I'm waiting for the shoe to drop, and we'll probably find out in a week or two where it's like, oh, the FBI agents that charged the guy, or the prosecutor that charged the guy, they just got fired by Pam Bondi. Like, I'm surprised they were able to do it. But that is the other risk, is that crazy people who want to hurt other people, even if they're not crazy, people who just want to hurt other people will be like, well, if I do it in Donald Trump's name,
sounds like the definition of crazy.
if I do it to one of his enemies, then I'm going to be okay.
If your intention of harming someone
I'll get a pardon.
Right.
Is to harm, just to harm them. That sounds crazy.
Well, on the brighter side, we should talk about the public reaction to these killings, which have really
let's
broken
done with
through
this
I think, the political bubble
mission.
to the rest of the country in a way I haven't seen anything break through since Trump took office again. There's been a bunch of polling that shows around 75% of Americans have seen at least some of the video of Preddy's killing. A new YouGov poll has only 18% of people saying the killing was justified. Obviously 18's too high, but honestly in this country at this moment, I'm like, okay, I'll take 18. A new Fox poll finds about 60% of voters saying ICE is being too aggressive. Drew Harwell at the Post also had a really great story looking at all these different apolitical online spaces where this is suddenly a major topic. And influencers who never comment about politics, or who rarely get involved or stay quiet because they don't want to, they're worried about their fans, they're all speaking out. And this is from gaming forums to golf influencers. He even mentioned a subreddit where people play their cats like bongos. Didn't know that exists, but the person who's running
Cat
that subreddit
bongos.
spoke out.
I follow that
even if
subreddit.
the people were pissed on the subreddit. And,
well.
a lot of the previously Trump-supporting, or at least Trump-curious podcasters who broke with him over the Epstein files are also speaking out. Here's what it sounded like if you tuned into the most recent episode of the Flagrant podcast with Andrew Schultz.
ICE murdered an American citizen in cold blood, and
A
then
couple,
the Trump
a few.
administration called him a domestic terrorist.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Like, plain and simple.
Yeah.
You voted for this guy. That's
I
good job.
see the administration trying to
You
spin
promoted
it,
him, even though we told you not to.
and it's fucking disgusting. I think it's
We told you
important
you were
to speak
idiots,
up, because I've spoken to a
and
lot
you
of people who are
criticized us
seeing
for
it and
calling
they
you
think
idiots.
it's abhorrent, and they go, I don't know if I feel comfortable talking about it. I don't know if they feel like exposure to Trump or whatever like that. I think those are the moments where you got to speak up, especially. I'm just talking about regular people that were sympathetic to
Well.
some of the immigration reform.
With that, if you're still there, you have a good night. I am Audi 5000. Maybe, if I can figure out where to stop. Okay, there it is. Bye-bye.